minutes, I got to decide very quickly. I ring up the rest.
Happened to you? Why did you think of investing in this sport?
About 10, 11 years ago, my dear friend, I'll be presumptuous enough to call him my friend, but somebody who I really admire and look up to, Mr. Anand Mahindra. Whenever we used to meet socially, we would love to talk about sports. He knows of my love for basketball, football, and cricket. And in one such meeting, he said, look, I know you're really passionate about sports and you've always told me about how you'd love to do something for Indian sport. I'm putting this league together called the Pro Kabaddi League for Kabaddi, and would you be interested in joining it? My first reaction was Kabaddi. Wow. Nobody was really thinking about that at that point of time. I said that immediately caught my interest. And I said, hey, this is interesting. All right, let me get back to you. And I went back and me and my team, just did a bit of background research. I played a bit of Kabaddi as a child. My father had taught me how to play Kabaddi in my backyard. And, then a bit in school, but it was all very casually just amongst friends. And we actually went and I saw how modern day Kabaddi was actually played, and it was being played on colorful mats, and these athletes were amazing. And we managed to identify a match that was going on near my home in Juhu, Mumbai. And I said, okay, let me go check it out. It's Kabaddi. It'll be something small. And I went about 10, 15 minutes away from my home. There was a small local tournament going on. And I went there and there were about 10,000 people watching it.
No wonder you were blown away.
And the atmosphere firstly just blew me away. I said, oh, hold on. Before we even get to the gameplay, look at the amount of people that are watching this. This is amazing. And why don't we know about this? And why haven't we put this on the national stage? And that was it. I was sold. I said it kind of ticked all the boxes of the kind of work I wanted to do in sports. I'm a very passionate sports fan. I'm a very big patriot. I've always wanted to do something with Indian sports. And I said, hey, this is the ultimate thing. This is our sport. This is an indigenous Indian sport. It's rooted in our culture. It's rooted in our mythology. It has a fantastic story. It has a great history of its origins. This we have to do. And I remember I spoke to Mr. Mahindra and I said, hey, I'm on. And
very interesting, Abhishek.
And that's how the journey started. And then he sent, his brother-in-law, Charu Sharma, whose brainchild the Pro Kabaddi League was. Charu handheld us through the initial phases of just setting up the team. And there it was, July 2014.
It all started.
At the NSCI was the first ever match of the Pro Kabaddi League between the Jaipur Pink Panthers, which is the team that I own, and U Mumbai, which is a team owned by a dear friend of mine, Rodney Screwwala. And thankfully, the rest, as they say, is history.
Now, Abhishek, this is the IPL of Kabaddi. How can platforms like these transform indigenous sports and bring them to center stage?
Well, firstly, I think we should stop looking at them as a platform. We should start looking at them as an organized professional sports league. And a professional sports league, domestic professional sports league, what that does is brings exactly that, a structure, a professionalism, and like you said, then subsequently, a national and international platform to showcase the sport. Kabaddi is one of the most watched sports in India. It just never was, the limelight was never on it. And what the Pro Kabaddi League has done, and for that, full credit to Star Sports for putting their entire marketing might behind it, to bring it not just onto Star Sports, but in the initial years to put it on Star Gold as well, and just show the nation the sport. You know, to have millions of people tune in every evening and watch the sport is a huge achievement. And it's with great pride that we get to say, as part of the Kabaddi family, that the Pro Kabaddi League is the second most watched sporting event in India after the IPL. That is no mean feat. That's
Absolutely,
fantastic.
that's
And a lot of that credit has to go to Star Sports for believing in the sport. And obviously the sport is just so exciting. And it's wonderful to see the growth, to see the way the players have grown from season 1 to now season 10. They're all celebrities in their own right, you know, and they're just at the top of their game, and it's wonderful to see. So I think what's really nice is when you have an organized league, you have people that invest in those leagues. And when I say invest, I'm not talking about monetarily, that the owners do. The audience invests emotionally. You become a supporter. You become cheerleaders. When that happens, that kind of starts the whole wheel moving to bigger things.
Very true. Now, let us talk about this season a little bit, Abhishek. Your team, they're the defending champions. How have they shaped up for this season? And what would you say are the realistic expectations?
One of the worst things in sport is a 4-letter word called hope. All right? Sport has a wonderful way of keeping you humble. And as far as the team is concerned, I'm not going to say hope. I pray that, you know, we get to repeat our form from last year. We've pretty much retained 90% of the same team that we had last year. Reason for that being, last year we literally banked a lot on the youth. We went for a much younger team, which at that point of time was relatively unexperienced.
Right.
1 or 2 senior members to help, you know, captain the ship. And I think that gamble paid off. And here we are. We've retained almost 90% of last year's squad. 1 or 2 younger players that we have as future prospects that we want to bring in that we have.
Of you and your team.
And we'll take it from there. I have immense faith in the squad. I have immense faith in my coach and his staff. So we hope that we didn't want to, you know, shake up the apple cart too much. It's a team that gels very well together. They have great chemistry. They've understood how to play with each other. So we hope that we can maintain that and fortify that and build from there.
Now, Abhishek, you are investing in high performance. You are also building the talent pool. What is the talent pipeline in this sport looking like in the leagues, and when we talk about the India perspective as well?
What's really nice about the Pro Kabaddi League is that every franchise has also invested a lot in a grassroots program. Kabaddi has a thriving grassroots program on a domestic level. We have a team of scouts, which are, you know, our management hires on every year to go out there, see local tournaments, identify new talent that we feel have great prospects coming up. They get signed on to the team, they get trained by the team, and that is where the pipeline starts off. But thankfully, as a sport, because it's so old and has such a great infrastructure already, you have these wonderful kids coming through the programs, and then they get signed on and identified by the team and signed on to their junior leagues, to their junior teams. We have a junior team which temporarily plays whenever they have the time in different tournaments, and every team does this. So it's wonderful to see this kind of talent coming through. And you will notice as the years go by that the average age of most of the teams will start getting a lot younger. I think there's a wonderful aspirational quality that has been attached to the Pro Kabaddi League now with the sport of Kabaddi. I think the league has given them that. They've started seeing that, yes, this is a viable career option today. It's not just a sport that I can do on my free time or play it as a side gig. This is something that I can dedicate my life to and do. And I think the Pro Kabaddi League has shown them that.
I think it's very interesting what you say. Kabaddi made an aspirational sport through the Pro Kabaddi League. Abhishek, this is something that I would be really interested to know. What about a Kabaddi League for women?
Well, that's something that I have advocated a lot. Mashal Sports, which obviously runs the Kabaddi League, we attempted that in season 4. We had, not many people know, Kabaddi is one of the few sports where the women's team is comparable to the men's team in terms of talent. I think it would be amazing if I can use this platform. We've been speaking about it, the league has been speaking about it, but I would love, nothing would give me greater joy than to start a women's Kabaddi League as well. I'm ready to start it this season if they say so. I already have women identified. Our scouts look out for the women Kabaddi players as well. So I'm all for it, and I would like to wager to say it'll be a bigger success and even more exciting than the men's Kabaddi League.
That's really heartening to know. Abhishek, now talking a little bit about your films, Ghumar was great. Personally, I loved the story and the way it was told. Would you like to tell more sports stories through films now?
I'd love to. As a genre, sports films are one of my favorite because it's not about a sport. It's about the triumph of the human spirit. And I love that story. And that's what attracted me to Ghumar. It was an emotional story of retribution. It was an emotional story about never give up kind of an attitude with the backdrop of sports. I'd love to. I'd love to do something on Kabaddi, because I just think there's so many stories over there. I've been looking for, a story which would do justice to the sport, but I'd love to. Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's very interesting to know. Abhishek, I'll let you go, and all the very best for your team in the 10th season. Your team is one of those few who have been multiple-time champions in PKL. Thank you very much for joining us.
You never learn to be a good loser. You learn to be a sportsman. Sportsmanship spirit. You either win or you learn.
Thanks for talking to us. Time now for a quick break on the show. We're on the other side. Stay tuned.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. In India,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV. Straight to the headlines. Exit polls have predicted BJP and Congress will lead in 2 states each. The government change is likely in Rajasthan and Telangana. That's what the exit polls have said. Hours before counting, top Congress leader has spoken to NDTV on the results, on the exit poll numbers. No resort politics. That is what Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has said. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Dubai for the COP28 summit. India is to launch 2 initiatives, Green Credit Carbon Program and also lead IT 2.0. On the Silk Yara tunnel rescue operations, NDTV has accessed videos and photos from inside tunnel. The videos and photos show how the trapped workers had coped inside the tunnel. Meanwhile, a major female feticide ring has been busted in Karnataka. Over 240 illegal abortions and 900 sex determination tests conducted over 3 years. 9 people have been arrested and 2 are absconding. Karnataka government has promised a thorough probe. Israel has resumed bombing in Gaza as the week-long ceasefire has ended. Israel has accused Hamas of violating terms of truce. US tells Israel it must take more effective steps to protect civilian lives. So an aggregate of exit polls is predicting 2 strikes out of 3 in the heartland states for the BJP and 1 for the Congress, while Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel might get to retain his job. His counterpart in Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot, might just lose his. That is what the exit polls have indicated. There also seems a high possibility that Madhya Pradesh could go to the BJP again. The biggest upset, however, could be reserved for Telangana, where K. Chandrasekhar Rao's Bharat Rashtra Samiti has been in power since the inception of the state in 2014. NDTV poll of polls, which is an aggregate of 7 exit polls, has shown that the Congress is ahead in 62 of the state's 119 seats, the BRS on 44. Now, the BJP can win 7 seats and Owaisi's MIM 5 seats. The majority mark stands at 60. Now, another state, Mizoram, an aggregate of 6 exit polls indicate a hung house. 2 exit polls predict the BJP and MNF's ruling alliance, and they're not in an alliance now, have a slim chance of victory. Only 1 predict a sweep for the new party, Zoram People's Movement. Exit polls, however, can often get it wrong. D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, spoke to NDTV a short while ago, and this is what he had to say.
We have with us Karnataka DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, first of all, congratulations to you. The exit polls pointing to Congress victory in Telangana.
See, I don't, personally, I don't believe in any exit poll. This is my personal opinion.
Right.
Personal opinion. Because when I do a survey, I take a sample of more than 1 lakh in every assembly segment. That is what my personal experience is. In earlier elections also, in my last Karnataka elections also, I do it. But what media takes a sample size of 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, that will not work. And we keep a record of all the people who speak, either on the phone or personally, we keep a record. That is how we try to take very accurate. But I could see that in Telangana and the other states, there is a big wave. They wanted a change. They wanted a Congress party to come to power in Madhya Pradesh or Telangana. I hope it will happen. I think whatever the numbers are predicting, more than 70 or 65, 70, I think it will go true. I wish all my cadres, leaders who have worked hard, and we'll have a successful story.
But sir, what about Madhya Pradesh? We heard that Congress is lagging behind as per the exit poll results.
No, I don't think from the day one they needed a change. It was one of the most corrupt government which has Madhya Pradesh has been seen, and the result will be out on by third afternoon, and there will be a new Congress government.
So will Karnataka play an important role in terms of, keeping the resorts in place for the Congress MLAs of Rajasthan as well as Madhya Pradesh?
It is absolutely, this one is a story coming out in the media and all of the other friends. I have not been informed on that issue, and there is no such rumors which is there. But there are, the leaders are very confident, and all of them will be very loyal to the party. They have seen this Operation Lotus, it will not be successful. And I just came to know from my important sources from the Telangana that already PRS is trying to contact many of our leaders who have been winning the elections because they know that they are going to lose the election, but that will not happen.
So will Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar play an important role to keep them all in one place here?
Our leaders in the national level and other states are very confident. They are sound enough. All MLAs, none of the MLAs, they can touch or poach or buy anyone.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar making it very clear that all of their MLAs will not be touched or poached. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
BJP leader and former Minister for Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi has also reacted to the exit polls. Take a look.
देखिए, चुनाव में पूरे जुनून और जज्बे के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत के संकल्प के साथ मैदान में उतरी और इन पांचों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन करे, जीते, सरकार बनाए, इस दिशा में हमने उस संकल्प के साथ काम किया है। निश्चित तौर से जो जनता का जनादेश है, वो जनता का जनादेश जो है वो हमेशा सर माथे पे रहता है, वेट एंड वॉच। लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि मेरा मानना है कि जो लोग जो है वो जुगाड़ के गठबंधन से जनादेश के को जो है वो हाईजैक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो सफल नहीं हो।
Meanwhile, news from the south, a major female feticide ring in Karnataka got exposed by an accidental vehicle check in Bengaluru. On October 15, the Bainapalli police stopped a suspicious car and questioned two people inside who confessed to being part of a gang that has been involved in over 240 abortions and over 900 sex determination tests for 3 years, operating out of Mysore and Mandya. Karnataka Health Minister Dinesh Gundurao has announced that this case will be handed over to the CID.
We called a gang and it was involved in illegal, unauthorized examination, testing of the gender of the pregnant ladies. And they were also terminating these pregnancies where female child is and in this one also we have arrested 9% so far, and the investigation is going on. We see that out of the accused.
We have with us Karnataka Health Minister Dinesh Gundurao. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. The female feticide racket that has been busted in Karnataka, so what is your take on it?
Yeah, so it's a really eye-opener for us to the extent and the way it is being going on. And yesterday I visited various districts also, Mandya and Mysore. And then after that I requested the CM that we need to do a more thorough investigation and we need to increase the investigation in a more stronger manner. So then we've referred it to CID now, and hopefully we will try and unravel and open up and find out who are all the people behind it. And also we have to take many other decisions on this to tighten the mechanism of monitoring this and also catch the perpetrators and also create awareness amongst society that a girl child is not a burden. And it's a huge social problem actually, the way people are thinking. It's a mindset problem. So we need to tackle that also.
So do you expect more such people being involved? Because what we hear is that 2 more people are still absconding.
We have got some information about some people who are working within a department also, working outside. So I think a proper investigation with, if it's done, I think we can really get to the bottom of the, what's the actual truth.
So one district health officer as well as a taluk officer have been suspended for dereliction of duty.
Yeah, because they have not done their jobs in monitoring the scanning centers, and there were some illegal operations being run in hospitals which had no license, that had not been checked. So for that purpose, we have taken action against these people. But I think investigation may throw up more people who have been negligent or who have also colluded with these kind of people.
Also, sir, with respect to doctors as well as lab technicians being involved, will there be a certain protocol that will be set up to ensure that, we check which doctor is running what kind of a hospital?
Yeah, there are a lot of checks that need to be done, but also at the same time, there's a lot of intelligence work that needs to be done, because to find out this racket is not easy. So you need to be able to gather intelligence and do decoy operations and catch them, because this is it's a wide network and a lot of people who have colluded in this network. So just by visiting and scanning and inspecting, we'll not be able to find out, I think. I think the greater challenge is how do we catch hold of these people and how we gather intelligence on these people who are operating illegally and doing all these illegal operations.
What kind of stringent action can be expected to avert these kind of incidents?
Yeah, we'll be looking at various things that we need to do, strengthen our processes, make our people more aware, more vigilant, sensitize them, and also, see what else that we can do to check these things. What are the other ways of checking this? So we are going to form a small team for that to look into all the aspects, whether we need to increase, also strengthen the law, how we can add in some more provisions in the law which can actually strengthen and hold, suppose if we book them and book cases against them, it should stand up in court, they should get convicted. So, we are looking at that process also. So it will be a multi-pronged approach.
Thank you so much for this. So that was the Karnataka Health Minister stating that there will be a team that will be set up to look into all these kind of stringent measures that can be put up to ensure that such incidents can actually be averted in the near future. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
My colleague Pratibha Raman joins us from Bengaluru. So Pratibha, in this country since 2007, any prenatal diagnostic technique to know the sex of a child is a crime, is a punishable crime, and one could be imprisoned up to 5 to 7 years. And it's really sad that things like this are still happening in this country. Clearly points to a societal problem. I heard the health minister talking about how a multi-level probe will sort of look into this case. So has a CID probe already been announced, and how are you looking at this investigation playing out?
Well, in fact, yes, the government of Karnataka did announce that the case would be handed over to the CID, mainly because they want to look at it in a detailed manner to find out if there are any other such kind of rackets that could be busted in different pockets of the city as well as the state. And just like you pointed out, this comes as a big shocker, not just because such mindsets are still existing, but then it also hails from districts like Mysuru, which is known as the cultural capital of this particular state. And the fact that such kind of outlets are still running around, and the fact that this has gone unnoticed for so long. We are talking about a hospital like this, for instance, Mata Hospital, that has been running for about 3 years with Dr. Chandan Balal as well as his wife running the show and running this racket for 3 years, going unnoticed by the district health officer as well as the taluk health officer. What we have learned so far is that both these officers have been suspended for dereliction of duty. But is that really enough? Should there be any kind of stringent measures that need to be put in place to not just change mindsets, but also to avert these kind of incidents in the near future?
Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. Time for a short break. We'll be back with more news and updates.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities. We are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, good new emerging technologies. And we believe over a 7, 8, 10-year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in because we believe entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policybazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our 2 best investments. ICICI Venture invested in InfoEdge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it. But the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policybazaar, Naukri, great innings. But I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policybazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups.
Welcome back. In a historic decision at the beginning of the 2023 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai, nearly 200 nations have reached an agreement to establish a fund to assist countries grappling with the effects of global warming. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who arrived in Dubai last night, has also called for climate financing and technology transfer to developing nations, effectively empowering them to confront the challenges posed by climate change. He is also scheduled to participate in 2 special initiatives on climate events. The Prime Minister will also have 7 bilateral meetings along with several informal meetings with world leaders. This is the 3rd visit of the Prime Minister in a climate action summit. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Friday paid tributes to the Border Security Force personnel who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty on the 59th raising day of the BSF in Jharkhand's Hazaribagh district. Now, the BSF, which is the largest border guarding force in the world with a strength of nearly 2.5 lakh personnel, celebrates its raising day every year in December. Speaking at the event, Home Minister hailed the BSF Jawans for the crackdown on the menace of drugs.
30,000 किलो से ज्यादा नारकोटिक्स नशीले द्रव्यों को पकड़ने का काम बीएसएफ ने किया है। मैं बीएसएफ के सभी जवानों को इसके लिए गृह मंत्री के नाते विशेष बधाई देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि नारकोटिक्स न केवल देश को नशे की दृष्टि से नुकसान करता है, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को खोखला करता है और नारकोटिक्स से जनरेट हुआ पैसा टेररिज्म से लिंक, वो टेररिज्म का वित्त पोषण भी करता है और बॉर्डर पोरस कर ये जो ट्रेड का लिंक बनता है वो शस्त्रों की आवाजाही में भी काम करता है।
So the government has come up with new rules for SIM card regulations, and the rules basically state that you cannot be buying bulk of SIM cards from now on. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj has the details.
In what is set to impact all of us starting today, new SIM card rules come into effect. So what changes and how does this impact all of us? To put it simply, the changes include mandatory registration of point-of-sale franchisees, agents and distributors by telecom operators and police verification of SIM card dealers. So under the new rules, the point of sale agents will have to sign an agreement with the telecom service provider or licensee to dissuade them from indulging in illegal activities. Now, important to remember here that point of sale agents could face a penalty of up to 10 lakh rupees, and their association with the telecom operator will be terminated for a period of 3 years if they are found indulging in any illegal activity. Police verification of SIM dealers will also be mandatory now, and now under the new rules, demographic details will be mandatory for purchasing new SIM cards or applying for a new SIM on an existing number. While sellers will have 12 months from today onwards to comply with this new registration requirement, it is important to remember the new SIM card regulations come with the aim of tackling fraud. Remember, Union Communications Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw also announcing the new rules said that over 52 lakh connections obtained using fraudulent methods have already been deactivated.
Meanwhile, Israeli military has said that it has resumed operations in Gaza after the ceasefire deadline passed on Friday. Now, the IDF has said that Hamas violated the ceasefire terms. Israel's military has also said that it intercepted a rocket fired from Gaza early on Friday. My colleague Parmeshwar has the details.
Yes, indeed. I think that the most important thing here is the growing American pressure. According to Israeli media, there was a very, very tense meeting between Secretary Antony Blinken and the Israeli War Cabinet taking place yesterday evening, with an argument between the parts. Antony Blinken said, according to Israeli media, that Israel will not have credit to move to the southern parts of Gaza with its military. It will lose international credit. And he's warning his Israeli counterparts by saying this. And he's also asking Israel again and again, and also yesterday repeated this question: what are you going to do? What is the plan after, let's say, after the war, when it finishes? What are your plans for Gaza? And he hasn't received an answer from Israel as of yet. And this is to a great deal of frustration for the Americans. And this also means that the pressure from now on is probably going to grow from the American part on Israel.
Israeli warplanes have attacked targets in Gaza after the end of a 7-day ceasefire, with strikes across much of the region. Now, neither Israel nor Hamas announced an extension to their truce, and both had said repeatedly in the previous 24 hours that their forces were ready to resume fighting. Now, as we speak, Israeli officials are blaming Hamas for breaking the ceasefire with a barrage of rockets from Gaza aimed at southern Israel shortly before the truce was due to expire at 7 a.m. this morning. There was no immediate comment from Hamas, though, or claim of responsibility for this launch. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has released a statement this morning saying Hamas violated the outline of the truce. He claimed Hamas did not commit to its duties to release all the kidnapped women and launched rockets at Israel today. The statement said that with the return to fighting, Israel will emphasize it is committed to achieving the goals of the war, to release abductees, eliminate Hamas, and guarantee that Gaza is no longer a threat to the residents of Israel. Israeli forces, by the way, have been dropping leaflets in certain areas of Khan Yunis in the south of the Gaza Strip, warning civilians to evacuate southwards towards Rafah, that borders Egypt, that was targeted by Israeli air raids just earlier this morning. Now, the Gaza Strip is under heavy artillery as we speak, and even aerial bombardment by the occupation forces. And in the coming hours, we might witness a surging increase of the number of the Israeli strikes across that territory. Netanyahu's government, though, has come under increasing pressure, however, to account for how it will protect civilians in the territory, which is currently under blockade with no way for people to escape. And just a short while ago, Israel's National Security Minister has said, and I quote, that the Israeli army must return to and crush Gaza with all their might. The restart in these hostilities is likely to worsen the humanitarian crisis in Gaza amid a severe shortage of food, water and medicine, and the critical state of the local health system as well. Experts, though, are arguing that it was always Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to restart military operations in Gaza, and whether return to all-out war can be avoided is now the crucial question. It all now depends on how today the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Qatar and other stakeholders are pressurizing Israel and Hamas at least not to start an all-out war.
Were killed in this attack, 5 are injured and 3 are still said to be critical. So these are the attacks which happened, and these are the incidents which IDF has said are violation of ceasefire. And even before the ceasefire ended, just an hour before ceasefire ended, there was a rocket fired towards southern part of Israel. Few minutes before the ceasefire ended, there was a barrage of rockets towards the southern part of Israel, all the towns at the border, that is Shedrot, Ashkelon and other settlements. So this happened even before the ceasefire ended. On the other hand, now that ceasefire has ended and IDF has said that they are going ahead with the war now, and that was always the plan. So we are hearing that there were bombings, aerial bombing of Gaza Strip. There were several people who were killed in Gaza Strip. Also some notes were dropped aerially on Gaza Strip, and people were asked to vacate Khan Yunis area because that is a battle zone, and IDF has said that they do not want more civilian casualty. But one of the biggest factors why the ceasefire has ended, because it seems that there are no more hostages with Hamas whom they want to hand over. That is, there are no more women and children with them. There are male hostages and also some soldiers who are still hostages with Hamas, but they are not handing them over yet. Yesterday we saw only 2 Israeli citizens and 2 Russian citizens being handed over. So that is one big reason. It is also believed that there are other hostages, but they are not in control of Hamas. They are being held by other militant organizations in Gaza, and they are not being handed over yet. So these are the reasons because of which the ceasefire talks seem to have failed, and the war has started once again.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the
Welcome back. Another one of our biggest stories is the homecoming of the workers who were trapped in the Uttarakhand tunnel for 17 long days and how they coped inside the tunnel. Now, NDTV has accessed the photos and videos of these workers from inside the tunnel, which shows how they survived during this entire period. Now, these photos and videos show how food was sent to them inside bottles. In fact, there were also fruits that was sent to these workers. Despite the challenging situation, one can see how the workers kept on smiling through the ordeal while eating food. They in fact also posed for photos and kept entertaining themselves. My colleague Tanishq spoke to them earlier today, and this is what they had to say.
17 दिन टनल में फंसे होने के बाद जितने 41 जो वर्कर हैं वो बाहर आ गए, उनमें से 8 जो थे उत्तर प्रदेश के थे और वो आज लखनऊ पहुंच चुके हैं सेफ एकदम। हम उन्हीं में से किसी से बात करेंगे। हम लगातार उनके फैमिली वालों से संपर्क में थे पिछले कुछ दिनों में, हमने बातचीत करी, आपको दिखाया फैमिली किस तरीके से उनका इंतज़ार कर रही है, उनका वेट कर रही है। 8 लोग जो थे उत्तर प्रदेश के थे और 8 में से जो 6 थे वो श्रावस्ती ज़िले के मोतीपुर कला से और रनियापुर से थे। मोतीपुर में एक जो वर्कर की फैमिली रहती थी, जो वर्कर रहते थे, वो है अंकित। अंकित हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। अंकित, 17 दिन आप अंदर रहे, कैसे बयां करेंगे वो 17 दिन?
17 दिन ऐसे लगा सर कि अब एक हिसाब से ये समझ लो कि मौत के बराबर ही थी वो 17 दिन। ना किसी से बात करना बाहर में, ना अपने फैमिली से बात कर पाना, ना ही बाहर का हवा और जो भी है धूप वगैरह ये सब। टनल के अंदर फंस गए थे तो वहाँ पे ऑक्सीजन भी उतना पर्याप्त मात्रा में नहीं मिल पा रही थी। यही सारी चीज़ें हो रही 17 दिन में।
ठंडा वहाँ पे वो होता है मौसम, तो वो ठंड से कैसे आप बचे थे? खाने को लेकर सफिशिएंट तो था ही, जैसे बोला जा रहा है सब कुछ, लेकिन एक ठंड हो गया और अपना समय काटना और एक थोड़ा अंदर से डर भी रहता है, उसको लेके क्या बयां करेंगे?
ठंड के लिए तो उसमें हम लोग क्या किए कि उधर टनल में भी इतना भी ठंड नहीं रहता था। टनल का तापमान थोड़ा बहुत ठीक था। बाहर में जितना ठंड रहता है उतना ठंड टनल के अंदर होता नहीं है। तो उसमें क्या होता था, एक जियो टेक्सटाइल होता है, उसमें जो पानी लीक करता है तो टनल में लगाने के लिए जियो टेक्सटाइल होता है, तो उसको कटिंग करके हम लोग नीचे प्लेट बिछा करके उसमें जियो टेक्सटाइल डाल के उसमें सोते थे और उसी को ऊपर से ओढ़ते थे कंबल की तरह।
अच्छा, उसी को कंबल की तरह आप ओढ़ते थे टेक्सटाइल को? अच्छा, तो और समय काटने के लिए 17 दिन काटने के लिए क्या क्या किया?
समय काटने के लिए टनल लंबा था, वॉक करते थे, टहलते थे इधर उधर। लगभग टनल हमारा था जो 2400 का टनल था, लगभग 2.5 किलोमीटर पहुंचने वाला ही था टनल।
अच्छा।
तो उसमें टनल लंबा था तो थोड़ा बहुत टाइम पास करने के लिए चलो इधर घूम के आते हैं, थोड़ा दिन कटेगा, थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर घूमते थे। और टाइम पास करने के लिए जो भी बचपन में खेल खेलते हैं, राजा रानी का, एक चोर सिपाही का खेल नहीं होता, वो सब खेला करते थे वहाँ पे।
ये सब खेल खेलते थे आप लोग?
हाँ, तो टाइम पास करने के लिए तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा। और एक वो क्या बोलते हैं, एक डायरी होता है इशू स्लिप, उसको जो स्टोर में जाओ तो सामान करने की इशू करने के लिए काम आता है। तो उसमें सब पेन से ताश बना करके
आप लोगों ने पेन से ताश बनाई डायरी में? कौन सा गेम खेला ताश का?
ताश का वही जो टाइम पास करने के लिए एक ये गेम होता है कि आपको पेयर मिलाना है, वही सारी गेम खेलते थे वहाँ पे।
ये सब के बीच में अगर मैं घर की बात करूँ, देखिए हम लोग आप लोग के पूरे श्रावस्ती के अंदर जितने भी 6 लोग थे उनके घर वालों से संपर्क में थे, बातचीत करते थे। मैंने खुद आपकी घर की जो दुकान है वो जाके देखी, संतोष के भी घर वालों से मिला। क्या रहता था आपके मन में, वो एहसास, वो फीलिंग क्या रहती थी आपके में घर को लेकर कि घर वाले क्या सोच रहे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे?
तो घर वाले को टेंशन ये था कि घर वाले कैसे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे, मेरे बारे में क्या सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं ज़िंदा हूँ भी या नहीं हूँ। हम अब बात तो हो नहीं पा रही थी बाहर में, तो कैसे पता चलता कि क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है। यही सारी टेंशन थी कि मम्मी का क्या हाल होगा, उधर सारे लोग परेशान होंगे, दीदी है, भाई है, भाभी है।
हमारे साथ मिर्ज़ापुर के अखिलेश जुड़े हुए हैं, जो उन 41 कर्मचारियों में से थे जो उत्तरकाशी के टनल में फंस गए थे। हमारी एक टीम उनकी फैमिली के साथ लगातार मौजूद थी। अखिलेश, कैसे बयां करेंगे वो 17 दिन जो अंदर गए?
जी सर, थोड़ा मुश्किल था सर, लेकिन हम लोग को इतना पता था सर कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट है सर, वहाँ की जो गवर्नमेंट सी सर, सी हमारे पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी सर, और हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सर लगे हुए थे सर, और हमारी कंपनी जी सर जो नवयुगा इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी के जितने वर्कर थे सर, हम लोग को पता चला कि सर वो लोग दिन रात वहीं पे खाते थे, पीते थे, वहीं पे सोते थे, बस थोड़ा फ्रेश होने के लिए बस बाहर जाते थे। और मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ सर, ये भारत की जीत है, हमारे 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की जीत है, सबकी दुआ हम लोग के सर काम आई है। बाकी सर प्रधानमंत्री का भी सर शुक्रिया अदा बहुत है सर, उनका भी सपोर्ट बहुत हुआ है हमको सर। जब मैं मोदी जी से बात किया तो सर उन्होंने बताया कि मैं हमेशा संपर्क साधे रहा सर। वो सर पर्सनली सर हमारे जो पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी हैं सर, उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री, उनसे सर हमेशा कांटेक्ट करते रहते थे, हर एक एक्टिविटी का सर वो ध्यान रखते थे, मतलब अंदर में कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो। बाकी उन्होंने बोला कि जब पाइपलाइन अंदर में चला गया 6 का, तब हमें लगा कि अब हम आप लोग से ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, अब हम लोग सर ये रेस्क्यू कंप्लीट कर लेंगे। तो मोदी जी का भी सर पूरा सपोर्ट था, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री जी का भी पूरा सपोर्ट था। बाकी कंपनी नवयुवा इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी के सीनियर बंदे जो सर थे उस समय, वो लोग ये नहीं देखते थे कि मैं सीनियर हूँ, वो लोग सर हमारे कंपनी के जो सर जो GM साहब थे सर, प्रसाद साहब, कंपनी के MD साहब, हमारे सर मंडल साहब, और हमारे मामा सर विजय राज जी सर, वो वहाँ पे भी वहीं पे काम करते हैं। वो लोग अपने हाथ से सर मशीन में सीलिंग डाल करके सफलतापूर्वक बाहर लाए, और सर काम के लिए उस मशीन को सर लगाया गया।
अंदर के माहौल की मैं बात करूं अगर, तो अंदर का माहौल कैसा था जब ये हुआ, जब थोड़े दिन बीते और जब अंत आ रहा था, जब आप लोग बाहर निकल के आ रहे थे?
जी सर, जैसे कि बाहर से अपडेट मिलता रहता था, मामा है तो सर वो बीच बीच में आते थे, उनको पता है कि अपडेट देता रहूँगा तो ये अपना अंदर में उसको टेंशन नहीं है। बाकी वो है वहाँ पर तो मुझे दिक्कत नहीं है सर, तो उन्होंने सर हर बात पे सर पूरा अपडेट मिलता था कि हाँ कंपनी लगी हुई है। तो इतना उम्मीद था सर कि गवर्नमेंट से लेकर के, कंपनी से लेकर, सारे वर्कर से लेकर सारे स्टाफ लगे हुए हैं, तो हम लोग को सर आज नहीं कल नहीं तो परसों हम लोग ज़रूर सर बाहर निकलेंगे सर।
अंदर आप लोग समय कैसे काटते थे, वो कैसे होता था? और सबसे पहली बात तो ये कि आप जैसे एक वन ऑफ द लीडर्स हैं, है ना, वहाँ पर, है ना, आपके अंडर काफ़ी लोग आते थे, तो आपने कैसे मनोबल बना के रखा?
जी सर, जैसे कि आप लीडरशिप की बात करें तो सर हमारे सीनियर गब्बर सिंह नेगी जी थे सर, और सभा सर थे, बाकी मैं था कंपनी के सर, और 1-2 बंदे थे, सब लगे हुए थे सर। बाकी हम लोग का सर जो भी था, मतलब खाना पीना जो भी था, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, तो हम लोग सर अपना खा पी करके सर फेस में घूमते थे, थोड़ा वर्कआउट करते थे।
वर्कआउट भी करते थे आप लोग?
जी सर, वो योगा वगैरह भी करते थे, मतलब अपने आप को फिट रखना है सर। अगर हम फिट हैं तो बाहर वाले फिट है सर, पूरी गवर्नमेंट, पूरी हमारी देश फिट है सर। अच्छा। हमारे फैमिली वाले सर जिंदा हैं जब तक हम जिंदा हैं सर।
कभी ऐसा थोड़ा इमोशनली मनोबल, कभी कोई ऐसा पल जिसमें आपको लगा हो कि यार कभी थोड़ा सा हेल्पलेस फील हुआ हो? कि क्योंकि एक समय आया था जब हम सब लोग भी कवर कर रहे थे तो कि लगभग हो ही गया था, लेकिन फिर मशीन टूट गई थी।
जी सर, जब मशीन टूटने की आप बात कर रहे हैं सर, उसका भी खबर हम लोग को आया, तो सर इतना पता, और मंडल साहब थे, वो बोले, उनसे बात हुआ मंडल साहब से जो हमारे मैकेनिकल इंचार्ज थे, वो बोले कि टूट गया है, भले 1-2 दिन टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन हम लोग जल्दीबाजी नहीं करेंगे। हम लोग मैनुअली जो रेट मैटर की जो टीम आई थी सर, रेट माइनर की, वो लोग ने का सर बहुत मेहनत की है वो लोग सर, बिल्कुल अंदर में हिलना, पाइप कटिंग करना, बाकी हाथ से मलबे को साफ़ करना, और जो हमारा लाइनर है उसको पुश करना, और हम लोग के पास आना। जैसे हम लोग को उन्होंने देखा ना सर, वो लोग मलबे को साफ़ करके वो लोग सर तुरंत हम लोग से, तुरंत अंदर से ही तुरंत हम लोग के साथ बाहर आए। और हमारे कंपनी के सर सुखदेव मंडल साहब आए, तो हम लोग से सर तुरंत हम लोग पहले अंदर में ही सर सेलिब्रेट कर लिए सर।
अच्छा, आप लोगों ने अंदर ही सेलिब्रेशन? कैसे सेलिब्रेट शुरू कर?
सर एक दूसरे से हाथ मिलाकर सर गले मिले, बाकी हम लोग को सक्सेस हो गया, तो हम लोग सर नारे लगे सर, जय हिंद के नारे लगे सर। देश की जीत है सर, हम लोग का जो देश है सर, ये इतना बड़ा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया है, तो हमारे देश का सर पूरे वर्ल्ड में नाम होगा, और सर हर देश में चर्चा चल रहा है सर। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं, और सर हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी उत्तराखंड के पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी सर, और हमारे कंपनी का जितने मेंबर है सर, वर्कर है, दिन रात लगे हैं सर, सबकी सराहना की जाए। अगर मैं सबका सर अगर बयां करने लगूँ तो सर दिन कम पड़ जाएंगे सर।
जी ज़रूर, जैसे कि अखिलेश ने कहा कि सबका अगर बयां करने लगे वो दिन कम पड़ जाएंगे, क्योंकि इतना मेहनत और इतना हीरोइक टास्क था ये। 17 दिन लगातार ऑपरेशन चला और 41 कर्मचारियों को बाहर निकाला गया। कैमरा पर्सन राजेश गुप्ता के साथ तनिष पंजाबी, NDTV।
So we have been witnessing the homecoming of the rescued workers. Workers have been returning homes to a warm welcome from their families after a long wait. The workers have been expressing how happy they are to go back to their family members. They finally reached their native places, and here is one of the rescued workers from Bihar who spoke today earlier in the day, and this is what he had to say.
बहुत खुशी हो रहा है सर, क्योंकि हम लोग मतलब अंदाज़ा नहीं लगा रहे थे कि कब तक निकल पाएंगे, पर हमारे घर वालों और अभी हमारे गांव के जो भी हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग हमारे दोस्त हैं, सब लोग का दुआ काम आया और हम लोग सही सलामत ठीक से निकल गए बाहर। हमारे मतलब गैंट्री होता है अंदर टनल के अंदर, जिसमें जियो टेक्सटाइल नाम का एक पेपर जैसा आता है, वो क्या बोलते हैं चादर जैसा आता है, उसी को हम लोग काट के सोते और ओढ़ते उसी को थे। खाने के लिए सर पाइप के माध्यम से हम लोगों को मूढ़ी जो होता है उसी को भेजा जाता था, तो 9-10 दिन उसी से काम चला।
और क्या क्या परेशानी होती थी अंदर?
परेशानी सर उतना मतलब यही कांटेक्ट का थोड़ा दिक्कत था, क्योंकि हम लोग बात करना चाहते थे पर पाइप के माध्यम से उतना सही से बात नहीं हो पाता था। खाने के लिए तो मूढ़ी मिल जाता था तो उसी से काम चल रहा था।
In fact, some of the rescued workers also met the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, earlier today. And these are the visuals. Meanwhile, Delhi, the capital of India, continues to choke. Air quality is in the severe category in some areas of Delhi. The air quality index AQI is in the severe category in some areas of Delhi as per the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, while Vivek Vihar in Delhi has recorded an AQI of 436 and Nehru Nagar is at 430. Delhi clearly has seen no improvement in terms of pollution levels in the last 1 month. My colleague Parimal has spoken to Arvind Nautiyal, who is a member secretary of the CAQM.
कमीशन फॉर एयर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी अरविंद नौटियाल हमारे साथ हैं। सर, दिल्ली की आबो हवा अब भी बेहतर नहीं है, कारण क्या क्या है हम आपसे मानते हैं?
विशेष करके हम अगर नवंबर दिसंबर की बात करें, नवंबर दिसंबर जनवरी, साल दर साल ये देखा जाता है और हम पहले भी चर्चा कर चुके हैं, इस दौरान जो क्लाइमेटिक एंड मेट्रोलॉजिकल कंडीशंस बहुत एडवर्स होती हैं, जनरली देखा गया है साल दर साल। ये बात आपकी बिल्कुल सही है कि इस साल का नवंबर थोड़ा सा जो उसमें सीवियरिटी है वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा देखने को मिली है, लेकिन जहाँ तक साल भर के जो प्रयास थे उनमें हमने काफ़ी इजाफा किया, काफ़ी कोशिशें की और अक्टूबर तक उसके परिणाम देखने को मिले। लेकिन जो एक क्लाइमेटिक फैक्टर्स हैं, मेट्रोलॉजिकल फैक्टर्स हैं डिस्पर्शन के लिए, अगर वो आपको साथ न दे तो ये इसका प्रमाण है कि उसके चलते जो एयर क्वालिटी में जो रिजल्टेंट AQI में जो आपको रीडिंग्स देखने को मिलती हैं, ये उसी का परिणाम है।
So Delhi pollution remains a more point of concern for all of us. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
teams, 12 cities, the Pro Kabaddi League or the IPL of Kabaddi is back in its 10th season. 6 of the 12 teams have been previous champions. The defenders are the Jaipur Pink Panthers. I have the owner with me at this hour. Abhishek, thank you very, very much for joining us on the broadcast. What a ride it has been for you and your team. Twice champions in the first season and in the 9th season, which is last. I will talk to you about the 10th, but first tell me, you are a sports fan. Basketball, football have been your favorites. How did Kabaddi happen to you? Why did you think of investing in this sport?
About 10, 11 years ago, my dear friend, I mean, I'll be presumptuous enough to call him my friend, but somebody who I really, really admire and look up to, Mr. Anand Mahindra. Whenever we used to meet socially, we would love to talk about sports. He knows of my love for basketball, football, and cricket. And in one such meeting, he said, look, I know you're really passionate about sports and you've always told me about how you'd love to do something for Indian sport. I'm putting this league together called the Pro Kabaddi League for Kabaddi, and would you be interested in joining it? My first reaction was Kabaddi, wow. Nobody was really thinking about that at that point of time. So I said that immediately caught my interest, and I said, hey, this is interesting. All right, let me get back to you. And I went back and me and my team, just did a bit of background research. I played a bit of Kabaddi as a child. My father had taught me how to play Kabaddi in my backyard. And, then a bit in school, but it was all very casually just amongst friends. And we actually went and I saw how modern day Kabaddi was actually played, and it was being played on colorful mats, and these athletes were amazing. And we managed to identify a match that was going on near my home in Juhu, Mumbai. And I said, okay, let me go check it out. It's Kabaddi. It'll be something small. And I went about 10, 15 minutes away from my home. There was a small local tournament going on. And I went there and there were about 10,000 people watching it.
No wonder you were blown away.
And the atmosphere firstly just blew me away. I said, oh, hold on. Before we even get to the gameplay, look at the amount of people that are watching this. This is amazing. And why don't we know about this? And why haven't we put this on the national stage? And that was it. I was sold. I said it kind of ticked all the boxes of the kind of work I wanted to do in sports. I'm a very passionate sports fan. I'm a very big patriot. I've always wanted to do something with Indian sports. And I said, hey, this is the ultimate thing. This is our sport. This is an indigenous Indian sport. It's rooted in our culture. It's rooted in our mythology. It has
So Prime Minister is participating in the COP28 summit and he's likely to speak soon. He has already said that he's looking forward to meaningful dialogues and collaborations for a sustainable future. Earlier today, he was warmly welcomed by the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and also the United Nations General Secretary. And he also posted on X that he is looking forward to speaking in this meeting. We also have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joining us from Dubai, who's tracking this summit. Ghazali, clearly COP28 has doubled the number of attendees this time. The scale and magnitude of this event is really, unthinkable right now. But clearly India has its priorities set right. Prime Minister has already said about being the voice of the global South. Tell us, what is India reiterating its position on use of coal and fossil fuels mean for this world?
See, as far as India is concerned, it has been very clear about its own priorities before getting influenced by what West wants. And the Western world or the Western countries have been saying it all over again that the developing countries need to spend more, the developing countries need to do more in mitigating the climate crisis to check the emission of green gases. Now, India, since the last couple of COP summits, and not many viewers would know that India has also hosted COP summits earlier. So it may look like a very big and mega event with all the world leaders gathering here, but India has maintained its stand when it comes to the green gas emissions as well as the extraction of coal for the power generation. What India stands for is that it will first prioritize its own domestic preferences, it will prioritize its domestic consumption when it comes to power generation, but also India says that it is not all the restrictions and all the revisions or discussions should not just be focused on coal, but all the countries should sort of unanimously agree on phasing out the entire sources of fossil fuel and not just coal. And this is what India had stressed in the last COP summit in Egypt as well. India also says, primarily Prime Minister has spoken about that how change in lifestyle is also impacting the global warming, or it's leading or contributing to global warming. This was appreciated not only by the UAE but other Western countries as well. But to accept it, it's a big challenge for the Western countries, because what India has been advocating is that its contribution towards the global gas emissions or the green gas emissions is something which is coming from very limited sources. When it comes to the methane gas emission, it's from the rice or paddy cultivation in the country. When it comes to the coal extraction, it certainly impacts the global warming or leads to the global warming. But India says that there are other resources which need to be what you can say that we need to approach and obtain or utilize those other resources of renewable energy like hydrogen, like nuclear. But most importantly, India has been very vocal and have stood out when it comes to the solar power energy, and that is exactly what India has been stressing. India and UAE already have many collaborations when it comes to the development or moving towards the solar energy. So and also what we are expecting is that in the recently concluded G20 summit, the Prime Minister also spoke about utilization of biofuel. So one biofuel alliance already exists in which India, Brazil and USA are the members. So India may also, the Prime Minister while addressing here after a short while, may also speak about these issues as well.
Ghazali, India is participating. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is making an appearance at the World Climate Action Summit for the third time. So can you tell us what is the sense of expectations and what is your sense of India's assertiveness and growing influence, at least with respect to global climate action?
See, India's presence not only just in the climate summit, but overall it has become, or you can say that it has become a very significant voice when it comes to the global south. And this entire climate summit issues was in the past or during the recent years was always seen as a platform from where the Western world would sermonize the countries of the global south, and India has tried to effectively counter it by talking about those what the loss and damage fund, which was operationalized yesterday, was something India, one of the developing countries, have always been voicing about. Now, another thing which India has spoken about in the past and which may find some resonance here is the transfer of technology and finance. It's not just about the funds, because alone with the funds you can't fight the climate crisis until you have a clear agenda. India has been talking about that since the country or the Prime Minister has been talking about solar power energy, then rest of the countries should also come up with some other sources and should also cut down on their greenhouse emissions. They should change their own lifestyles or what you can say that the exploitation of non-renewable sources of energy. So these are certain issues which India has been voicing, and what we are picking up here is that the Prime Minister may stress on these two issues, that how the developed countries or the West must support those weaker nations which are really impacted by climate crisis. Like in India, we have seen that how in the recent years, in 2021, there was a lower yield of wheat due to overheating. Untimely and unseasonal rains have impacted the civic infrastructure in major cities of India, and not just in India, in other developing nations as well. We have seen floods in Sri Lanka, we have seen floods in Bangladesh, we have seen floods in Pakistan, we have seen floods and earthquake in Afghanistan. So in a sense that it all may look natural, but it is all man-made disaster as well. So to mitigate that, we just can't expect the weaker nations or the developing nations to fight it on their own. But like in COVID, in the coronavirus wave, when many developed countries exchange vaccines, in the same way for climate crisis, it's a long run where all will have to hold their hands together. There is a much more hand-holding needed for the weaker, the developing nations, for which the Western countries, for the developed countries, will have to bear the responsibility. And perhaps on the same lines, that what could be or how could we move towards the cleaner form of energy is something which the Indian Prime Minister will be stressing on in his address today.
Right. So, Ghazali, there's a lot of talk of action on ground, but about climate financing, you know, one of the earliest successes of COP28 is being attributed to setting up of loss and damage fund, and this is something that India has also been advocating. I remember during G20 presidency of India, Prime Minister did talk about the kind of impact climate change has on developing countries. So, what is this general sense of expectations about how this fund will operate?
See, as of now, a clear roadmap is something which will only be what we can say, that the details of which will only emerge at the end of the summit. But it was a major breakthrough, and this is something as a very positive push for COP28 summit, because these issues remained suspended or were unaddressed even by the end of COP27. But at the start of COP28, because the summit is going to get over by December 10. So even in the very initial phase, even before the heads of the states have to speak, host UAE operationalized, discussed it, and many other countries, or most of them, have now accepted it, that there is the need to have a loss and damage fund. So this is what we can suggest is that this entire summit has started on a very positive note, which has given energy to world leaders to now move towards more practical solutions, because all the experts we have spoken to, what they are suggesting is that just holding summits may not influence the last stakeholder in this entire climate crisis issue. Every individual, every citizen has to participate in this, and for that you need to come up with solution. It is time to act now, rather than just passing agreements, rather than just designing charter. And what India is also going to discuss, and with the rest of the countries in this summit, is that what was agreed upon in the previous summits, how far the progress have been made on those promises. And a very vital issue which will be addressed here is that what are the available sources of energy for which this entire summit is happening. Because you keep talking about climate crisis, you keep talking about climate change, but if India is being called out to move out or to phase out from coal as a source of energy, what are the other renewable sources of energy on which India should bank on, or the other developing countries should bank on? Do we have enough of those? Have we created enough of those non-renewable resources of energy which we can bank on after phasing out coal and other fossil fuel? So that should be the focus of this summit, and everybody is expecting that at the end of at least COP28, there should be a concrete roadmap when it comes to finance, climate technology, because there is much need of technology transfer from between the developed and the developing countries, and perhaps PM will touch upon.
Greetings to you from 1.4 billion Indians. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you today. You have always given strength to my voice, supported me on issues of climate justice, climate finance, and green credit when these have been raised by me. Thanks to our collective efforts, today the world is convinced.
हम सभी के प्रयासों से ये विश्वास बढ़ा है कि विश्व कल्याण के लिए सबके हितों की सुरक्षा आवश्यक है, सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत ने इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी के उत्तम संतुलन का उदाहरण विश्व के सामने रखा है। भारत में विश्व की 17% आबादी होने के बावजूद 17% आबादी होने के बावजूद ग्लोबल कार्बन एमिशंस में हमारी हिस्सेदारी ओनली 4% से भी कम है। भारत विश्व की उन कुछ इकोनॉमीज में से एक है जो एनडीसी टारगेट्स को पूरा करने की राह पर है। एमिशंस इंटेंसिटी संबंधी टारगेट्स को हमने 11 साल पहले ही हासिल कर लिया है। नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल टारगेट्स को हम निर्धारित समय से 9 साल पहले ही प्राप्त कर चुके हैं और भारत ने इतने पर ही नहीं रुके हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य 2030 तक एमिशंस इंटेंसिफाई को 45% घटाना है। हमने तय किया है कि नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल का शेयर हम बढ़ाकर 50% करेंगे और हम 2070 तक नेट जीरो के लक्ष्य की तरफ भी बढ़ते रहेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ने अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी में वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर की भावना के साथ क्लाइमेट के विषय को निरंतर महत्व दिया है। सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए हमने मिलकर ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट पैक्ट पर सहमति बनाई। हमने लाइफस्टाइल फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के सिद्धांत तय किए। हमने वैश्विक स्तर पर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को 3 गुना करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई। भारत ने ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल्स के लिए हाइड्रोजन के क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा दिया और ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल्स अलायंस भी लॉन्च किया। हम मिलकर इस नतीजे पर पहुंचे कि क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस कमिटमेंट को बिलियन से बढ़ाकर कई ट्रिलियन तक ले जाने की आवश्यकता है। साथियों, ग्लासगो में भारत ने आइलैंड स्टेट्स के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेजिलिएंट इनिशिएटिव की शुरुआत की थी। भारत 13 देशों में इससे जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स तेजी से आगे बढ़ा रहा है। ग्लासगो में ही मैंने मिशन लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट का विजन आपके सामने रखा था। इंटरनेशनल एनर्जी एजेंसी की स्टडी कहती है कि इस अप्रोच से हम 2030 तक प्रति वर्ष 2 बिलियन टन कार्बन एमिशन कम कर सकते हैं। आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं। यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव। यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे। साथियों, पिछली शताब्दी की गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं है। मानव जाति के एक छोटे हिस्से ने प्रकृति का अंधाधुंध दोहन किया, लेकिन इसकी कीमत पूरी मानवता को चुकानी पड़ रही है। विशेषकर ग्लोबल साउथ के निवासियों को सिर्फ मेरा भला हो, ये सोच दुनिया को एक अंधेरे की तरफ ले जाएगी। इस हॉल में बैठा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति, प्रत्येक राष्ट्राध्यक्ष बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ यहां आया है। हम में से सभी को अपने दायित्व निभाने ही होंगे। पूरी दुनिया आज हमें देख रही है। इस धरती का भविष्य हमें देख रहा है। हमें सफल होना ही होगा। We have to be decisive. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हर देश अपने लिए जो क्लाइमेट टारगेट तय कर रहा है, जो कमिटमेंट कर रहा है, वो पूरा कर कर ही दिखाएगा. वी हैव टू वर्क इन यूनिटी. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हम मिलकर काम करेंगे, एक दूसरे का सहयोग करेंगे, साथ देंगे. हमें ग्लोबल कार्बन बजट में सभी विकासशील देशों को उचित शेयर देना होगा. वी हैव टू बी मोर बैलेंस. हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि एडॉप्शन, मिटिगेशन, क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, लॉस एंड डैमेज, इन सब पर संतुलन बनाते हुए आगे बढ़ें. वी हैव टू बी एम्बिशियस. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो. वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव. हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें. अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें. क्लीन एनर्जी सप्लाई चेन को सशक्त करें. फ्रेंड, भारत यूएन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज प्रोसेस के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है. इसलिए आज मैं इस मंच से 2028 में COP33 2028 में COP33 समिट को भारत में होस्ट करने का प्रस्ताव भी रखता हूं. मुझे आशा है कि आने वाले 12 दिनों में ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक की समीक्षा से हमें सुरक्षित और उज्जवल भविष्य का रास्ता मिलेगा. कल लॉस एंड डैमेज फंड को ऑपरेशनलाइज करने का जो निर्णय लिया गया है, उससे हम सभी की उम्मीद और बड़ी है. मुझे विश्वास है यूएई की मेजबानी में ये COP28 समिट सफलता की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचेगी. मैं मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद और संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के सेक्रेटरी जनरल हिज एक्सेलेंसी गुटरेज को मुझे ये विशेष सम्मान देने के लिए विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
All right, so the Prime Minister there addressing the COP28 summit in Dubai. And the big takeaway, well, the Prime Minister said that he's proposing to host a COP summit in India in 2028. Of course, this comes as India, as one of the most strong emerging voices of the Global South, led climate equity and the bid for climate equity there in Dubai. Of course, the Loss and Damage Fund was a big victory for the Global South and India as well. Mohammad Ghazali is now joining us live on the broadcast from Dubai. So, Ghazali, the Prime Minister there proposing to host a COP summit in India in 2028. What have so far been India's big sort of victories, or the Global South's big victories as far as this COP summit is concerned?
See, we need to understand that whatever the main points we have been discussing from India's point of view, from India's perspective, is something which the Prime Minister has touched upon, that how the developing countries, including India, need support from the developed countries when it comes to finance, when it comes to technology, and also when it comes to mitigate or fight against the climate changes. And that is when the Prime Minister spoke about that how the Loss and Damage Fund, which has been operationalized yesterday, needs to be very equitable. And he gives it a very straight back to all the developing countries and even developed countries. It is not about just accusing the West that it sermonizes the developing countries, but he says that anybody sitting in this room has got a major responsibility when it comes to to face the climate change or to take action against the climate change. And in that very respect, in his speech, he speaks about that how most of those targets which India had set in previous summits, whether it was about the carbon emission and whether it was, he mentions that how in the global carbon emission, India's contribution is only 4%. And he also said that when it comes to the fossil fuel or the non-fossil fuel, the share of which India has will increase it to the 50%, consuming the non-fossil fuel for power generation and for other purposes. India will increase it to 50%. And he also talked about that how this entire issue of climate change is not just limited to, or he is not speaking just in this summit, but India has been raising this issue even in the G20 summit. And he talks about that how as a voice of the global south, because he uses the term global south and then clearly says that when it comes to providing financial support, when it comes to do the hand holding, everybody is responsible, every country will have to come together. And then at the end, by saying this, that I propose propose India to be the venue or to be the host of COP33 summit in 2028 is something which is a forward-looking idea and also pushes India onto a global stage at a time when I told you that many global leaders have given a miss to this summit, and which is a very opportune time for India to push itself to that stage to show that it is also very serious about climate change, and it is also in a sense also positioned itself among the top countries of the world.
Right, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us with the latest there. So the Prime Minister in Dubai making several important points, and of course the bid is to move towards climate equity. Joining us now on the broadcast, Dr. Ashok Khosla is the Chair of Development Alternatives, New Delhi. He's also the President of International Union for Conservation of Nature. Thanks very much, Mr. Khosla, for joining us on NDTV. My first question to you, do you think India, as the voice of the global south, as the voice of the developing nations, can India lead this movement towards climate equity? Because this particular climate summit, the COP28, we've seen with the approval of the loss and damage fund, and with the global south asserting its voice and fixing West's accountability, there is a greater move towards climate equity. How do you look at this?
Yes, when we talk about the global voice, the voice of the global south, we're really talking about putting items on the agenda by our voice, by talking, by negotiating, by discussing, and so on. But I think we can go beyond that. India is a big country with large resources and a terrific scientific community which can work on innovations that actually have relevance to the global south. And it's possible for India to be more than just a voice. It's also a solver, a problem solver that can lead the global effort to reduce climate change in ways that many countries, other countries can't do. So we have a responsibility, we have insights. For example, it's mostly in India that we have been able to look at construction technology, for example, as a way of solving the problem of carbon emissions. Reducing carbon emissions in a sector that accounts for almost 20% of the carbon emissions in the world through improved low carbon, affordable housing technologies and materials is a terrific way to contribute to solving the problem of climate change. And I think the idea of the voice is too restrictive. I think we can do much more. And as the Prime Minister said, we have technologies in India, we've developed them, which are affordable and desirable by other countries. And we should be actively pursuing those markets, not just for making money, but for also changing the situation with climate change.
You made an important point there that voice, perhaps this terminology is too restrictive, and we should look at more actionable outcomes that perhaps India can lead the way in. But talk to us about the loss and damage fund, because that seems to be one of the biggest breakthroughs as far as this summit is concerned. Right at the onset, we had the loss and damage fund being approved. How do you look at this? And explain to us what it is. Explain for an ordinary viewer what the loss and damage fund is and how is it going to benefit countries like India?
Well, it's pretty obvious that people who have money are not going to part with it very easily. And when you blame them for past actions, you're going to have a pretty big fight ahead of you. Loss and damage is about compensating people who are suffering from the impacts of climate change due to the malfeasance, the bad behavior, if you like, over the last 2 centuries of people who have actually gained a great deal of economic advancement simply by ignoring their impact on climate change. On climate, it is obviously not possible to go hundreds of years back, since nobody understood the impacts that their actions were having. But we have known what are the impacts over the last 30, 40 years. And during that period, many countries who knew better did not take action to reduce carbon emissions. And I think one could hold them responsible as people who knew what they were doing and what their impacts would be, and the costs that they have generated for others to be able to be compensated. So I think there is a logic behind the idea of loss and damage. As I say, the rich are going to resist that, and they have fully resisted it. But the collective voice and presence of the Global South is going to have to push this forward.
Right, Mr. Costa, thanks so much for joining us with that perspective. And as you said, we need actionable outcomes. And of course, the ball is now in the court of the rich nations, the Western nations, with the Prime Minister also making it clear that India is committed as far as the fight against climate change is concerned. Thanks very much, Mr. Costa, for joining us on the broadcast. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushmann Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from state and the central government are monitoring the situation.
There are 41 workers still trapped inside.
जो सबसे पहले जरूरतमंद है, पहले बीमार देखेंगे, कोई बीमार है तो उसको पहले निकाला जाएगा।
बहुत हम लोग बिल्कुल पास पहुंच गए हैं।
The breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel.
आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है।
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हम लोग खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the government of India, all its agencies.
Celebratory mood, and in fact I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days.
With the workers safe, the focus is now shifting on what led to that unfortunate collapse.
We need to be cognizant of the type of geology that our young mountains have.
सभी जो टनल का काम चूंकि हमारे यहाँ अन्य एजेंसियां भी कर रही हैं, उन सभी की हम समीक्षा करेंगे कि उनको ठीक से देखा जाए।
The Indian government, the Uttarakhand government has to take this as a learning curve, has to learn from what has happened in Silkyara in order to ensure we don't see yet another incident like this taking place.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case with 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean. Right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you
Welcome back. A big focus on NDTV, the biggest climate change huddle that is underway in Dubai. World leaders are in Dubai, but India is really at the center of it all. India, as the voice of the global south, has championed climate equity, for years now. But one of the biggest breakthroughs this time has been the approval of the Loss and Damage Fund. In fact, the Prime Minister is also in Dubai. He just addressed the COP28 summit there in Dubai. And he talked about how the global south needs to get its due, and at the same time Western nations and the richer, more developed nations need to be held accountable as well. He also interestingly talked about holding or hosting the COP summit in New Delhi in 2028 as well. Of course, India's priority areas in COP28 are clear. India has talked about fast-tracking energy transition and also climate finance. Climate finance, of course, is a big issue, big priority area there for India and the global south. In fact, the global south has welcomed the Loss and Damage Fund, the approval or operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, which essentially will mean compensation for the developing nations, compensation to perhaps of developing nations for the wrongs done by the Western nations, richer developed nations, as far as climate change is concerned. This really is a giant leap towards climate equity. And the Prime Minister there addressing the climate change conference. Of course, world leaders, as I said, are there in Dubai. And the big focus area for India is energy transition and fast-tracking the bid for energy transition and the global movement for energy transition as well. And India has talked about various technological innovations that need to go into fast-tracking energy transition. This is something that's not only been the focus of India globally, but also domestically. India has talked about alternative fuels, cleaner fuels, clean energy is something that India has talked about. In fact, the Prime Minister also said that we'll increase the non-fossil fuels share by 50%. That is something that India has talked about even in its domestic operations. So that is very significant there. And in fact, the climate clock is ticking, something that world leaders have talked about. And this time, the COP28 is going to be different from all international conventions, from all international fora and summits, because it's talking about climate equity and how the global south can be compensated for all the wrongs done by Western nations as far as climate change is concerned. So the ball really now is in the court of the richer nations, because they need to sort of also be held accountable as far as industrialization is concerned and as far as all the adverse effects on climate change are concerned, for which Western nations have not been held accountable in decades now. And India has been talking about it, India has been calling for it for the past couple of years, and this time the approval of the Loss and Damage Fund has meant a great deal for not just India but also the global south. All right, Mohammed Ghazali is now joining us live on the broadcast. So Ghazali, it's over to you. What are the major takeaways? And you have a guest with you as well. Go ahead.
Okay, so the major takeaways from Prime Minister's speech was certainly on the stress that how global South needs hand-holding, and it should not be sort of called out always for the carbon emission. And as far as India is concerned, Prime Minister said that how in the global carbon emission, India's contribution is just 4%. So to discuss what Prime Minister stressed upon and what is the significance of his speech, I'm joined here by Mr. Prashant Chaubey. He is the president of Avada Group, Power Energy, and he says that his company is working towards cleaner energy, green hydrogen, green ammonia. So what is that technology? How does that align with Government of India's idea of moving towards renewable sources of energy? We'll just try to understand from him that first tell us that what your company is working on.
So Avada Group is into complete green energy transition, and we are electron to molecule company, which means we generate renewable electricity using solar and wind power projects. We are also into upstream manufacturing of electrolyzer, solar module panels, and downstream we are also setting up one of the largest green hydrogen and green ammonia plant in India in the state of Odisha. That's 0.5 million tons per annum plant. And it will also consume about 2.5 gigawatt of renewable energy, which we are setting up. So we are also into green fuels like methanol, green ammonia. So we are into the entire domain and value chain of green energy.
You were talking about that there were three or four points which the Prime Minister wanted to stress upon before coming over here to at COP28 summit. Can you briefly summarize that what are those issues and whether the Prime Minister has been able to convey and touch upon those issues?
I think to an extent Indian Prime Minister has become a voice of a global South here, and he is leading this entire foray into transition. First important aspect remains that yes, it's a first global stock take after Paris Agreement. So what has happened, and that's very important because in Glasgow, Prime Minister Modi ji himself, he has given a concept of Panchamrit, which is 5 elements. And these 5 elements are guiding India's energy transition, which he says like 500 gigawatt of renewable electricity by 2030. He said India will achieve net zero, which means carbon neutrality by 2070, bringing the intensity of the carbon emission by about 43%. So these are 5 important aspects. Now, in the context of COP28, there are 2-3 major issues which are very important. One pertains to climate finance. So the $100 billion climate finance budget which was pledged, actually, there is not much has happened on this part. So one is that to make it really happening. So that's one aspect of him. Second is also, he is also advocating a major collaboration between global North and global South now, right? Now, for example, there is a Paris Agreement article which is known as Article 6. Now that article gives a lot of leeway in the context of a major avenues for collaboration between global North and global South. Now India has set up a large amount of renewable capacity already. For meeting this green hydrogen, we will be setting up another 125 gigawatt of renewable energy. So which means we have something surplus, which is deficit for a developed country. For example, so we become the hydrogen production center, they become the hydrogen offtake center, they can transfer finance, they can transfer technology, and in turn India can share those green credits. So it is a win-win situation for all. So for example, Article 6 become a major point for collaboration between global South and global North. So climate finance, North-South partnership, carbon credit, these are all really very important issues. And there is a high time now that practical aspects and real actions start happening on those things. So it is happening for a while, but the need is for to move really expeditious.
Okay, one thing, I spoke to another expert when he said that any country which sets its deadline like 2070 or 2080, it's a very long duration and may derail the entire aim, or even if the plans and the intentions are genuine. Do you think a long sustained deadline can also derail the project in some sense?
No, I think, see, every country has a priority, right? So there are, as into the context of developing countries, for them economic growth is started happening now, right? For a developed country, growth has already happened now. So that parity has to be there now. Now they are moving. But if you look at, when you say net zero, it means the carbon neutrality, and it's a very long-term aspect. But to achieve that, there will be many milestones in between. For example, you look at India, India has said that we'll set up 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. We have almost crossed, at this point of a time, reaching about 43% of renewable energy now. We have set up humongous amount of renewable energy. In 2013-14, our grid size was 200 gigawatt. Now our grid size is about 400 gigawatt. We have added enormous amount of renewable energy. We have rolled out, we have created a good ecosystem, good policy system, which is now getting, look at LIFE, LIFE mission itself. Look at the entire green credit, which the Prime Minister would be rolling out.
Can you talk about the green credit initiative the Prime Minister will be rolling out? But just for the understanding of our viewers, what does that mean and how it is going to impact every stakeholder involved, every ordinary citizen involved in it?
I think what the Prime Minister mean by green credit is, one is a massive outreach. It is almost like making it a mass movement. It is a major environmental sensitivity which is bringing, and it's a voluntary also. Now, whatever you do, if you have become environmental conscious and you start doing something in terms of conserving water, preserving water, reducing less electricity, then essentially every individual is contributing to climate mitigation. Okay. Now, what you are doing, if it is magnified and it is converted into some unit, right? These units become tradable, that units become marketable. So it's a voluntary program, massive outreach program. It's a master stroke. Like, you are not only involving countries, but you are involving every individual into mitigating carbon. And our Prime Minister is, I mean, he has given so many mantras, and it's one of an important endeavor now.
Okay. So thanks for speaking to us and explaining our viewers that how and what India's stand has been on the issue of climate crisis. We'll get back to you more for more details as this summit progresses. So this was Mr. Chaubey and telling us that how the future lies in clean energy, and his company and his organization is already working on it. And he says that Prime Minister at COP28 summit has emerged as the voice of Global South.
Right, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us. With that, keep bringing us those updates from Dubai, because of course this is one of the world's biggest climate huddles, and of course India's role is crucial this time. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, "Yeah, Deepinder, the idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from?" And he said, "Look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly, I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up.
Rain reported in parts of Uttar Pradesh, particularly Mahoba. Well, there's been loss for groundnut farmers there as well. Heavy rain has been reported in Mahoba. The farmers bear the brunt of the heavy rain, and in fact, groundnut worth lakhs of rupees has been washed away. Tanish Punjabi is now joining us with the very latest. So, Tanish, of course, these unseasonal rain, almost every year, farmers have to bear the brunt. They're the worst affected. What has been the estimated loss? How are farmers coping?
Well, the estimated loss, I can't tell you the exact figure, but the estimated loss is around lakhs, and farmers have suffered loss worth of lakhs of rupees. I'll just tell you what happened. So the rainfall is unseasonal. The rainfall was not expected at this time of year, and the farmers were not expecting this rainfall. So in the mandi where this particular incident happened, in the mandi, you know, the sheds there for the farmers to keep their produce over there. There are sheds for farmers to keep their produce over there to you know, save it from the sunlight and from rainfall and everything. But the sheds were actually occupied by the traders over there. So the farmers had to keep all their produce out in the open, and after which the rainfall, due to rainfall, all the produce got wasted. They suffered losses worth lakhs of rupees, and causing huge distress to the farmers. Now it just doesn't end there. The farmers took their grievances to the secretary of the mandi over there. He took it there to the secretary of the marketplace over there, but in his office he was not there. The secretary was not there. Neither any worker was there. Neither any official was there. No one was there in the office. Then somehow they managed to reach his home where he was sleeping peacefully, and when they asked him to come out, and finally when he started speaking to media, he said that they will try to, you know, increase the rate of the groundnuts, and he has been trying asking traders to remove their, you know, remove the stuff from the shed in the mandi, but the traders were not agreeing to it. So the farmers had to bear the brunt, and they kept their produce out in the open. Over to you.
Right, Anish, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Of course, farmers are always the worst affected when it comes to the impact of climate change. But moving now to our big focus, well, the grand homecoming of the rescued workers. After 17 long days and bearing that ordeal, they finally returned home. Many of them are in Delhi as well before they return to their native villages. But how did they actually cope inside the tunnel? Well, we have pictures and videos of the workers inside the tunnel, first on Indian television, how they actually coped there. We have images of food and water actually reaching them as well. All smiles, even in the face of great odds. My colleague Tanish Punjabi spoke to several of these workers. Listen into what they had to say.
17 दिन टनल में फंसे होने के बाद जितने 41 जो वर्कर हैं वो बाहर आ गए, उनमें से 8 जो थे उत्तर प्रदेश थे और वो आज लखनऊ पहुंच चुके हैं सेफ एकदम। हम उन्हीं में से किसी से बात करेंगे। हम लगातार उनके फैमिली वालों से संपर्क में थे। पिछले कुछ दिनों में हमने बातचीत करी, आपको दिखाया फैमिली किस तरीके से उनका इंतज़ार कर रही है, उनका वेट कर रही है। 8 लोग जो थे उत्तर प्रदेश के थे और 8 में से जो 6 थे वो श्रावस्ती ज़िले के मोतीपुर कला से और रनियापुर से थे। मोतीपुर में एक जो वर्कर की फैमिली रहती थी, जो वर्कर रहते थे, वो है अंकित। अंकित हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। अंकित, 17 दिन आप अंदर रहे, कैसे बयां करेंगे वो 17 दिन?
17 दिन ऐसे लगा सर कि अब एक हिसाब से ये समझ लो कि मौत के बराबर ही थी वो 17 दिन। ना किसी से बात करना बाहर में, ना अपने फैमिली से बात कर पाना, ना ही बाहर का हवा और जो भी है धूप वगैरह, ये सब टनल के अंदर फंस गए थे तो वहाँ पे ऑक्सीजन भी उतना पर्याप्त मात्रा में नहीं मिल पा रही थी। यही सारी चीज़ें हो रही 17 दिन में।
ठंडा वहाँ पे वो होता है मौसम, तो वो ठंड से कैसे आप बचे थे? खाने को लेकर सफिशिएंट तो था ही, जैसे बोला जा रहा है सब कुछ, लेकिन एक ठंड हो गया और अपना समय काटना और एक थोड़ा अंदर से डर भी रहता है, उसको लेके क्या बयान करेंगे?
ठंड के लिए तो उसमें हम लोग क्या किए कि उधर टनल में भी इतना भी ठंड नहीं रहता था, टनल का तापमान थोड़ा बहुत ठीक था। बाहर में जितना ठंड रहता है उतना ठंड टनल के अंदर होता नहीं है। तो उसमें क्या होता था, एक जियो टेक्सटाइल होता है, उसमें जो पानी लीक करता है तो टनल में लगाने के लिए जियो टेक्सटाइल होता है, तो उसको कटिंग करके हम लोग नीचे प्लेट बिछा करके उसमें जियो टेक्सटाइल डाल के उसमें सोते थे और उसी को ऊपर से ओढ़ते थे कंबल की तरह।
अच्छा, उसी को कंबल की तरह आप उड़ते थे, टेक्सटाइल को। अच्छा, तो और समय काटने के लिए, 17 दिन काटने के लिए क्या क्या किया?
समय काटने के लिए टनल लंबा था, वॉक करते थे, टहलते थे इधर उधर। लगभग टनल हमारा था जो 2400 का टनल था, लगभग 2.5 किलोमीटर पहुंचने वाला ही था टनल। तो उसमें टनल लंबा था तो थोड़ा बहुत टाइम पास करने के लिए चलो इधर घूम के आते हैं, थोड़ा दिन कटेगा, थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर घूमते थे। और टाइम पास करने के लिए जो भी बचपन में खेल खेलते हैं, राजा रानी का, एक चोर सिपाही का खेल नहीं होता है, वो सब खेला करते थे वहाँ पे।
ये सब खेल खेलते थे आप लोग?
हाँ, तो टाइम पास करने के लिए तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा। और एक वो क्या बोलते हैं, एक डायरी होता है इशू स्लिप, उसको जो स्टोर में जाओ तो सामान करने की इशू करने के लिए काम आता है। तो उसमें सब पेन से ताश बना करके उसमें।
आप लोगों ने पेन से ताश बनाई डायरी में?
डायरी में
कौन सा गेम खेला ताश का?
ताश का वही जो टाइम पास करने के लिए एक ये गेम होता है कि आपको पेयर मिलाना है, वही सारी गेम खेलते थे वहाँ पे।
ये सब के बीच में अगर मैं घर की बात करूँ, देखिए हम लोग आप लोग के पूरी श्रावस्ती के अंदर जितने भी 6 लोग थे उनके घर वालों से संपर्क में थे, बातचीत करते थे। मैंने खुद आपकी घर की जो दुकान है वो जाके देखी, संतोष के भी घर वालों से मिला। क्या रहता था आपके मन में, वो एहसास, वो फीलिंग क्या रहती थी आपके में घर को लेकर कि घर वाले क्या सोच रहे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे?
तो घर वाले को टेंशन ये था कि घर वाले कैसे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे, मेरे बारे में क्या सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं ज़िंदा हूँ भी या नहीं हूँ। हम अब बात तो हो नहीं पा रही थी बाहर में, तो कैसे पता चलता कि क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है। यही सारी टेंशन थी कि मम्मी का क्या हाल होगा, उधर सारे लोग परेशान होंगे, दीदी है, भाई है, भाभी है।
So truly an incredible story of grit and determination for all those rescue workers. But these workers are not just from UP but also from Bihar, several parts of West Bengal as well, and they all finally reached their native villages. In fact, the entire villages, they were actually present to welcome them, their families there as well. An absolutely emotional homecoming for these people. The families of these workers have waited anxiously for days on end for these workers to finally return.
बहुत खुशी हो रहा है सर, क्योंकि हम लोग मतलब अंदाज़ा नहीं लगा रहे थे कि कब तक निकल पाएंगे, पर हमारे घर वालों और अभी हमारे गांव के जो भी हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग हमारे दोस्त हैं, सब लोग का दुआ काम आया और हम लोग सही सलामत ठीक से निकल गए बाहर। हमारे मतलब गैंट्री होता है अंदर टनल के अंदर, जिसमें जियो टेक्सटाइल नाम का एक पेपर जैसा आता है, वो क्या बोलते हैं, चादर जैसा आता है, उसी को हम लोग काट के सोते और ओढ़ते उसी को थे। खाने के लिए सर पाइप के माध्यम से हम लोगों को मूढ़ी जो होता है उसी को भेजा जाता था, तो 9-10 दिन उसी से काम चला।
और क्या क्या परेशानी होती थी अंदर?
परेशानी सर उतना मतलब यही कांटेक्ट का थोड़ा दिक्कत था, क्योंकि हम लोग बात करना चाहते थे पर पाइप के माध्यम से उतना सही से बात नहीं हो पाता था। खाने के लिए तो मूढ़ी मिल जाता था तो उसी से काम चल रहा।
And well, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, in fact, also met several of these rescued workers. There you can see visuals of the Chief Minister meeting them. He was also in touch with the families of the rescued workers. But finally, after the 17-day-long ordeal, they arrived at their native villages and the Chief Minister met them as well. Moving now, a major female feticide ring in Karnataka got exposed by an accidental vehicle check in Bengaluru. On October the 15th, the police stopped a suspicious car and questioned 2 people inside who confessed to being a part of the gang that has been involved in over 240 illegal abortions and over 900 sex determination tests for 3 years, operating out of Mysuru and Mandya. Karnataka Health Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao announced that this case will now be handed over to the CID.
It was a gang that was involved in illegal, unauthorized examination, testing of the gender of the pregnant ladies. They were also where female child is like they and this one also we have arrested 9 persons so far, and detailed investigation is going on. We see that out of the
yeah, so it's a really eye-opener for us to the extent and the way it is being going on. And yesterday I visited various districts also, Mandya and Mysore, and then after that I requested the CM that we need to do a more thorough investigation, and we need to increase the investigation in a more stronger manner. So then we've referred it to CID now, and hopefully we will try and unravel and open up and find out who are all the people behind it. And also we have to take many other decisions on this to tighten the mechanism of monitoring this and also catch the perpetrators.
Well, in fact, yes, the government of Karnataka did announce that the case would be handed over to the CID, mainly because they want to look at it in a detailed manner to find out if there are any other such kind of rackets that could be busted in different pockets of the city as well as the state. And just like you pointed out, this comes as a big shocker, not just because such mindsets are still existing, but then it also hails from districts like Mysuru, which is known as the cultural capital of this particular state, and the fact that such kind of outlets are still running around, and the fact that this has gone unnoticed for so long. We are talking about a hospital like this, for instance, Mata Hospital, that has been running for about 3 years with Dr. Chandan Balal as well as his wife running the show and running this racket for 3 years, going unnoticed by the district health officer as well as the taluk health officer. What we have learned so far is that both these officers have been suspended for dereliction of duty, but is that really enough? Should there be any kind of stringent measures that need to be put in place to not just change mindsets but also to avert these kind of incidents in the near future?
Well, rather shocking there in Bengaluru. But moving now to news from the national capital, well, the air quality index is in the severe category of in the AQI indices, and this is yet again that Delhi is reporting toxic air. In fact, several parts of the national capital recorded the AQI in the upper levels of the severe category. Delhi has seen no improvement in terms of pollution levels in the last 1 month. Toxic haze is likely to get worse in the coming days because adverse weather conditions are now being predicted.
कमीशन फॉर एयर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी अरविंद नौटियाल हमारे साथ हैं। सर, दिल्ली की आबो हवा अब भी बेहतर नहीं है, कारण क्या क्या है हम आपसे मानते हैं?
विशेष करके हम अगर नवंबर दिसंबर की बात करें, नवंबर दिसंबर जनवरी, साल दर साल ये देखा जाता है और हम पहले भी चर्चा कर चुके हैं, इस दौरान जो क्लाइमेटिक एंड मेट्रोलॉजिकल कंडीशंस बहुत एडवर्स होती हैं, जनरली देखा गया है साल दर साल। ये बात आपकी बिल्कुल सही है कि इस साल का नवंबर थोड़ा सा जो उसमें सीवियरिटी है वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा देखने को मिली है, लेकिन जहाँ तक साल भर के जो प्रयास थे उनमें हमने काफ़ी इजाफा किया, काफ़ी कोशिशें की और अक्टूबर तक उसके परिणाम देखने को मिले। लेकिन जो एक क्लाइमेटिक फैक्टर्स हैं, मेट्रोलॉजिकल फैक्टर्स हैं डिस्पर्शन के लिए, अगर वो आपको साथ न दे तो ये इसका प्रमाण है कि उसके चलते जो एयर क्वालिटी में जो रिजल्टेंट AQI में जो आपको रीडिंग्स देखने को मिलती हैं, ये उसी का परिणाम है।
So as Delhi chokes, the big question, where does the buck really stop? We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India. Because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board.
Welcome back. Well, the truce between Israel and Hamas has ended and the Israeli offensive on Gaza has resumed. This after the ceasefire deadline passed today. The IDF or the Israeli Defense Forces say that Hamas violated the ceasefire terms. Israel's military said it intercepted a rocket fired from Gaza early today. But of course, the offensive has now resumed as a temporary ceasefire has ended.
Yes, indeed. I think that the most important thing here is the growing American pressure. According to Israeli media, there was a very, very tense meeting between Secretary Antony Blinken and the Israeli War Cabinet taking place yesterday evening, with an argument between the parts. Antony Blinken said, according to Israeli media, that Israel will not have credit to move to the southern parts of Gaza with its military. It will lose international credit. And he's warning his Israeli counterparts by saying this. And he's also asking Israel again and again, and also yesterday repeated this question: what are you going to do? What is the plan after, let's say, after the war, when it finishes? What are your plans for Gaza? And he hasn't received an answer from Israel as of yet. And this is to a great deal of frustration for the Americans. And this also means that the pressure from now on is probably going to grow from the American part on Israel.
So, well, the war is resumed despite continuing efforts by mediators in the Qatari capital of Doha to keep the ceasefire going. What have these efforts been so far, and what have the outcomes been? Well, Parmeshwar Baba has the latest.
Israeli warplanes have attacked targets in Gaza after the end of a 7-day ceasefire, with strikes across much of the region. Now, neither Israel nor Hamas announced an extension to their truce, and both had said repeatedly in the previous 24 hours that their forces were ready to resume fighting. Now, as we speak, Israeli officials are blaming Hamas for breaking the ceasefire with a barrage of rockets from Gaza aimed at southern Israel shortly before the truce was due to expire at 7 a.m. this morning. There was no immediate comment from Hamas, though, or claim of responsibility for this launch. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has released a statement this morning saying Hamas violated the outline of the truce. He claimed Hamas did not commit to its duties to release all the kidnapped women and launched rockets at Israel today. The statement said that with the return to fighting, Israel will emphasize it is committed to achieving the goals of the war, to release abductees, eliminate Hamas, and guarantee that Gaza is no longer a threat to the residents of Israel. Israeli forces, by the way, have been dropping leaflets in certain areas of Khan Yunis in the south of the Gaza Strip, warning civilians to evacuate southwards towards Rafah, that borders Egypt, that was targeted by Israeli air raids just earlier this morning. Now, the Gaza Strip is under heavy artillery as we speak, and even aerial bombardment by the occupation forces. And in the coming hours, we might witness a surging increase of the number of the Israeli strikes across that territory. Netanyahu's government, though, has come under increasing pressure, however, to account for how it will protect civilians in the territory, which is currently under blockade with no way for people to escape. And just a short while ago, Israel's national security minister has said, and I quote, that the Israeli army must return to and crush Gaza with all their might. The restart in these hostilities is likely to worsen the humanitarian crisis in Gaza amid a severe shortage of food, water and medicine, and the critical state of the local health system as well. Experts, though, are arguing that it was always Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to restart military operations in Gaza, and whether a return to all-out war can be avoided is now the crucial question. It all now depends on how today the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Qatar and other stakeholders are pressurizing Israel and Hamas at least not to start an all-out war.
So, well, in the course of the 7-day ceasefire, the temporary ceasefire, the deadline of which passed today, several hostages were exchanged. In fact, there was that prisoner swap between Israel and Hamas. In fact, over 100 Israeli hostages were released by Hamas, and over 200 Palestinian prisoners were also released. But of course now the Israeli offensive has resumed in Gaza. And in fact, what was interesting also that amid this ceasefire, we saw images coming in of some sort of normalcy being restored in the blockaded enclave of Gaza. But again, as you can see now, the offensive has resumed, and Israel says that Hamas had actually violated the terms of the ceasefire. But so far there's been no word from Hamas on that. In fact, the Israeli Defense Forces say that they also intercepted a rocket fired from the Gazan side. It remains to be seen how this pans out. But of course, on the ground, the fact of the matter is that innocent civilians continue to die, and those casualties continue unchecked.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years, and ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda.
We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I'll tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Let's get straight to the news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lays out India's plan for climate action at COP28 summit in Dubai, urges the world to cooperate in tech transfers, proposes to host climate action summit in 2028 in India. Exit polls have predicted BJP and Congress will lead in 2 states each. The government is likely to change in Rajasthan and Telangana. Asked before counting, top Congress leader has spoken to NDTV on results. No resort politics. This is what Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has told NDTV. Israel has resumed bombing in Gaza as the week-long ceasefire has ended. Israel has accused Hamas of violating terms of truce. US has told Israel it must take more effective steps to protect civilian lives. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the COP28 summit in Dubai today. He has emphasized on the focus on tech transfers and strengthening the clean energy supply chains. He has also invoked a new green credit initiative that will help create a carbon sink, and he has said that every country will have to fulfill its climate commitments. The Prime Minister has also said all developed nations will have to take the lead in energy transition. Innovative technology is what needs focus. That is what he has said. The Prime Minister has also talked about India being on track to achieve its nationally determined contribution targets, and that the country is committed to tripling its renewable energy sources by 2023. This is what he said. He also proposed to host COP33 summit to be held in 2028 in India. Remember, the Prime Minister arrived in Dubai last night. He has called for climate financing and technology transfer to developing countries, empowering them to effectively confront the challenges posed by climate change. The Prime Minister is scheduled to participate in 2 special initiatives on climate events. He will also have 7 bilateral meetings along with several informal meetings with world leaders. This is the 3rd visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a climate action summit.
We have to be ambitious. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो. We have to be innovative. हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें. आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं. यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव. यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे. फ्रेंड, भारत यूएन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज प्रोसेस के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है. इसलिए आज मैं इस मंच से 2028 में COP33 2028 में COP33 समिट को भारत में होस्ट करने का प्रस्ताव भी रखता हूं। पिछली शताब्दी की गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं है। मानव जाति के एक छोटे हिस्से ने प्रकृति का अंधाधुंध दोहन किया, लेकिन इसकी कीमत पूरी मानवता को चुकानी पड़ रही है। विशेषकर ग्लोबल साउथ के निवासियों को सिर्फ मेरा भला हो, ये सोच दुनिया को एक अंधेरे की तरफ ले जाएगी।
We have Mohammad Ghazali, my colleague, joining us from Dubai. He is tracking the summit for us. Ghazali, climate justice, climate finance and green credits. The PM has covered a lot of ground there, but I think the most interesting thing here is, of course, the green credit and to understand how, these green credits would function, because as far as what the PM has spoken today, they look like tradable commodities which can be sold on a domestic market platform. Do we have any clarity on how what this green credits initiative is?
See, before jumping into what Green Credit Initiative is, we spoke to certain experts and they said that perhaps that Green Credit Initiative involves that how everybody can contribute towards saving little bit of energy which can be converted into units, and that will become a commoditable thing. And how the Prime Minister also spoke about one important fact, that there is no much time to correct the mistakes which have been committed in the last century, which was a direct indictment of the West, because in the last 1 century, all those countries which have contributed towards global warming, the name of the Western countries always comes in that list. So right now more details will emerge about the Green Credit Initiative, which India or the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil it after addressing this summit, which he has done already, and in some time more details will emerge about the Green Credit Initiative.
The talk on climate action, and he's also talked about our targets and said that we are on track. So what are your important takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech today?
See, the first major takeaway was when the Prime Minister proposed that India should host the G28 summit in 2033, like after 5 years. So this is something which I see that in absence of major global leaders coming over here due to the conflict going around in Israel and also in Ukraine and Russia, somewhere India has tried to position itself as the voice of global South. Being positioned as the voice of the global South is something we keep talking about, but that major proposal floated by the Prime Minister in front of the global leaders that we are ready to host another event of COP summit is something very forward-looking, and also positions India as a very active player which is working towards, or which is progressing towards, mitigating the climate crisis. More than that, Prime Minister also spoke about that how in the global carbon emission, India just contributes over 4%, but it is also moving towards cleaner energy options like the solar energy. So, and also in one part of his speech, he said that how everybody sitting in the room, that all the global leaders who are attending the summit right now, who were present during his address, the Prime Minister said that everybody has got a major responsibility to carry out once they go back from the summit, and it was not just for the developed countries but also for the developing countries. He also stressed about that how the West or the developed countries, through the transfer of technology as well as by creating that corpus fund, or the loss and damage fund, which was sort of operationalized yesterday, is going to help each other. That entire essence of his speech was that you need a lot of hand holding between each other among all the nations when it comes to fight the climatic changes.
That's very important. Ghazali, two more important points that the Prime Minister made today. He talked about technology transfer and also strengthening global supply chains when it comes to clean energy. And this is something even during G20 presidency, he said that access to clean energy, of developing nations is a concern, and, there is a need for a fund which of course COP28 has created, and it's been seen as early successes of this summit. But tech transfer is equally important, and that is something that the Prime Minister has been repeatedly talking about. How important is that in the context of global climate action?
See, most of the experts we have spoken to here for the last 2-3 days have all told about the importance of technology. Just passing out resolutions, just talking or designing charters will not let anyone anywhere. It will not lead us to anywhere. So for a proper implementation of what we are talking about, for proper implementation of checking the global warming, for proper implementation or the policies which will check the rise of the global temperature, we certainly need technology. And for that, the maximum share of responsibility lies with the developed countries, which are already developed and which keep innovating new technologies. Now the need is that these developed countries should share those technologies, should help those countries which are the actual victims of climate crisis. We have seen many countries in the Asian subcontinent which have been facing unseasonal rain, floods, earthquake, and many other natural disasters which appear to be natural, but which has every contribution of or being categorized as a man-made disaster. So to overcome from that, we just don't need finance, but the Prime Minister has stressed that we also need technology to get over those climatic changes. And one of that which the Prime Minister has repeatedly stressed about in his speech was to moving towards the cleaner source of energy or moving towards the renewable source of energy. So the Prime Minister also talked about that how developed countries, not just by funds, not just by providing finance, but also shifting or transferring technology to the weaker nations can help in mitigating or help in fighting the climatic changes.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Clearly, adaptation, mitigation, and global climate action, priorities for India stated by the Prime Minister today in his speech at the COP28 summit. We also have Aarti Khosla, Director of Climate Trends, with us. Thank you, Ms. Khosla, for speaking to NDTV. So over the years, India has become an influential voice, for developing countries at the annual COP events. How do you see India's position on, when it comes to, say, fossil fuels or coal? Because it has been reiterating its priorities and saying that there are certain things that it cannot do. It cannot promise a lot, but of course, when it comes to commitments, it will fulfill its targets. How do you see India's position, ma'am?
If you see the podium that was offered to the Prime Minister today, he spoke ahead of all the world leaders, and he spoke at the opener of the high-level segment along with the UN climate boss as well as the host, which is the UAE. And that's quite clear that it not only speaks to the status that India enjoys with UAE as an economic partner, but it's also the changed geopolitical status that India has in global conversations today. And climate is one of those important conversations. If you listen to Prime Minister's speech, he's also speaking about how the principles of equity and justice are something that he proposed and demonstrated all through the Delhi Declaration and the G20 work, and that's something which has also been given its due importance here. So as much as everything else, symbolism is very important, and as well at such a meeting. And I think the Prime Minister's coming in right at the beginning, talking about India's top initiatives on clean energy, the achievement of the nationally determined contributions, all sets a very good stage of how India will be perceived going ahead. And I suppose the masterstroke also of proposing to hold the COP23 5 years from now in India is pretty much in line with accepting that position of climate action and climate responsibility and doing it as a matter of strength going forward. On your question on how the fossil fuel transition is looking like, that's something that the entire world is grappling with. Along with coal, there is also oil and gas. Right. The conference itself is happening in a petro state, but we have seen the climate COP host as well talk about a transition which is just and equitable. And we also heard the Prime Minister speak about the importance of just transition and the importance of an orderly transition. I suppose, as ever, a lot of these things are how you come back home and establish those policies based on the statements that you have made here. So there is something to be seen on what the fossil fuel transition coming out of the COP will look like. But as regards the Prime Minister's statement, I I think here in Dubai, it has been fairly well received. As I see it, he has been the senior most leader, has been adequately and duly honored by the Emiratis, and good on India's position and establishing itself as not just a climate champion, but as well a voice of the global South, and supporting all the means of implementation, including finance, the loss and damage facility.
Right, Ms. Khosla, stay with us. We also have Bhavreen Khanduri joining us on the phone line. Bhavreen, today the Prime Minister specifically talked about developed countries not diluting their commitments and responsibilities. Now, this is something that Mr. Modi has been saying even during G20 presidency. How do you see this position?
Yes, of course, definitely. I mean, that is something very important and must be watched. At the same time, I'd like to emphasize also that this should be a lesson for developing countries not to go the same path and do the same mistakes. Whatever mistakes they've done, we should not be repeating them, and stressing on that. The various things that are being said about fossil fuels and other reasons why we are in this mess. Very heartening and encouraging to hear the Prime Minister emphasize all on sustainability, equity, justice. And it's half the battle is won when your leader talks like that. But it's crucial for his office and ministers also to translate these ideals into tangible actions for meaningful impact. We are here, representing our own citizens and parent communities, and we are quite shocked that it's the big health day tomorrow, and we don't have a health ministry, the health ministry from our country not representing here. So obviously, for coming from Delhi, one of the most polluted cities right now, it just we feel little disheartened, seeing that why it's something so important and critical, why are we not a part of this conversation, because we would have done very, very well if we were there.
Right. Ms. Khosla, what about climate financing though? Because I remember Dr. Jaishankar talking about creating or creative auditing by developed countries, and today we did see many wealthy nations pledge a lot of funds when it comes to this loss and damage fund that has become operational, and that is being seen as early successes of COP28 summit. But when it comes to climate financing, it still is not enough, isn't it? Okay, we will try getting back to her. Bhavreen, can you take that question?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
I'm saying that when it comes to this loss and damage fund, how significant is that going to be for the aspirations of developing countries?
Definitely. I mean, that is something very, very critical, and we have a lot of organizations who have been working very critically on this, is making it very clear that obviously they're developing nations, and we cannot afford to pay this huge amount of damage that somebody else has done for. And because of the lack of funds, and now the first time that at the COP that they are forming towards an account to actually make it happen. This has to be very quick, because we cannot, no matter how much we can talk of renewable energy and clean energy, but we cannot start doing this unless these countries who have taken so much damage, developing countries get that support. And so far it's only been in words and just translations and this kind of dialogues and drafts, but this needs to come. The accounts have to be working. There has to be ways and means to now make that happen. The transfer from those accounts to the countries, and enough amount of money that can actually bring in the change of renewable energy. Otherwise, nothing else will change.
Thank you, Ms. Khanduri, for joining us with those details. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from
To state that climate change is upon us is stating the obvious. The impact of extreme weather events are too evident in India. Floods, heavy rainfall, higher glacial melt in the Himalayas, and the sudden appearance of cyclones in the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. The world is now hotter than ever before, and the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius is the key agenda of COP28, which is the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai that's now taking place. Key to ensuring that this happens is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It's a battle to save our globe as we know it, a battle where stark differences between the global north and the global south need to be overcome for there to be sustainable success. Now, in the entire global north versus south debate, consider a few facts. Europe's per capita investment in renewable energy was 41 times higher than sub-Saharan Africa, which raises the question, who is going to invest in economically challenged areas? Developed countries provided only $29 billion in adaptation finance to developing countries, despite the projected need of a whopping $340 billion by 2030. Africa has 40% of the world's solar potential, but only 2% of installed capacity because of a lack of investments. China and the US generated 4.4 times and 2.2 times more electricity respectively from fossil fuels than India in 2020. Do we not have a booming economy and population to fuel? And yet India's 5 MMPTA green hydrogen production targets by 2030 is world-class, higher in fact than developed countries such as Denmark and Sweden. The transition to clean energy generates jobs. For example, energy-efficient cooling tech in India could create an investment opportunity of $1.6 trillion. It could create 3.7 million new jobs by 2040. So there is a serious incentive. The impact of climate change, as we mentioned earlier on, is catastrophic. Here's another example. In just 4 months last year, floods in Pakistan displaced 32 million people, equivalent to nearly 50% of the displacement caused by World War II in Europe. And yet, emerging economies have only 6% disaster risk coverage, while advanced economies have more than 35%. Clearly, the gap between the North and the South must be addressed to ensure that climate change goals can be met.
So I have some breaking news. In a first for the Indian Navy, a woman officer is set to command a warship. This female officer likely to command a fast attack craft. I have my colleague Vishnu Shom with more details on this.
Well, this is a huge occasion for the Indian Navy, the fact that there'll be a woman officer for the first time who will be in command of an Indian naval warship. She will take command of a fast attack craft. This is important because of all the three services, some would suggest that the Navy was in fact the slowest to progressively induct women into the armed forces. In the past, I remember even 15, 16 years ago, when asked about why the number of women was so low as a share of the officer corps in the Indian Navy, the answer was, but you know, women cannot be on warships. So when asked why, the question which was often given is that our warships have not been designed with facilities for women. In other words, accommodation and bathroom facilities, which seemed rather bizarre given the fact that we were producing warships worth millions of dollars, costing millions of dollars, thousands of crores, and yet there appeared to be some sort of an inability to make bathrooms or bunking facilities. But that mindset has now evaporated. This is something that this government has done proactively. Not just the government, but also the Supreme Court, making it clear that there had to be equal opportunities for women in the Army, Air Force and Navy. It needs to be mentioned that this entire argument has a lot to do with the role of women in the fighting arms. It has been argued by some in the Army that at this juncture it would not be appropriate to have women, for example, in infantry formations. The Indian Air Force doesn't think so at all, which is why we've got women fighter pilots who can be shot down over Pakistan or China. So they would be over enemy territory. Now the Indian Navy has inducted women in a fast attack craft that is an offensive platform. It is something which can be used in an offensive role as well, and it perhaps paves the way for a greater involvement of women in command roles in the Indian Navy. It is a landmark move for the Indian Navy. Already we've seen women on board the maritime reconnaissance aircraft, but to have women on warships as well, very, very important indeed.
Thank you, Vishnu, for those details. Quite a gender-just move, milestone by the Indian Navy there. Moving on, an enforcement officer has been detained in Tamil Nadu with alleged bribe cash of 20 lakh rupees. Investigation by vigilance and anti-corruption officials is underway. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us from Chennai. Sam, who is this ED officer who has been detained, and what do we know of the investigation as of now?
Vasudha, this enforcement officer is working in Madurai in southern Tamil Nadu, and we understand he was investigating into allegations of disproportionate income by a government doctor working in the adjoining Dindigul district. And in a kind of a bargain to relieve him from the case, police believe this particular enforcement officer, Tiwari, had demanded more than 1 crore as bribe. And as part of that, they had laid a trap when he received 20 lakh rupees as bribe as part of this deal. That's the information we can confirm at the moment. Investigation is underway, and we expect a formal notice by the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption in Tamil Nadu. But what we can confirm now is this person has been arrested. His name is Tiwari, working for the Enforcement Directorate in Madurai, was caught red-handed when he received a bribe of 20 lakh rupees from a government doctor, Vasudha.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sam, for joining us with those details. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that In the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. Right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because, only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic. Right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from state and the central government are monitoring the situation.
There are 41 workers still trapped inside.
जो सबसे पहले जरूरतमंद है, पहले बीमार देखेंगे, कोई बीमार है तो उसको पहले निकाला जाएगा।
बहुत हम लोग बिल्कुल पास पहुंच गए हैं।
The breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel.
आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है। जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हम लोग खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the government of India, all its agencies.
Celebratory mood, and in fact I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days.
With the workers safe, the focus is now shifting on what led to that unfortunate collapse.
We need to be cognizant of the type of geology that our young mountains have.
सभी जो टनल का काम चूंकि हमारे यहाँ अन्य एजेंसियां भी कर रही हैं, उन सभी की हम समीक्षा करेंगे कि उनको ठीक से देखा जाए।
The Indian government, the Uttarakhand government, has to take this as a learning curve, has to learn from what has happened in
states for the BJP, while Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Singh Baghel gets to retain his job. Ashok Gehlot might just lose his, indicating revolving door politics stays in Rajasthan. Now, that is what exit polls are saying. They're not always right. So, of course, there's always a rider there, and the results come out on Sunday. There's also this high possibility that Madhya Pradesh could go to the BJP again. Remember, the BJP has been in power in the state for 18 years now, except barring a 15-month rule by the Congress. The biggest upset, however, could be reserved for Telangana, where exit polls have said that Congress is surging ahead of the BRS. Anurag Dwari, my colleague from Bhopal, has joined us. Anurag, how crucial is this victory for the Congress in MP, but of course also for the BJP, because it just seemed a few months ago that the Congress was having a clear edge, but we saw the BJP being proactive. We saw the BJP come out with its list of candidates for tough seats even before the elections were announced, and you had senior leaders like Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav being appointed as in charges, and of course Amit Shah taking complete control of the state and mobilizing workers. And today, and then of course the Ladli Behna Yojana happened, and today the exit polls seem to paint a very different picture. It's either a tough fight, or at least two of the polls saying that BJP could be well ahead.
Yes, Vasudha. Now, most of the pollsters, they're saying that, Shivraj Singh Chauhan may have won the lost battle. But I am of the view, since, past 2 months, that it was never easy for the Congress, though there is 18 years of anti-incumbency in favor of the Congress and opposing the BJP. But most of the experts from Delhi also used to say that this time the party may not even give ticket to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But if you see the list, out of the two, earlier BJP came out with, around 80 candidates, and out of those seats, 76 were those seats where BJP never won in the past 5 elections. And after that, it was a clear stamp of approval from Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan toured the state almost 165 seats. That means 12 to 13 seats average road shows per day. So first it was all about Shivraj Singh Chauhan, which I felt from the past so many months. And yes, you have rightly pointed out that few of the exit poll surveys are pointing, saying that the BJP will retain power, that too with huge majority. More than 140 seats. And few of the exit polls predictions are also saying that Congress will form the government. But yes, these 2023 elections are important equally for the Congress and for the BJP, because from the past so many months we have seen people talking about the future of Shivraj Singh Chauhan or Kamal Nath per se in Madhya Pradesh, because remember, these elections are important for both the tallest leaders of their respective parties in Madhya Pradesh. So it's really crucial. And you have again rightly pointed out about Ladli Behna Yojana, because Congress first came out with Nari Samman Yojana. They have announced that if they will come to power, they will give 1,500 rupees per month to the women in the state. And after that, BJP came out with this Ladli Behna Yojana. They started with 1,000 rupees per month, and almost 1.31 crore women in the state are the beneficiaries under the Ladli Behna scheme. And then after, they have started giving 1,215 rupees. And the entire state was covered with posters saying that if BJP will retain power, they will increase this amount to 3,000 rupees per month. So huge impact of Ladli Behna, what I have seen during these polls in Madhya Pradesh. Vasudha?
Anurag, stay with us. We also have Uma Sudhir joining us from Hyderabad. Uma, I think the Telangana exit poll results have been the most interesting, because 4 out of 5 polls are saying that Congress could be surging ahead of the BRS. And it just seems quite interesting, because, just a year ago, KCR seemed so invincible. He was on his way to make the third front, and there was this welfare model that, he was talking about, from Raitu Bandhu to Dalit Bandhu. And suddenly you see Revant Reddy, emerging, and then, the yatra that he did. So clearly there is something that worked for the Congress. It is a resurgent Congress, at least what the exit polls are predicting, and that's what I can say. But clearly there is something that has worked for the Congress on ground, isn't it?
Yes, Vasudha, last 4 years, I must say, from 2018 onwards, it almost looked like the Congress was non-existent. After the party was split, 19 MLAs and the party splits, and 1/3 of its MLAs go away as well. And it was literally not to be seen. And that's where we saw the BJP surging and looking like the party which is going to challenge the BRS. And yet, they are peaked at the right time, with the graph of the BJP going down about 6 months ago, and the graph of the Congress peaking up from there, and of course the momentum given by Karnataka. And I would not think it's really the Congress guarantees alone, because the welfare template of the TRS government, KCR government, has been very, very strong. Raitu Bandhu and such measures did work very well for them. But what the Congress guarantees try to do is to fill in the gaps. If those people offered money to the landed farmers, these people also included tenant farmers as well as the landless laborers as well in the welfare scheme, and said 12,000 rupees to the landless laborers, 15,000 rupees to the tenant farmers as well. And much more important, it's not about just the development or the performance that this election is about. It's about 10 years of anti-incumbency. And if you were to see the ABCDs, you would say arrogance, accessibility, those were things that people are talking about. Booze and biryani for B is something that everyone actually is quite common among all people. And corruption and cash usage also, I think Congress this time around had a rather strong campaign. They seem to be well funded in the way they were conducting their campaign, and all their leaders, from the national leaders, also seem to give their all in this particular campaign. And already, even as we are talking about who's going to win, and exit polls show this, Congress leaders, of course, talking about who's going to be chief minister next. As we all know, there are multiple candidates for the chief minister's post as well. And interestingly, 60 is the magic figure, we say, for Telangana, but 60 plus is not going to be enough, is what many senior Congress leaders are telling me, because they do realize that there is possibility of horse trading if it just happens to be 60 plus or even 65. They say we need a 70 to be able to form a Congress government here, because some of them would like to say that actually KCR has planted some coverts, they say, or people who could be converted and taken away into another party, into the ruling party, and therefore they believe that they would be safe and be able to form a government not by crossing the 60 figure, but by crossing the 70 figure. Reasons, if you want in, there would be the Muslim factor that's spoken about, the Andhra voter factor, which is largely the Kamma voter factor, that is spoken about, and those, the Muslim votes not necessarily going to the BRS this time, with the narrative gaining ground about the BRS and BJP together, and also the youth factor, this feeling of that perception that unemployment has not been tackled. All these, I think, contributing, at least from what the exit polls are showing, to a Congress win in Telangana.
Uma, stay with us. I'm coming back to you with one more question. But Anurag, what is that one region you think will be a game changer? Because we know that when it comes to Vindhya and Bundelkhand, the Congress made huge gains last time. And then, the whole electoral dynamics of Gwalior Chambal changed with Jyotiraditya Scindia shifting to the BJP. We know that Mahakaushal is seen as the BJP's, the Congress's stronghold. And we saw Priyanka Gandhi doing her Narmada Yatra, and of course Kamal Nath's, having a bastion there. But what is that one region? Do you think it's going to be the Ujjain Bhopal belt, or do you think it's going to be the Malwa belt? What is that one region you think could actually swing things for the BJP or the Congress in Madhya Pradesh?
See, last time it was the BJP who did well in Vindhya region, winning out of 24 out of 30 seats. But it was just the opposite in Mahakaushal. What I feel that there may be, some, gain for the Congress in Vindhya region, but BJP will compensate from Mahakaushal and Gwalior Chambal. So that can be one of the reasons why these polling exit polls also feel that BJP might have an edge because of Vindhya and Gwalior Chambal as well as Mahakaushal, because BJP is any which ways strong in the central Madhya Pradesh and Malwa.
One question to you, there are about 14 seats, I understand, but the BJP may not be like a big player, but, from Nizamabad to Adilabad to Karimnagar, the BJP does have some position of strength there. So what do you think the BJP candidates are how are they placed there? Do you see the party doing better, and are they of advantage to the BJP, to the Congress or to the BRS?
Okay, the BJP has been a factor that, from the one seat that they won in Gosha Mahal in 2018, whatever they do is going to be a win. But will it translate into something similar that we saw playing out in 2019, when we are talking about their MPs winning, and that number would add up to their 20s, and they are not going anywhere near 20s in the number of MLA seats that they are going to win. But yes, the OBC CM that the Prime Minister and Home Minister have come here and announced the SC subcategorization as well. All that, if you were to think about it logically, the OBC vote went from the Telugu Desam to the BRS. So it's not as though that is going to have helped it's not going to have helped the BRS. In fact, the announcement of an OBC CM, you'd rather think that it has hurt the BRS. But I think the BJP was not looking only to say that, there was this theory saying that they would rather prefer BRS as the party forming the government here rather than a Congress government, in order to not allow the Congress to have that momentum going into 2024. But I suspect that the BJP has been moving to improve its own vote share, and that's the reason that several of the measures that it has announced, including the announcement of an OBC CM, would have hurt the BRS as much, actually more than the Congress as well. But of course, the Congress always has had the scheduled tribe votes that would have continued to go to them. But the SC categorization, subcategorization that we speak about, that's something that would have certainly hurt the Congress as well. So we are expecting that the BJP should be picking up much more numbers than it did in 2018 for sure. I would put it at 6 to 8 at least that the BJP as of now would pick up in this election. Even that to me it looks a little optimistic, but when we get the reports from different districts, like you mentioned, in those particular areas where perhaps the MPs
Thank
are
you,
contesting
for
Nirmal
joining
or
us.
Adilabad,
Thank you,
in
Anurag,
those
for joining
areas.
us. We have to. The Prime Minister is speaking at COP28 summit, and we.
साझा प्रयासों से कई विषयों पर सहमति बनाने में भी सफलता पाई। फ्रेंड्स, हम अब सभी जानते हैं कि भारत सहित ग्लोबल साउथ के तमाम देशों की क्लाइमेट चेंज में भूमिका बहुत कम रही है, पर क्लाइमेट चेंज के दुष्प्रभाव उन पर कहीं अधिक है। संसाधनों की कमी के बावजूद ये देश क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ही जरूरी है। ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों की अपेक्षा है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का मुकाबला करने के लिए विकसित देश उनकी अधिक से अधिक मदद करें। ये स्वाभाविक भी है और न्यायोचित भी है। फ्रेंड्स, G20 में इसे लेकर सहमति बनी है कि क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए 2030 तक कई ट्रिलियन डॉलर क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता है। ऐसा क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस जो अवेलेबल हो, एक्सेसिबल हो और एफोर्डेबल हो। मुझे आशा है कि यूएई के क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस फ्रेमवर्क इनिशिएटिव से इस दिशा में बल मिलेगा। कल हुई लॉस एंड डैमेज फंड को ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के ऐतिहासिक निर्णय का भारत स्वागत करता है। इससे COP28 समिट में नई आशार का संचार हुआ है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं COP समिट से क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस से जुड़े अन्य विषयों पर भी ठोस परिणाम निकलेंगे। पहला, COP28 में न्यू कलेक्टिव क्वांटिफाइड गोल ऑन क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस पर वास्तविक प्रगति होगी। दूसरा, ग्रीन क्लाइमेट फंड और एडप्शन फंड में कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। इस फंड की त्वरित भरपाई की जाएगी। तीसरा, मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स विकास के साथ साथ क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए भी एफोर्डेबल फाइनेंस उपलब्ध कराएंगे। और चौथा, विकसित देश 2050 से पहले अपना कार्बन फुटप्रिंट जरूर खत्म करेंगे। मैं यूएई द्वारा क्लाइमेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्थापित करने की घोषणा का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
So the Prime Minister speaking at the COP28 summit, reiterating the country's commitment to climate action goals and saying that we are on track and that India is walking the talk on climate action. He's also talked about the role of multinational developmental banks and also India being the voice of Global South and also representing the aspirations of developing countries of the world. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean. Right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses,
Welcome back. An enforcement officer has been arrested in Tamil Nadu with an alleged bribe cash of rupees 20 lakh. Now, this investigation was done by vigilance and anti-corruption officials. The investigation is of course underway. It's very similar to the ED raids in Rajasthan that happened a few weeks ago. Remember, the ED, which is the enforcement agency, had unearthed around 24 lakh. This was with regard to the paper leak case, and another similar case just about 2 weeks ago, very close to the elections, ED had also conducted raids in a bureaucrat's house and had also managed to unearth some incriminating documents. So many bureaucrats across the country, across states, under the scrutiny of the Enforcement Directorate. We also have Sam Daniel, my colleague, joining us from Chennai to speak on the Chennai case. Sam, who is this person who has been arrested with, who has been caught taking a bribe of 20 lakh, and what is the investigation saying right now?
Vasudha, we understand from sources in the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption that this particular enforcement officer, Ankit Tiwari, was caught red-handed in the Dindigul district of Tamil Nadu down south when he had 20 lakh rupees and alleged bribe money. Sources say he was investigating a case of disproportionate assets involving a government doctor there, and he had demanded a bribe of 1 crore rupees to relieve him from that case, and ultimately a deal was reached that he would receive 51 lakh rupees. As part of that, we understand a trap was laid after the doctor alerted the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption authorities, and he was given currency laced with the chemicals, and he was caught red-handed after he received 20 lakh rupees from this doctor. Authorities had a chase of his car on the highway and caught him with the cash, and investigation as we speak is underway. This is the first such case, at least in Tamil Nadu, Vasudha, an enforcement directorate officer being arrested. And this interestingly comes at a time when there is a kind of a tussle between the Tamil Nadu government and the Enforcement Directorate, which had recently summoned 5 collectors in a case of alleged money laundering around illegal sand mining, saying that the proceeds of this illegal sand mining are being used for money laundering. The Tamil Nadu government had moved the court, and the court had stayed the summons issued to the 5 collectors. In that context, this becomes more interesting, but we await a formal notification any time now, but authorities have confirmed that this person, Ankit Tiwari, has been arrested.
Right. Right, Sam, has the state government reacted to this?
So far, no. We expect a political reaction from the ruling DMK in a short while from now. But just now, the information has been confirmed. We expect a statement or the spokespersons coming out openly very soon.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel, joining us from Chennai on this very important case of an ED officer being arrested with bribe in Tamil Nadu. Similar raids have also happened in Rajasthan a few days ago. Moving on. There is once again politics over caste census. Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party Supremo and former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has hit out at the BJP. He has said that the BJP is following Congress's path. Congress promised caste census, that's what he has said, and he has also said that Congress failed to deliver promises.
मुझे याद है लोकसभा में मैं मेंबर था, उस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस समय की लीडरशिप से न केवल नेताजी ने बल्कि शरद यादव जी ने, आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद यादव जी ने और दक्षिण भारत के जितने नेता थे, जितने दल थे, उन सब नेताओं ने मांग की थी कि जाति जनगणना होनी चाहिए। उस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आश्वासन दिया कि हम आंकड़ा जारी करेंगे, आंकड़े लेंगे, लेकिन कभी आंकड़े नहीं आए। 1931 के बाद, आजादी के बाद अगर किसी ने जाति जनगणना रोकी थी तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी थी। उसी रास्ते पे बीजेपी चल रही है।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, "Yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from?" And he said, "Look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I've got to decide very quickly, I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. See, one Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up
in an intranet.
On my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles when it comes to elections.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
It's states versus agencies in a crucial election year. Tamil Nadu police now arrest an ED officer for alleged bribery. A senior ED officer is caught accepting a 20 lakh rupee bribe in Tamil Nadu. And in a huge milestone, a woman is set to command an Indian warship. A woman officer is to command a fast attack craft. And India is at the focus at the COP summit. Prime Minister Modi lays out India's plan for climate action at the summit, urges the world to cooperate in tech transfers, also proposes to host the Climate Action Summit in 2028 in India. And as the truce expires, Israel resumes bombing in Gaza as a week-long ceasefire now ends. Israel accuses Hamas of violating terms of truce. US tells Israel it must take more effective steps to protect civilian lives. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story this evening, wherein a senior ED officer has now been arrested by the Tamil Nadu police for allegedly accepting a bribe of rupees 20 lakhs. Well, the investigation is being conducted by the anti-corruption watchdog, the anti-corruption body in Tamil Nadu. And this, of course, comes close in the heels of a similar face-off in Rajasthan as well, where a senior ED officer was accepted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Rajasthan. So it's states versus central agencies in a crucial election year in the run-up to 2024. In this particular case as well, like in Rajasthan, the ED officer was caught accepting bribe and he was arrested by the Tamil Nadu police with cash worth 2 lakh rupees. So, well, as I said, this comes close on the heels of a similar face-off in Rajasthan as well, in poll-bound Rajasthan. And now in Tamil Nadu as well, a senior ED officer has been arrested. Sam Daniel is now joining us live on the broadcast. So, Sam, he was arrested with cash worth 2 lakh rupees. Take us through the details of this particular case. What is the background of this particular officer?
Ankit, it's actually 20 lakh rupees, and this particular officer, the DVAC sources say, is Ankit Tiwari, who was attached to the Enforcement Directorate down south in Madurai. And we understand he had taken this 20 lakh rupees as a bribe from a government doctor against who he was investigating a case of alleged disproportionate assets, and sources say he had originally demanded 1 crore rupees to relieve him from the case, and later a deal was reached to give 51 lakh rupees. It's as part of that he had alerted the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption authorities, who had given currency laced with chemicals, and he had given 20 lakh rupees on a highway. and it was then officials chased his car, caught him red-handed with the cash. As we speak now, investigation is underway. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, in my experience, this is the first time officials have arrested an enforcement officer in this fashion with alleged bribe money. Investigation is underway, and interestingly, Vedant, this comes at a time when Tamil Nadu government is on a kind of a tussle with the Enforcement Directorate, particularly after the ED had summoned 5 collectors in Tamil Nadu on allegations of money laundering with proceeds from illegal sand mining in Tamil Nadu. The government had challenged it, and a few days ago the Madras High Court had even stayed those summons, saying that the Enforcement Directorate does not have powers. Of course, it's an interim stay. It's in this regard this particular case becomes more interesting. We await a formal response, a formal notice, written report from the DVAC any time now. So far, no political reaction, but we expect some kind of a response from the ruling DMK soon as well.
Right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Of course, it comes amid that larger face-off that we're seeing across poll-bound states and in the run-up to 2024 between central agencies and states. Moving now, in a first for the Indian Navy, a woman will command a fast attack craft, a small armed ship used for quick reaction operations to intercept targets which can include terrorists, smugglers or others. This is a landmark development announced by the Navy chief ahead of the Navy Day.
Of an Indian naval ship. It has been our effort to constantly challenge the status quo to ensure that the Navy remains on an aspirational and dynamic trajectory to the future. So to that end, we took the lead to organize and conduct the international G20, the Indian Navy Quiz or Think Q competition towards building bridges of friendship across the ocean.
And Vishnu Shom is now joining us live from studio. So Vishnu, of course, this is a huge milestone. How is this significant?
Well, firstly, we just missed the first line of what the Navy chief was saying, where he announces it very clearly. The first woman to command an Indian naval warship will be taking her command very, very soon. This is significant because it is a landmark moment for the Indian Armed Forces, certainly for the Indian Navy, which has been slower, many would suggest, than the Air Force or the Army in inducting women in its officer corps. While there have been women in the officer corps of the Indian Navy, they have not been deployed in large numbers on warships. Now to have a situation where you have a woman officer commanding a warship, albeit a small one, is still a progressive day for the Indian Navy. I remember chasing the story, Vedant, more than 10, 15 years ago, perhaps even before that. And the question I asked was, why are there not women officers on board warships, in various roles? And the answer which was given is that we don't have spaces, physical spaces for women. We don't have facilities, in other words, bathrooms for women. And yet India was manufacturing billion-dollar warships, which seemed rather strange of this to actually have bathroom facilities for women couldn't have been accommodated. Be that as it may, the deep sexism which has existed in all our forces is now giving way as a result of government policy, and indeed what the Supreme Court has consistently said, that our armed forces need to be equal opportunity employers, which is why you've now got women officers in the Army, Air Force, Navy in critical roles, including as fighter pilots in the Indian Air Force. You've got women in various roles now in the Indian Army. They are going on to command positions in the Indian Army, and now in this very important step, a woman will be commanding a warship as well. As far as the Navy is concerned, a couple of years back, we have had women deployed on board maritime reconnaissance aircraft as systems operators, but this is a big step forward. A modern Navy is at one level very much an engineering job. It is something which involves profound maritime engineering. There needs to be a detailed understanding of electricals and electronics as well, in addition to naval strategy and operations and command. This is a role that by no argument and no definition can be denied of a woman, and perhaps this is a decision which should have been taken a long time back. It's finally come, and it is a big step.
Right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with that. Truly an incredible feat for the Indian Navy. And moving now to the big story of the day. Well, votes are in and exit polls are out. And well, what do they say? Congress is likely to sweep 2 states and the BJP is expected to come to power in 2 states. Well, the Congress and the BJP also a neck-to-neck fight as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Also in Rajasthan, a similar projection by pollsters. Rajasthan, of course, is going to be a cliffhanger as far as, one of the 3 exit polls are concerned, the Axis My India exit polls. So that means that the revolving door of politics could continue in Rajasthan. The BJP is looking to stop the revolving door there in the desert state. But moving to other states like Madhya Pradesh, as I said, neck-to-neck fight again. Several exit polls indicate a BJP victory. Several others, a close contest between the Congress and the BJP. In Telangana, well, BRS is likely to lose its fort to the Congress. So a major upset is predicted actually in Telangana. Also in Mizoram, a close contest between Chief Minister Zoramthanga's MNF and the ZPM. And in Chhattisgarh, a Congress sweep is predicted by most of these exit polls. But let's listen to all the political reactions coming in. In fact, my colleague Sunil Prabhu spoke to Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, a union minister and somebody who has been campaigning heavily in Rajasthan as well. Take a look.
I'm joined by somebody who has been really campaigning through the thick and breadth of the entire desert state of Rajasthan. And so how do you view the entire exit poll results?
See, I don't trust on exit poll results and I even don't rely. Because I have seen the elections from the ground zero. और मैंने तो जितना इलेक्शन में लोगों का उत्साह देखा है, जितना लोगों को वोकल होकर के सरकार को बदलते हुए देखा है, it's absolutely inevitable that BJP is coming into power with a thumping majority. It's my strong conviction.
When you say that, sir, given the fact that sometimes if it is a razor-thin majority looking for independence, how do you view that?
It is not going to happen. We will be forming a complete government with a full majority and strong majority.
The other issue, sir, that people are asking when you look, and I understand you say you don't believe in exit polls and you saw on the ground the situation in terms of people wanting a change. Do you feel that the party will be able to work unitedly in the coming months because you've seen the problems that the BJP has had at the state level?
Party or BJP party is absolutely united. We are all together. Whosoever will be given responsibility to lead the state or the hand of the state affairs, we all are going to extend our fullest support to make him a successful chief minister, to fulfill the dream of Narendra Modi ji, to make Viksit Bharat. And since Rajasthan has all the potential capacities and capabilities to become the growth engine of the Yatra of Viksit Bharat under the leadership of Modi ji. So we are committed that we will be extending our fullest support and we will be making Rajasthan as the developed state under the leadership of Modi ji.
शैलजा जी आई थी, हमारी प्रभारी हैं, उनके साथ सब हम लोग बैठे थे, भूपेश भाई थे, दीपक बैद जी जो पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट है वो थे, स्पीकर साहब चरणदास महन जी वो थे, कोर कमेटी में भी था और हम सब ने बिल्कुल एक राय से निर्णय लिया कि हाई कमांड जो तय करे वो फाइनल. ये स्पेकुलेशन में और ये सब बीच में चक्कर में नहीं पड़ना है, जिससे संबंधों पे भी दबाव बनता है, लोगों को भी जवाब देते नहीं बनता. बार बार मीडिया में भी बात आती है और सवाल 2.5 साल कब होगा, क्या होगा, कब होगा, हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, कब शपथ हो रहा है, तो वो अच्छा वातावरण नहीं बनता. तो हम लोगों ने आपस में ये बिल्कुल एक लाइन तय किया है कि हाई कमांड पे छोड़ना.
पहले से कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता प्री पोल जब से शुरू हो गए तभी से कांग्रेस पार्टी कार्यकर्ता सब लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि इस बार कांग्रेस जीत होने वाले है, सो लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री होने वाले. तो same thing reflected in exit polls. So for us it is not any surprise. I have some grievances against these exit polls. We are going to get 80 plus. They are giving around 70. So 10 more seats are going to increase after result. नहीं, आपको तो सिलेक्शन कमेटी प्रोसेस को आपको तो पता है, क्रिकेट में सब खिलाड़ियाँ प्रैक्टिस, नेट प्रैक्टिस सब कुछ होने के बाद पहले टीम को चुनाव करते, टीम होने के बाद टीम से फिर कैप्टन को चुनते.
All those reactions after the exit polls, all eyes now on December the 3rd when results will be out. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think
Welcome back. Many challenges before the India bloc, and now Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party chief, has hit out yet again at the Congress, this time in Parliament, and this time in the Vidhan Sabha, I beg your pardon, and he says Congress that the Congress is the same when it comes to promises about census. He said that the Congress promised a caste census but has failed to deliver his promise, and this comes weeks after Akhilesh Yadav had launched a scathing attack at the Congress over the caste census issue. Listen to what he had to say.
मुझे याद है लोकसभा में मैं मेंबर था, उस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस समय की लीडरशिप से न केवल ललिता जी ने बल्कि शरद यादव जी ने, आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद यादव जी ने और दक्षिण भारत के जितने नेता थे, जितने दल थे, उन सब नेताओं ने मांग की थी कि जाति जनगणना होनी चाहिए। उस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आश्वासन दिया कि हम आंकड़ा जारी करेंगे, आंकड़े लेंगे, लेकिन कभी आंकड़े नहीं आए। 1931 के बाद, आजादी के बाद, अगर किसी ने जाति जनगणना रोकी थी तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी थी। उसी रास्ते पे बीजेपी चल रही है।
And Tanishq Punjabi is now joining us live on the broadcast. So Tanishq, at that Vidhan Sabha that I can see lit up right behind you, there was Akhilesh Yadav upping the ante against the Congress. What has been the Congress's response? Because so far it has been silent on this, and Akhilesh Yadav continues to attack the Congress, particularly on the caste census issue. Just a few weeks back, we saw a similar sort of statement by him at a political rally as well.
Yes, Vedant. Right now there has been no response from the Congress as of now. But there's a term there's a term on internet called the situationship. So the relationship between Congress and Samajwadi Party looks very much like situationship. On national level, they say they are with the India alliance, but on the regional level, they are always fighting with each other. I would like to tell you the regional party workers are always at war of words with each other, and especially Akhilesh Yadav is always at war of words with the party chief Ajay Rai. There's Akhilesh Yadav is taking out this narrative called the PDA, like Pichde, Dalit and Alpsankyak. So apart from BJP, the Congress has also raised the question that why did they not talk about PDA when they were in power? So there is of course a lot of war of words between the two parties going on, and we will get to know in some time what the clarity on whether or not they will be in alliance in future or not. Today Akhilesh Yadav very clearly in the assembly hit out at Congress party, saying that both BJP and Congress are the same. Because initially Congress also promised caste census, and now but did not deliver on it. Now BJP doesn't want caste census. This was what Akhilesh Yadav's statement in the assembly today. But yes, how will this, the situationship or this relationship between the two parties will turn out? We will come to know as the 2024 Lok Sabha nears. Over to you.
Joining us, quite an interesting way to describe that widening gaps between the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, and similar sort of relationships being seen in other states as well, because we saw many sort of differences and challenges yet to be ironed out by the India bloc in West Bengal and Punjab as well. Thanks, Anish, for joining us with that. Moving now to the other big headline. Well, the Prime Minister is among the many global states, heads of state who are in Dubai for the biggest climate conference of the world, and that is COP28. And the Prime Minister, in fact, led the climate finance session, and he made several important points. He also proposed the COP28 summit to be held in India in 2028. Listen in.
We have to be ambitious. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो. वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव. हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें. आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं. यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव. यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे. फ्रेंड, भारत यूएन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज प्रोसेस के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है. इसलिए आज मैं इस मंच से 2028 में COP33 2028 में COP33 समिट को भारत में होस्ट करने का प्रस्ताव भी रखता हूं.
So, the Prime Minister leading the climate finance session there at the COP28 summit. Moving now to our special report. Well, it's the 1st of December and it's World AIDS Day. Today, we at NDTV pledge again to unite communities globally to fight against HIV. And well, we also reiterate our support for people who are living with the disease, and remember those who have died because of HIV as well. To mark work in the World AIDS Day, Reckitt, in partnership with ASSOCHAM Foundation and PVR Nest, organized a special event under their Birds and Bees Talk program for children between the ages of 14 to 18 living with HIV. Their aim is to create a day of joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals. Take a look.
Today on World AIDS Day, the theme this year is Let Communities Lead. And आज बच्चों को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए जो HIV के साथ जी रहे हैं, एक खास इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया है रेकेट, PVR नेस्ट और ASSOCHAM फाउंडेशन के साथ. आज मेरे साथ रेकेट से रवि भटनागर हैं एंड दीपा मेनन है PVR आइनॉक्स से. आइए उनसे बात करते हैं. रवि, मेरे से बताइए कि लेट कम्युनिटीज़ लीड अगर हम बात करें, बच्चे are the center of every community. Tell us about this event.
Thank you so much, Ambika. First of all, thanks to NDTV, thanks to PVR Nest, thanks to ASSOCHAM Foundation. This is a very interesting day, and this is the starting of the winters too, which is the 1st December 2023 formally. And today happens to be the World AIDS Day. And the thematic area for this year, which was chosen across the globe, is lead the communities, let the communities lead. So it's something which is very close to our heart. And kids are the foundation for the new India, for the new Bharat. So it's more important, the kids are not left behind, like we have been talking in our Banega Swasth India over last 10 seasons, not leaving anyone behind. This is a very small attempt from our side, but this attempt is also a very powerful one when the right kind of partners also come together, like PVR and SHM Foundation.
Like you said, I mean, partnerships is a key goal. Deepa, हमने बात की बच्चों की और हम बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया में partnership बहुत important है. SDG goals में भी partnerships is important, collaboration is important. आपका इस पे क्या राय है?
ये बहुत ही बड़ा परफेक्ट इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट किया है रैकेट ने बाय एक्चुअली फॉर्जिंग अ प्रोग्राम कॉल लीडिंग द कम्युनिटीज़, और उसमें मुझे लगता है कि जो अलग अलग तरह के जो पार्टनरशिप्स और स्टेक होल्डर्स को हम लोग लेके आए हैं थ्रू रैकेट इज़ फिनोमिनल. पहला बहुत ज़रूरी पार्टनरशिप है इसको पूरा स्ट्रक्चर देना और पूरा इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट लेके आना, उसका नरेशन लेके आना, जो मुझे लगता है बहुत ब्यूटीफुली SHM फाउंडेशन ने इसको स्टेबलाइज करा है. साथ में ये कार्यक्रम और जो करिकुलम है, जो बर्ड्स इन बी प्रोग्राम है, वो इतना ही अमेजिंग है. और ये एडोलेसेंट किड्स जो एक्चुअली अभी तैयार हो रहे हैं यूथ के लिए और यूथ के पीरियड और टाइम के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये करिकुलम इटसेल्फ इज़ एन अवार्ड विनिंग करिकुलम विच एक्चुअली ब्रिंग्स दैट वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग फुट इन द ग्राउंड. और मुझे लगता है PVR जो सिनेमा और चिल्ड्रन और कम्युनिटीज़ तीनों पे उनका वैल्यू और बिलीफ है, उसके साथ जो इसका पार्टनरशिप पुट हुआ है, तो मुझे लगता है ये इट इज़ अ लार्ज सस्टेनेबल लॉन्ग टर्म वार्म मीनिंगफुल, कुछ भी नाम दे दीजिए, बट ये परफेक्ट है इन ऑल सेंस फॉर अस.
परफेक्ट. और आजकल बच्चों के लिए ये दिन कितना परफेक्ट रहा है. मूवी स्क्रीनिंग हुई है, म्यूजिकल परफॉर्मेंसेस हुए हैं, जस्ट वन डे. और आई थिंक जो ये थीम भी है, ये एक मोमेंट के लिए नहीं है. आई थिंक टुगेदर वी नीड टू मेक इट अ मूवमेंट टू इंश्योर दैट वी लीव नो वन बिहाइंड.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7. Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes.
Hello and welcome to this Battle for the States special show. The exit polls were out last evening, but given that voting had just concluded in the state of Telangana for its 119 assembly seats, in fact not even completely concluded, voting as the first set of numbers hit the screens last evening, some poll agencies are releasing their forecast only this evening. So over the next half hour, we will have a structured conversation focused on Telangana, the future of the BRS, and the KCR family, remember, is at stake in the southern state. NDTV is tracking 7 of the many exit polls that were put out yesterday, expecting a couple of more, as I mentioned, in a bit from now. The polls that were reported yesterday suggest the Congress with a win, and that's a body blow for the mighty K. Chandrasekhar Rao. That's there on your screens, and his Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti. The poll of polls, or a rough averaging out, shows 44 seats for the BRS, 62 for the Congress, 2 more than the halfway mark of 60, 7 for the BJP and 5 for the MIM in the 119-member assembly. 2 of the polls, the News 24 Today's Chanakya and Times Now ETG and the India TV CNX have given a decisive win to the Congress. In fact, India TV CNX giving an upper reach of 79 seats and the Chanakya poll showing up to the 80-seat mark for the Congress, which is massive in the 119-member state assembly. Obviously, these are all exit polls and can be discussed only till tomorrow or Sunday when the results will come out, and that will be the final word. 3 other polls are suggesting a neck-to-neck race, with upper limit for the Congress showing a win and the lower limit leaving a hung assembly, which may not be in favor of the Congress, given that the BRS may find it easier to find an alliance with parties like the MIM, the smaller ones. One of the polls predicts a hung verdict, but directionally all of them giving the edge to the Congress. AIMIM, the All India Majlis Ittihadul Muslimin, given 5 to 7 seats in most of the polls. Remember, they have their traditional 7-seat bastion in Hyderabad, which they've held for decades, which is seen as their stronghold. They contested only in 9 seats in the 119-member assembly, and that was matter for conversation there on whether the minority vote will shift to the BRS or the Congress. The BJP is bound to increase its tally and its vote share, according to every report coming in from the state. It won only 1 seat in 2018, and according to the polls, some giving it double-digit numbers, which would be a boost for the National Party. So those are the numbers that you have on your screens there. We'll run you through all the different graphics that we have on Telangana, including the 2018 results and how that played out in that state, just to juxtapose what you've seen right now on your exit poll scene. Remember, 2018 was the first election in Telangana after the formation of the state. 2014 was an election after the announcement of formation of the state, but the state itself was carved out after 2014 elections. 2018, the first election which K. Chandrasekhar Rao advanced to delink it from the national parliamentary election, was a fascinating election. And in that 2018 poll, there you have it on your screens, the numbers very clear. On those screens, the BRS won 88 seats, the Congress 19. Remember, after those 19, 12 of them shifted over, 7 to the AIMIM, as I said, the strongholds of the Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin. TDP won 2 seats. Remember, that was an election when the TDP and the Congress were in an alliance there in Telangana. So those data that you have on your screens there, the BRS, remember, 47% vote in 2018, Congress 28% vote, and the AIMIM 7% vote there in 2018. So the Congress had an enormous amount to gain in these elections. The average vote shares of the Congress, and just giving you the historic picture of Telangana, the average vote shares of the Congress, and this is put together by our data unit, between 1978 to 2018, 33.5%. In 2009, the Congress got 33.4% vote and won 50 of the 119 seats in what was United Andhra Pradesh. In 2014, it got 25.0% vote and won just 21 seats. And in 2018, it got 28.4% vote and won 19 seats. That's as far as the Congress story is concerned. The average vote share of the TDP, the original party of Telugu pride, dips. It was an average of 33.3% between 1983 and 2009, and after that, a complete decimation and decline. Remember, the BRS is an offshoot of the TDP. In fact, K. Chandrasekhar Rao had named his son K.T. Rama Rao after his icon N.T. Rama Rao. So the TDP declines from 21% in 2009 to 4% in 2018, completely finished there. And the BRS, which broke away from the TDP in 2002-03, is the party that's dominated the Telangana scene. So what was an erstwhile TDP bastion has turned into a BRS bastion. The Congress was traditionally weak in this region, but post-2014, it became a bipolar battle between the Congress and the BRS, with the BJP playing a third player. So some fascinating aspects of Telangana there, which are playing out there in these elections. We're joined this evening by our special panel, starting with Mr. Sandeep Shastri, the cephalogist in the panel. We have Ravikant Reddy, political editor of The Hindu in Telangana, senior journalist Pula Rao, and I believe we can also go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who has been tracking every development there in Telangana. Ravi, first to you. We are waiting for a couple of more exit polls to come out, but so far, directionally, the indication's very clear. It's a decisive edge for the Congress. What's the sense you're picking up from the BRS and the other political players there in Telangana, in your city of Hyderabad?
Well, the exit polls are more or less what the situation was on the ground, actually, because we have been hearing about Congress, people talking about Congress, and Congress coming back. The perception that Congress is picking up has been there for the last 1.5 months. So it's more or less a reflection of what's on the ground. But exit polls, you just can't trust them every time, or the numbers, because each of these exit polls have differed hugely. While 3, in fact, I was looking at the major 6. In 4 exit polls, they were Congress is way ahead. In 2 of them, there's a cliffhanger kind of thing where BRS and Congress, but still even there, Congress has a little edge of 1 or 2 seats. So overall, the indication is that nowhere the exit polls have shown Congress is behind BRS, except 2 which have not come out, which are not very heard of actually. But majority of exit polls have shown Congress lead. So that's what even Congress leaders are believing. In fact, Mr. Revant Reddy, the Pradesh Congress Committee President, claims that, he's going to cross 75 and he's going to restrict BRS to 25. That is what his claim has been. And in fact, he is maintaining this, the same stand for the last 2 months. He says he has been on the ground and that's what his indication. The BRS, on the other hand, looks a bit shaken, definitely, by the exit polls. But they are still have put up a brave face. Mr. K.T. Ramarao, the working president and the municipal minister, has come out and said that don't believe these exit polls. In fact, the chief minister also, when some senior leaders met him today, he also said that, we are going to come back, don't worry. Don't get worried by the exit poll results.
Right, Ravi. As we get those reactions, I just want to get Sandeep Shastri as well in. Sir, when you see these exit polls, and I believe Uma Sudhir is also joining us live now, but first to you, Sandeep Shastri, when you see these exit poll numbers, a couple of them giving as high as 80 seats to the Congress, which would be a fascinating sweep for that party in a 119-member assembly. But there are many of them which are sort of hedging their bets. The lower end would leave it as a hung assembly and the upper end would give the Congress only 60, 62 seats, which is not an extremely comfortable number for the party. What do we make out of these exit polls directionally?
Veera, as you have rightly said, for the BRS to be displaced in Telangana, it required a huge vote shift towards the Congress party. And we have been discussing on your show for a few days now that is there a wave election in Telangana? Is there a sweep that is happening? And if the exit polls are any indicator, I think the state may have seen a wave election. And when you have a wave election, pollsters sometimes cannot get the full pulse of the wave. And therefore, they hedge their bets and talk about a little beyond the halfway line or close to the halfway line. And some would go overboard and take it the full extent. But I think for me, the message in the exit polls is very clear that the Congress has very clearly challenged the BRS. And if the polls go the way they are going, seeing the impact of anti-incumbency, you are seeing the impact of welfareism not really being the sole factor in a result. You are seeing the impact of the perceptions on corruption. You are seeing the impact of what is challenged as family. All these factors coming together, I think, to help the Congress in displacing.
We will decode each of those factors because we have time till 7:30 as we wait for the last of the exit polls to come out. But Uma, what would be a comfortable number for the Congress? Because, I mean, you see them feeling very comfortable at 60, 62, which is the poll of polls is what is predicting, because some of them are saying it could be just around that mark. Or do they really need a 70 kind of victory? Because Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, when I met him in Hyderabad, in that interview said, look, we are not just looking at a victory, we're looking at a comfortable victory.
Veera, you're very right. 60 is the magic figure as on paper, but Congress certainly is not going to be safe and home with a 60. Very clearly, I've been speaking to many senior Congress leaders and they all say that 60 to 65 is dangerous territory. It's a territory where you're going to have horse trading and they would need at least a 70 to be able to say that they are safe. One senior Congress leader said there are coverts of the BRS in the Congress itself and they are fearing that there could be a movement of Congress leaders. It has happened in the past when KCR did not even need those MLAs, but right now they think the situation is such that if they have to form the government, they need to be upwards of 65, 70 certainly. 65 they say is not safe enough because 5 to 6 MLAs could easily move. The other thing that another very senior leader pointed out is that they believe that the BJP does not want a Congress government here, and they are also attributing political kind of decision making on the part of the governor, who will in fact be inviting the largest party to come and form the government, and therefore they believe that the Congress needs to get 70 plus. The other scenario that is being spoken about, you spoke about possibly a hung assembly. One other theory which actually a Congress strategist said was done was that it is possible even that the AIMIM could back a Congress. We all know that if the BRS were to fall short, we would think that the AIMIM can go, would be helping them, would be supporting them. But yes, this theory, or not, rather, I was told in fact that the back channel talks are on to say that if the Congress does fall short, AIMIM may not be reluctant in fact to lend support in order to fight also that kind of a feeling, the perception that's gained ground that is hurting Asaduddin and his party, that they are helping the BJP.
It will be a very busy time for you, Uma. After between 2009 and 2014, Hyderabad journalists, political observers and analysts like you had a very, very busy time. It may end up being a busy time if the numbers are not that clear. But Mr. Pulla Rao, before I take a break, what's the sense you are picking up? What would be the comfortable number for the Congress? How do you see this playing out in the next 48 hours?
See, basically, I don't see any problem for the Congress because the AIM Overseas Party will support whoever forms the government. That has been its tradition ever since his father and earlier Qasim formed the party. They go with the government. They have grievances. They solve with the government. They'll have no compunction whatsoever in saying BRS may get support of BJP, we don't want non-secular government, we support Congress. You take it from me, there'll be no problem. As Umaji has said, it is beyond back channel talks. It has already been wink, wink is going on. I don't think BRS in a losing streak can depend on parties or people also. Once you lose, in politics, people desert the sinking ship. I don't want to use the word rats, but everybody will run away. Right. On the contrary, there is AIMM, 7 votes, 6 votes will be with the Congress due to all India reasons also.
Okay.
There's no way he's going to support BRS and, go into that kind of thing. So I don't see any problem actually for the Congress.
That's an important point that you're saying. You're saying even at 60, we will take that up for discussion. Even at 60, once you cross the halfway mark, you're safe. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll continue having this conversation. We'll also be joined by newsmakers from the ground in Telangana. But for the moment, a quick break.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. We're having this fascinating conversation on Telangana. We just discussed what would be a comfortable number for the Congress if, at the end of the day, is it just halfway past? And of course, different opinions coming up. Just throwing that point up for discussion. Uma, to you first before I go to Ravikant. The MIM would eventually have to support the Congress if it needs the numbers, says Mr. Pullarao. So the Congress is safe even at 60-62 is his argument.
The Congress certainly is not safe at 60-62, but I must also come back to this point about the BRS itself. While these exit polls are indicating this, K.T. Ramarao continues to be very confident, in fact, and continues to insist that they are winning and actually winning big. And he is in fact saying also that he thinks the sentiment has changed in the last 2 days. Of course, we are talking about exit polls, so that happens on when people are exiting after casting their vote. But he believes that in the last 48 hours before voting, a lot had changed, and therefore he believes even in those constituencies. I was given examples of constituencies like Mulugu, where Anusuya is contesting, and also constituencies in Nalgonda, which otherwise has been claimed as a clean sweep for the Congress. Even in those areas like Munugod, which saw that very expensive bypoll, the BRS still continues to believe that they are going to actually make it there.
Right, interesting that you're saying that. Ravikant Reddy, in terms of, let's shift focus away from the Congress. Often, we can do the focus after the final results are out on whoever's going to win. But as far as the BRS is concerned, it's going to be a very, very difficult battle, given that so much has been revolved around one family. It's going to be a very difficult battle if these exit poll numbers come through.
Yeah, Veera, I think that's true because, if Congress gets, as Uma was saying, it's 60-62, and if, a very aggressive leader like Mr. Revanth Reddy becomes a chief minister, I'm sure BRS will face some kind of problems. He'll try to ensure defections, and that is the only way to strengthen a party now. I mean, that's being accepted by all the political parties. That's what we have seen in 2014 and 2018. And in fact, Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao, justified it, saying that, a state like Telangana needs a strong team, a strong, ruling party. And that's why he's encouraging he's admitting leaders from TDP and Congress. So the Congress would surely do that, would follow that. And that's what, in fact, BRS is worried about. Because there are a lot of these BRS MLAs, if you look at them, majority of them, they are, they don't come from these political families. They are first generation MLAs who have contested and, won 2 times. And, it's always easy to target them because their association is not with the party, but with Mr. KCR as an individual or during the agitation. But, when a situation comes that the party is moving away from power, definitely there will be people, there will be MLAs which the Congress would like to target. And I think they must be doing that. I don't say they are doing that. Right. They must be doing that because, most of people have gone from Congress. There are at least 30 MLAs who in BRS who come from the Congress background. So obviously, their friends are in Congress. They'll always be open to, some kind of negotiations and come back to Congress. Right. So the biggest challenge from BRS, if they don't come to power, is to save those MLAs, despite Mr. KCR's strong leadership.
I know, I think Uma also wants to make a point, but before that, Uma, I just want to go across to Sandeep Shastri quickly on the BJP factor here. Look, 1 seat in 2018, people said it was getting squeezed out. If you look at Telangana, there is North Telangana, which is the BRS's stronghold. You've got districts like Khammam and Nalgonda, which is the Congress's stronghold, and then you have Greater Hyderabad. What do we make of the BJP's rise? While the Congress has accused the BRS of having a tacit understanding with the BJP and AIMIM, does the BJP's rise, like it did in Karnataka with the JDS, affect the BRS more than it affects the Congress? What's the sense you're picking up? Quick response from you before I go to Uma.
Veera, after the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, people were talking up the BJP being the number 2 party in the state. And now I think in next year's Lok Sabha election, it would be a tough fight for the BJP because irrespective of what happens day after tomorrow, you will have the BJP, we will have the BRS and the Congress pitching against each other, and the BJP getting into that fight. The BJP, it looks, keeping in mind next year's election, would have been much more comfortable with the BRS victory and with the Congress being defeated, so that in next year's Lok Sabha poll, it becomes easier for the BJP to position itself against the BRS. So I think the rise of the Congress in Telangana is not good news for the BJP, because the BJP would like to have ridden on the shoulders of the BRS to defeat the Congress and then take the battle forward. But it doesn't seem to have happened that way.
Uma, you've got a question?
Yes, Veera. Just also adding to what Mr. Shastri said, the BJP has found it difficult to make inroads in the South, not just because of the difference in perception or sentiments or the political template in the North and the South, but also because of the fact that there are such strong regional players, whether it's a DMK here, the YSRCP and the TDP in Andhra Pradesh, and a BRS here, which was looking very, very strong. So this fall of the BRS, it's the next stage that we will be looking at the elections is the Lok Sabha election. So my question is actually to Mr. Pullarao, given your long experience in observing the political canvas here, the BRS obviously cannot hope to do much better in the Lok Sabha elections after if it does not fare well in these assembly elections, as the exit polls seem to be indicating. So what is the future for a party like the BRS? Do you see them in a sense, not able to keep the momentum up? Because already we have heard KCR speak about going back to the farmhouse. KTR has said, if I lose, I have nothing to lose. I'm not, I could always go back to doing what I was doing earlier. So they are not speaking about sitting here and fighting it out and keeping their party alive. After a Lok Sabha,
I'm really sorry to interrupt this. I'm really sorry to interrupt this fascinating question that you've raised. We'll take that question in a bit after a break. But for the moment, we just have to quickly go across to Dubai, where the Prime Minister is speaking. We're just listening to that, and then we'll come back to this conversation.
और तीसरी संस्कृति, एक प्रकृति है, एक नेचुरल टेंडेंसी है जो कहती है कि मैं पर्यावरण का नुकसान नहीं करूंगा। ये उसकी टेंडेंसी है। एक विकृति है, एक डिस्ट्रक्टिव माइंडसेट है, जिसकी ये सोच होती है कि दुनिया का कुछ भी हो जाए, भावी पीढ़ी का कुछ भी हो जाए, कितना ही नुकसान हो जाए, मेरा फायदा हो। यानी एक विकृत मानसिकता है और एक संस्कृति है, एक कल्चर है, संस्कार है, जो पर्यावरण की समृद्धि में अपनी समृद्धि देखता है। उसको लगता है कि मैं पृथ्वी का भला करूंगा तो मेरा भी भला होगा। हम विकृति को त्याग कर पर्यावरण की समृद्धि में अपनी समृद्धि की संस्कृति विकसित करेंगे, तभी प्रकृति यानी पर्यावरण की रक्षा हो पाएगी। जिस तरह हम अपने जीवन में हेल्थ के कार्ड को अहमियत देते हैं कि भाई आपका हेल्थ कार्ड क्या है, आपका हेल्थ रिपोर्ट क्या है, रेगुलर उसको हम देखते हैं, हम कॉन्शियस है, ये कोशिश करते हैं कि उसमें पॉजिटिव पॉइंट जुड़े हैं, वैसे ही हम पर्यावरण के संदर्भ में भी सोचना शुरू करना चाहिए। हमें देखना होगा कि क्या करने से पृथ्वी की हेल्थ कार्ड में पॉजिटिव पॉइंट जुड़े, और यही मेरे हिसाब से ग्रीन क्रेडिट है, और वही मेरी ग्रीन क्रेडिट की अवधारणा है। हमें नीतियों में, निर्णयों में ये सोचना होगा कि उससे पृथ्वी के हेल्थ कार्ड में ग्रीन क्रेडिट कैसे जुड़ेगा।
welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we
CBI, and I firmly believe that KCR's image took a severe beating after his daughter was summoned by ED. Psychologically, I believe that was the point when things started going badly for KCR. So the BJP, also if I made one more point, in Delhi with Kejriwal and Punjab, the BJP pushed them to ally with their eternal enemy, the Congress. Same thing they did with Mamata Banerjee. The BJP had a very short-sighted strategy in these 4 states, Punjab, Bengal, Telangana and Delhi. Those parties finished the Congress. But the BJP pushed them and made the unity there. Now, as the second part of the question of Umaji is, the ARS will have a very difficult time. BRS will have a very difficult time waiting and recouping. Because they will try to, most of the leaders will be afraid to carry on with a defeated party.
Just putting a red herring here, Mr. Pullarao, this is only exit polls. We don't know how it's going to be. I'm sure the BRS would have its own...
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah. And one sentence. In fact, KCR today has held a meeting, I believe, and he has said we'll have celebrations 2-3 days from now. So they're very upbeat, and they're very, while the other side is planning a swearing in, he is planning a celebration. I agree with you. We have to wait till then.
No, KCR is in fact going to have a cabinet meeting.
Sorry, Uma?
Cabinet meeting.
Yes, KCR is going to have a cabinet meeting at 2 p.m. on the 4th of December.
He's going to have a cabinet meeting. That shows the kind of confidence. Revanth Reddy announces the date for swearing in. KCR is holding a cabinet meeting. It's fascinating, but I want to focus on another aspect of this. And first to you, Ravi. If the Congress does hold those numbers at 60-62, is it straightforward that it's going to be Revanth Reddy as Chief Minister, or do you see a lot of bargaining play out there after that.
Well, if you look at Revanth Reddy's history, particularly in Congress, he became the PCC president just a year after, he joined Congress. The kind of image he has, got with Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, I think he's going to be a major player, or because the kind of response they have seen to his meetings, they have attended his rallies and also addressed public meetings. And I think, they strongly believe that it is because of Mr. Revanth Reddy that party has seen a resurgence in Telangana. Of course, he has done his bit, of course, holding rallies, holding Mahasabhas. In fact, one of his biggest meeting after he took over as PCC president was in Gajwel, where the chief minister represents from, and that was a huge success. So he challenged the chief minister, and I think he developed kind of image in Delhi, particularly in the AICC leadership, that obviously he would be the first choice. But the problem again is that the MLAs. Now, if you look at the ticket distribution, Mr. Revanth Reddy has ensured that majority of his followers got the tickets, and MLAs also look for a leader who is strong, who can hold on to the party when the party gets 60-62. So the MLS will look at a leader who is actually confident of holding on to the party and trying to stop the defections and take on the BRS and BJP combined, which will obviously be after the Congress government if it's within majority.
Right.
So in my view, he would be the first choice. But there are very strong contenders like Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy, very loyalist, and Mr. Bhatti Vikramarka, Dalit, who is the first Dalit
in fact,
leader
as
of
you
the opposition
mentioned
in the
that,
entire
Ravi,
country.
we are hoping to be joined by Mr. Bhatti Vikramarka in a bit. We were told that he will join this show in a bit. One of the newsmakers also, Mr. Suresh Reddy, the BRS Rajya Sabha MP, we are hoping to be joined by them. I believe we already have Mr. Tom Vadakan of the BJP. I just want to take one quick question to Mr. Tom Vadakan before we move back into the panel. Mr. Vadakan, how do you see this playing out for the BJP? Did you all pitch yourself too high in Telangana? Because all the exit polls suggest in the low tens or, around in single digits. While the vote shares may be significant, the rise of the BJP is going to hurt who? A, the BRS or the Congress? And B, did you overpitch yourselves?
Well, if it's a straight question, I have a straight answer. First, let me make it very candid. Whatever the Congress party does, I am making a prediction that they are not forming a government in Telangana. That's my stand, and that's the position I take. What the Congress does or does not do, people of Telangana are fully aware the kind of situation that prevailed when the state of Telangana was in demand. How many lost their lives? This is a reality that Congress cannot hide. They have a new leader who's a new convert.
Right.
And he has, created a situation where, I've seen this very often. When a new leader comes, he creates that aura about himself and his party. These are things that you can see through. Telangana, people of Telangana are fully aware the struggles that they went through. What were the operations that went through? I was a close observer of a situation like that. And who are the main players who finally gave in and formed the state of Telangana? This is the reality. And what is happening in Telangana and the Congress propaganda, I'm sorry to say, is not delivering. It is not the Congress that will form the government in Telangana. I am not an astrologer to tell you who will form, but I can stop there and say Telangana is not for the Congress.
You're saying it's still not for the Congress, though the exit polls are suggesting that. But thank you for that straight answer. We'll go back to our panel now. Uma, Mr. Vadakan, of course, pointing out that, look, you've got Revanth Reddy who's moved in from the TDP. There is the old lot of the Congress that exists in your state, as we saw in 2018. If you had 18 seats, 12 of the MLAs shifted over to the BRS. It's a state where one needs to hold the MLAs together. I believe a lot of Karnataka politicians are already talking about holding MLAs together. What do you see happening right now? I mean, what's the sense you're picking up from within the Congress, from Mr. Revanth Reddy, from the other leaders in the party?
There obviously are at least 8 contenders for Chief Minister in Telangana, and the Congress proudly says that we have a lot of talent and that's why the competition. But very clearly, like Ravi was pointing out, everyone, even Congress leaders, acknowledge that it's Revanth Reddy who has given the momentum to the Congress campaign now, and someone who was seen as being able to challenge KCR, and therefore he's certainly foremost in that race. He's the front runner in that race, also because he seems to be in the good books of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi as well. He has established himself as a leader who is able to lead the party and create an impact such that it is leading to victory. What I understand is that most likely it is Revanth Reddy who is going to be the Chief Minister in case they do get the numbers. And the understanding is that there are going to be quite a few winners from the OBC community and the SC community, and that is going to be decided by the central leadership, is what we understand, that the cabinet possibly is going to be decided with more numbers from the BC and the SC community, and we could see a Deputy Chief Minister as well. Because it's not just Bhatti Vikramarka which we are talking about. There is also Damodar Raj Narasimha who could be a contender. Of course, Uttam Kumar Reddy has been PCC chief as well, and someone who in fact has not shaved for the last 5 years. He has been growing a beard, saying that it's only when the Congress comes to power that I'm going to shave again, and therefore hopefully he will get that opportunity. An Air Force officer having a beard and having to live with it instead of being the, usually the clean-shaven, suave officers that we talk about in the Air Force. The other contender is also Komatreddy Venkat Reddy, who believes that he has a very good equation with the Gandhi family, and he has been going around saying that he has about 36 years of experience in the Congress party itself, and he is the senior most, and therefore he does believe that he's a contender for the post. But I would go with Revanth Reddy and the accommodation of the others.
Of the others along with Revanth Reddy. I don't know what that combination is going to be. In Karnataka, they had to play out quite a bit of a combination there. Sandeep Shastri, quickly.
I think the Congress has changed quite dramatically. It would take a lot of courage in the past for a leader of the party to say that I will be sworn in as Chief Minister on this day, something which Revanth Reddy did. So I think unless something really dramatic happens, it's if the exit polls are correct and the Congress gets the majority, I think it would be Revanth Reddy. And given the way he built up the momentum in the party, I think the party would have limited choice but to make him the Chief Minister. I don't know if Uma said there could be a Deputy Chief Minister. I believe there could be several Deputy Chief Ministers, because given the caste dynamics you have to manage, it would definitely not be another Reddy. It would be somebody from the backward castes or the scheduled castes or even from the minorities. I think that's what you're likely to see happen.
That's right. That's right. We'll have to wait and watch for that. Obviously, as I keep pointing out, sometimes as journalists and television anchors, we need to remind ourselves and tell ourselves, look, these are only exit polls. We can only talk till Sunday morning. After that, the voters, what they've spoken will be spoken about. And then, of course, the politicians will speak and we'll listen. We'll take a very short break. As I mentioned, we're waiting for a couple of high-profile guests to join the show. Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, as well as Mr. Suresh Reddy of the BRS Rajya Sabha MP. We hope to go across to them when we come back from this very short break.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
लगभग 50 मीटर का ये मलबा वहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था।
जितना बाहर निकालते हैं मलबा उतना ही गिर जाता है। उस पाइप से ये हमको जानकारी मिली कि 40 के 40 सुरक्षित।
Several families in different parts of the country who have their loved ones stuck in the tunnel. They are watching every moment of these rescue operations.
The survivability of the group of 41 is, I would say, fairly high at this particular time.
9 दिन बाद बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है।
सूरज की पहली किरण से पहला ब्रेक थ्रू।
Major breakthroughs have been achieved, be it the first video contact or resumption of horizontal auger drilling.
The NDRF, the SDRF, central agencies and officials from
Welcome back to this special on Telangana, where we're discussing the outcome of the exit polls. We're still waiting for the final one to flash on our screens to come out. But Uma, in terms of the X factors we've discussed as far as these elections are concerned, we've focused on the minority factor, you've focused on the KCR factor. Even if the BRS, let's say it's a hung assembly and the BRS manages to stitch up something, the sheer fact that the Congress has given such a tough fight in these elections, and yes, we'll wait for the final poll outcome to come out before we discuss this further, should have shaken the BRS down, because they seem to be sitting in a position where, I mean, is it hubris, if you can call it that, or is it just not wanting to reveal what they were hearing from the ground? What's the sense? Is that sense of nervousness setting in? What do they say inside after seeing all these numbers play out on their screens?
The BRS is still keeping up that front that they are very, very confident that they are still going to get the numbers and they're going to get comfortable numbers and that they are forming the government. That's what at least is the face of it. But if you ask them if things were to go wrong, what really do you think has gone wrong? They do point out, the insiders themselves do point out to the fact that possibly the gamble that KCR went with of going with 90% of his MLAs, or if not more number of his MLAs who he has repeated in 2018 and again in 2023 as well, and a lot of anti-incumbency was building up against them, because in the district, in a party like the BRS, it is a very MLA-centric structure that the BRS went with. They don't have a parallel party structure like it happens in, say, a DMK or an AIADMK. Instead, it's the MLA who is the center for everything, and the party depends on him, the government, the executive arm depends on him, and if you want anything done in the district, it is that one-man person.
Right.
And I do understand, I do believe that there is a lot of anger, a lot of anti-incumbency against those MLAs, which could have played out in this form. Because even though wherever we were traveling, I must say that a lot of people would say that yes, we were happy with the kind of governance that KCR gave, or the development, or even schemes like Raitu Bandhu or pensioners, all that they were happy with. But yet there was this feeling that after 10 years, you needed to change some faces in order to, one of the insiders had in fact told me that if KCR had possibly changed many of those candidates, they would have had a different picture altogether in these elections.
Uma,
but KCR was also thinking...
Uma, I'll have to interrupt you. I believe we can go across to Mr. Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, the Congress Legislative Party leader there, who's won his seat, the Madira seat, since 2009. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on this exit poll analysis that we are doing. Now, obviously, these are still just exit polls, but they seem to be suggesting a win for the Congress. What would you believe is a comfortable number? I want you to answer that before the next question I'm going to ask, who's going to be Chief Minister?
The first question you wanted to answer?
Yes.
We will be getting a very comfortable number like 74 to 78. The number will be between 74 and 78.
And in terms of but the exit polls seem to be suggesting, the ones at least that have come out so far, seem to be giving around 60, 65. What would be the comfortable number, having been the CLP leader in a party which lost 12 of its MLAs after 2018, several defections? What would be the comfortable number in your assessment?
That's what I'm saying. We will be getting a comfortable number is between 74 and 78.
Okay. And in terms of
this is after, not only exit poll survey and all that, me as CLP leader have gone around the entire state. I did Padayatra for 4 months from Adilabad to Khammam. After seeing and meeting thousands of people in the field, I'm giving this number.
Okay. In terms of defining features, before I get to on these elections, sir, who will be Chief Minister if the Congress does get the numbers on the 3rd of December?
This will be decided by the party leadership. Generally, for the Congress party, we have an established procedure. Like after the election, CLP meeting will be taking place. Congress legislature party meeting. In the party meeting, our party leadership will come and take the opinion of all the legislators. Then they will decide the leader of the House, the leader of this party.
And in terms of defining features of this election, sir, in 2018, it was a very difficult election for the Congress. Since 2014, the party has been struggling in Telangana. You have your areas, which is like Khammam, which has been the traditional Congress strongholds. But it's regions like Adilabad, Nizamabad, which has been the traditional forte of the TDP and now the forte of the BRS. Where do you see the Congress really gaining its seats? Since you say that you've traveled around, where do you see the defining seats of these elections coming from as far as the Congress party is concerned?
Well, see, this is all of the state now, right from the Adilabad, North Telangana to totally South Telangana. Earlier, right from 1978 or 83 onwards, we were slightly weak in North Telangana. But now, what I see in North Telangana, people are so particular to vote for the Congress party. They say that, whatever the Congress party has given to us in the previous years, they are the only things which are there with us. Now the present government, in this entire 1 decade, we thought that we will get all kinds of benefit after getting a separate statehood with the wealthy state. But unfortunately, we couldn't get anything. Neither the water, nor the housing, nor the employment, nor the self-respect, nor any other welfare schemes or the developmental schemes. So people are under the impression that they got ditched and deceived and cheated by the TRS government.
Right. I believe, I have the Hyderabad experts, the Telangana experts on this panel, Uma Sudhir, my colleague, as well as Ravikant Reddy. Uma, if you have a question for Mr. Bhatti Vikramarka.
Veera, I'm actually going to rephrase what you asked Mr. Bhatti Vikramarka. I do understand he's saying we are going to get a 70 plus. We all know that the magic number is 60. What we are trying to ask you is, if you get only a 62 or 63, are you still confident of forming a government? Because your own party leaders have been telling us that unless you cross a 65 or even a 70, you are actually not safe and you are not going to be possibly able to form the government.
But as far as me is concerned and the entire party leadership is concerned, we are confident that we are forming the government with a comfortable majority. Even what you are saying is 62 and 65 or 63 also will form the government. And yes, there's no second thought about it. We can, yes, we are forming this time.
Okay, I
There's
have a very quick
thought that's been the point of discussion about, whether if there is once again a Reddy who is made the chief minister, Congress has been associated with the community and they say this is really the resurgence of the Reddys. What would you say to that? Because your name is also being mentioned among the list of contenders for chief minister. But if a Reddy becomes the chief minister, it's going to be once again a resurgence of the Congress identification with the Reddy community.
Madam, I would like to say that Congress party represents all sections of the society. Why do you want to brand, in all the leaders who are all there in the Congress party, they treat, irrespective of caste and creed and religion, They treat themselves, they are all the Congress family members. We don't see the caste at all. We are all working for the party with the cause of the ideology.
Sir,
so they're all Congress family members. We don't consider like that.
It's one family till the decision is made on who is going to be the leader, usually in politics, sir. But my one question to you, and I'm going to make this very straight. Do you aspire to become Chief Minister? Are you a contender for the post?
But, see, it is our internal affair, but still, I'd like to tell you that we will talk to our party leadership, whatever we want, and finally, whatever the party says, that we will abide and we'll go ahead like that.
Okay. And from a national point of view, sir, from 2014, a lot of people said that it was, at least the Congress believed that it was the Congress and Sonia Gandhi who created Telangana at great risk of the party. However, on the grassroots, that was completely repelled with the KCR phenomenon. What do you think, if there is a silver lining at the end, and if there is the exit poll predictions come out true, what would you believe is the defining takeaway for the Congress as far as state politics and Telangana politics is concerned?
What? See, Congress party is very clear now. And also, Congress party, not only Congress party, the entire state people of Telangana are having highest regard for Sonia ji for making it reality a separate statehood of Telangana. People might be saying that, oh, if that's the case, how come KCR has come to power? That was, in the beginning, some emotional issue, and also apart from that, wrong promises. Right. Those promises in such a way, 3 acres of land to a landless poor is not a small thing. And double bedroom house is not a small thing for a person, for a family who are not having the house for generations together. And every family member will get a job. These kind of promises, and even a Dalit chief minister, what he has promised, these kind of promises made him to come to power. Even after, people who, knowing that the state has been given by, it has become reality because of the Sonia ji and the Congress party. And, for the past 1 decade, whatever the promises that he made, and the self-respect and the employment and resources are being looted by the BRS government and the leadership, which we have been telling the people slowly are a cumulative factor. They realized it and finally agreed whatever the Congress has been saying is right, and they have come to
we will have to wait for
the Congress party.
We will have to wait for Sunday evening, and I hope you will join us as we do the counting process. Thank you, Mr. Bhatti Vikramarka, joining us in the midst of it. You seem confident at the moment, so does everybody else. KCR has called for a cabinet meeting on the 4th. Let's see what happens on Sunday, sir. Going back to our panel for one quick final comments, literally 20 seconds each. Uma, Sandeep Shastri and Ravikant Reddy, starting with you, Ravi. Quick 20 seconds. What is the final takeaway for you from these polls?
This election?
Yes.
Well, I think it's, as I told you earlier in the show as well, this selection was about, KCR versus KCR and KCR versus people. So the exit polls showed that, the people have decided to keep away Mr. KCR for maybe 1 term, despite they know that, he is the strongest and most tallest leaders they have seen in the last 1 decade. So if the exit polls come true, I think that would be the main factor, that this election is all about KCR. And if the exit poll results are right, they have kept Mr. KCR away. And they have shown their anger on the MLAs more than Mr. KCR.
Right, we are completely out of time. I really want to get that last word in from Uma as well as Sandeep Shastri, but my producers are saying we're completely out of time. We simply have to get into a break. We hope to get the first word in from the two of you on counting day on Sunday. Uma, of course, will rely on you for taking us through all the details that come out on Sunday. Whether the exit polls are going to be verified or not, who knows who's going to have the last laugh. Thank you all for joining us. That's all we have time for on this show. The news continues here on NDTV.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors. And you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean. Right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
You've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
COP28, the world's only multilateral decision-making forum on climate change, has begun in Dubai. Now, simply explained, COP is where the world comes together to agree on ways to address the climate crisis and limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. On the urban agenda, we asked, what should India's contribution to COP28 be, especially when it comes to urbanization and climate change? After all, cities are where more than half of humanity lives. Globally, cities account for 70% of carbon or CO2 emissions. Buildings and transportation are the two largest energy guzzlers and biggest contributors of these emissions. A rapidly urbanizing India is following closely in global footsteps. By 2030, almost 70% of the national GDP will come from our cities. And by 2050, more than half, or 850 plus million Indians, are expected to be living in cities. Well, in the last 9 years, India has not only embarked on the world's largest planned urbanization program, as said by the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. The ministry also says that there's been a tenfold increase in urban development investments since 2014. Well, the country has also concluded the Urban 20 or U20 City Diplomacy Initiative. What we're asking today is, what should we as a country be pushing for to ensure more climate resilient cities? My expert panel today, Hitesh Vaidya, former Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. Also Devashish Dhar, author India's Blind Spot, which is quite an extensive and interesting read on India's urban challenges. Mr. Vaidya, you are heading to COP28 as a delegate with a specialization in climate resilient cities. You're also taking along the U20 vision for sustainable cities. Tell us, how will this add value to COP28 negotiations on reducing carbon footprint specifically across cities of the world and in India?
The 7 things which came up very clearly, and I think those should be the key points while India is going to talk about COP28. And these 7 things which were which came out was, let's first localize climate agendas. We have Paris Agreement, we have Sendai Framework, we have urban engagement. All of them are good, but how do you localize it? So it mainly came up with the action on the ground is the one of the key takeaway from the COP. Like while we talk about it, how do you convert dharma to the karma. I think that's where we need to work out. Second is sustainable urban planning came out across the thing, that while we are talking about climate action, unless we build in the legal instrument, which is our master plans, which is our bylaws, unless you build climate action in your master plans and planning instruments, nothing will work out. So action remains, and how do you improve your planning instruments? Third thing came out, because this is not a new thing. We have spoiled the world, and now we are retrofitting it. So retrofitting is much more challenging than actually building a new green build. Fourth thing came up, which I think yesterday also, while we were talking separately, was finance. Where is the money coming from? How do you generate those money? Our cities do not have that much of funding. So how do you bring cities become themselves sufficient? We call it Atmanirbhar, but Atmanirbhar at a city level, how do you really work out on that? Second is, how do you really use the USP of city, the culture of city, to make it economic development? I think that's another area where we have neglected so far, and we need to really work on it. And lastly, I think the data and technologies which are going to be our ally.
Mr. Vaidya, you've summed it up so nicely that I'm wondering now, what do I take up with Devashish as the big talking point? But, I think I'm going to stick to karma to dharma, right? Because that's exactly what everyone is speaking at a global level also, that, you have 80,000 delegates, you have 200 countries participating in COP28. When are those intentions going to turn into actionable items? And that's pretty much our cities in India. You may have spent tenfold since 2014. There is a national focus on cities. However, is it really translating to resilient cities on the ground? I think that's the big question. Devashish, you tell us, you worked at the Niti Aayog, you've written this excellent book. Where do you think are the gaps? I mean, what can COP28 do to marry what India's ambitions are on its urbanization goals?
I do want to sort of take forward this conversation from the point that I think there's also the issue of the narrative, where we still sort of focus on industrialization, economic activity, and sort of rural political economy when it comes to climate change. But there's a whole bunch of activities that go on in the urban areas, and particularly climate change is at the nexus of land, mobility, buildings, and energy, right? And that's where you can do a whole lot of interventions there on that part. First is that. The second part that I would add to the 7 elements that Professor Vaidya said is about the whole issue of urban governance, because when you have to sort of localize and rather hyper-localize your interventions on climate change, it is very important that our cities are able to take that decision. So while it is one thing to say to the world that we need to sort of localize it, but I think our states need to sort of undertake this action on actually localizing it through devolution of power, and perhaps think about something like having interventions on climate change within the 12th schedule. But we have such an unfulfilled promise that it is too big to ask for. In terms of financing, I think India has made some really good progress on the municipal bonds. And I think if we continue to move on that path, I think we are looking to sort of unlocking a huge capital market instrument that will impose that market discipline on Indian cities and Indian state governments that will help in sort of climate change interventions, which will be very, very, very effective. And the third is, I want to say is that, every country comes with its own model of urbanization. China did, Europe did, America did, and many other civilizations before that. I think India is coming with its own form of urbanization, which is highly, highly resource efficient. But we need to sort of keep building on this model of resource efficiency, and I can sort of go on and on about government schemes which has helped achieve that. So I think, but that was largely a national level intervention, but that need to sort of percolate to the state level and the municipal level action. And lastly, I want to say is that we need to sort of expand that dialogue to include much more of the migrant population, urban poor, and women and children. So, make the dialogue much more holistic.
Okay, we've basically summed it up, but I think let me just delve into one area and one aspect of how do you build infrastructure which is resilient? How do you have enough money as a developing country? And Dr. Vaidya, financing is very, very critical. Now, we know that there is a big gap between India's thoughts and the developed world. The carbon footprint and the big hole that we see in the environment is caused by the developed world. But when it comes to really the climate finance, which was agreed upon during Paris Agreement, the interpretation of it has left much wanting. The monies are not flowing into India. And cities specifically, I know we've done something positive with municipal bonds, but we have a long, long way to go.
First thing which we need to do is cities need to understand where they are in the journey of climate. Are they prepared for the climate action? And that is what I think more than the money is the data, which is going to be the new oil, is important if you want to really unlock these pots of money. And that is the biggest challenge in the cities right now, rather than the funding of the projects. One of the area where ministry has done, and I think that was a great idea to work on it, was look at cities. Are they prepared for climate issues? And we looked at it again. We did not look at a climate is a big world. You can talk anything under the sky and it becomes a climate. What are the 5 or 6 areas where cities are really day-to-day struggling with the day-to-day issues? And these were urban planning and green cover. These were green building, as Debashish talked about. These were about energy efficiency. These were about mobility and air quality. These were about water and management and waste management. These are 5 or 6 areas where cities are struggling day-to-day function. And they understand that language. If you tell them that you are coming with the climate issue and climate finance, they don't understand. So make them prepare for their roadmap. And I think that is where we have a national action climate plan. We have a state action climate plan. Why not we have a city action climate plan? So there has to be a grid. Then you know where your journey is, how you are trying to really move forward. Unless you have a roadmap where I go from X to Y, having a pot of money will not make any difference. I think those are the areas where we need to really start struggling. Municipal bond is one of the things, but I think more issue is how do we unlock? Because unless you have a credit worthiness of a city, nobody will open the pots for you.
Absolutely. And we may be able to negotiate anything at COP28, but finally the money flowing into a city totally depends on what you rightly said. What data do they have? Based on that data, have they planned out, have they broken their requirements into different areas, which is water, waste, transportation, etc. So then we come back to something which is very basic, Devashish, and we have discussed this before. It's been written time and again that, most of the cities in India do not even have a master plan. Forget master plan. They don't even have the data. Like, for example, we don't know where the drainage systems are. I don't think many of the cities, like you write in your book, even have a clear idea of the city's drainage system. And floods are going to become more and more frequent. Heavy rainfall is going to become more and more frequent. So tell me, how do we, everyone now, is because of the attention on urbanization, I think the gaps have been spoken about and talked about a lot. NUIA has worked under Dr. Vaidya fairly closely with MAHUA as well to bring focus onto it. What is your recipe to translate it at local level? Do we need commissioners who are extremely committed because we don't have a mayoral system? I don't really feel that that's clearly necessary. What do we do to translate it to the last mile, to the city level?
How cities operate. There's, as they say, right, that, there's a certain ingredient to be happy, but, you're unhappy in different sort of ways. And that's why you have to find the lowest common denominator, how to make cities function. And so when I say that, of course, there has to be a master plan and there are other things, right? But let me sort of go through what I think is a bit of a checklist that can sort of help you achieve that. First, it's the whole issue on urban governance. I think unless you have mayors, because our cities are actually bigger than a lot of other countries. In fact, the difference between the 2011 definition of what was census towns and what was statutory towns, the difference between those two definitions alone was equal to 12 Singapore. So I think we have to address on the urban governance issue, and we need to have an urban mayoral system for accountability and for executive power and so on and so forth. I mean, there's no way out of it. One is that because the commissioners are accountable to the state governments, they're looking for the next posting, they're also under a lot of pressure because they're moving in 1.5 to 2 years. So that's one part of the issue. The second is that there's certain kind of interventions that sort of, they invite the investment first, and second, they sort of catalyze the public action towards climate change and sort of sustainable living. So one thing that we saw with the whole Swachh Bharat mission was not only the waste disposal, collection and transportation, but we also saw how to sort of reduce waste. So one was that part. The third is we recently launched the initiative on electric buses, right? And I think there is no better solution in terms of last mile connectivity, reducing energy consumption and having energy efficiency than focusing on bus transport. And I think it is an incredible initiative. Although we should target much more, but I think we are on the right track there. So that is that part. Another thing that I want to say about climate change, that, that an intervention that can be made at city level, which is very, very basic. is restoring urban water bodies. In fact, I go on to an extent in saying in my book that although I am against urban narega, because urban narega basically means that you've admitted you're not able to provide jobs, which is the key role of a city, right? To provide jobs. So urban narega would be an admission that we have not been able to provide jobs. But if you're creating urban water bodies, I think that alone has such strong externalities on climate change, biodiversity, urban heat island effect, and many other factors that it makes a compelling case for urban narega if you're just doing that alone, right? So there are similar activities that you can focus along, certain, at city level that can sort of catalyze first private investment and second public action, and third also the narrative largely around it, because people will say, oh, these are the kind of interventions that you're making. But as Professor Vaidya talked about the municipal finance thing, as I mentioned about urban governance, as I said about urban planning, I think these are three indicators, and I would add just one more on the municipal cadre. Unless you have these four ingredients, you cannot really make the pot boil, so to speak, when in terms of achieving the taste on climate change. Right?
Well, wow, that's an exhaustive list. But if I were to sum it up, all that I can say is that governance is key. Planning is another thing that we need to get right. And of course, translating national ambitions into local ambitions will happen if those two things absolutely come not just on paper, but in action. Professor Vaidya, all the very best. I hope you come back with some good news for the country, with some concrete, let's say, financing options for developed nations such as India to make all of this happen. Because even retrofitting of buildings, for example, we will need a lot more finance to flow in, right? So while we work from the bottom, I think from the top, from the developed nations, we need much more. And there's been a big criticism that there's not enough participation of youth at COP28. Having Devashish, we fixed that on the show. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. Well, let's hope we get something right on mitigating carbon footprint of our cities and making them more resilient. After COP28, come back with more actionable ideas. The world has also just seen its hottest ever year in 2023, and the clock is truly ticking. When we come back, we also look at another crisis, climate crisis, which is rising air pollution, and we bring you an inspiring story of a citizen-led initiative which is working tirelessly to create green lungs in the National Capital Region.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are three things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collation of menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in the line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, and I got to decide very quickly. I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office intranet. And 2 days later, the IT infra guy came to me and said, "Why is all the internal traffic going to your page?" and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight. Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many.
How does one save open green spaces, trees, parks and forests in cities when high-rises, roads and infrastructure are all jostling for land? I Am Gurgaon, a citizen-led initiative, shows us the way. This group of determined corporate women leaders decided to turn a 380-acre abandoned mining site in Delhi NCR into a thriving biodiversity park, a rare green lung that the city desperately needs.
National Capital Region, gasping for a breath of clean air, has one thing to thank for. I Am Gurgaon, a citizen-led initiative dedicated to creating a green lung space in a rapidly concretizing millennium city.
Okay, so I Am Gurgaon came about in March 2009. Saw the situation, how the city was developing. Air pollution was rising already. Construction was happening without any planning. There was no sewage system. So instead of just understanding and just cribbing about all of this, what is it that we as citizens want to give back to our own city?
14 years ago, Latika Thukral and Swanzal Kapoor, along with 6 spirited women leaders from the corporate world, formed I Am Gurgaon and roped in ecologist Vijay Dhasmana to rewild a 380-acre abandoned mining site at the edge of Gurgaon. Today, this city forest is called the Aravali Biodiversity Park and has been declared as India's first other effective area-based conservation measures or OECM site.
I think the first biggest challenge was the vision to bring the Aravali forest back into the city. Second big challenge was to get the administration to sign up for something like this. For me, I think this was the biggest road, mindset change that was important in this journey of ecological restoration.
In the last 14 years since IIM Gurgaon's formation, the NGO has grown from just 8 members to thousands of volunteers today with 19 supervisors, 126 gardeners, 3 recycling units and many large restoration projects under their green belt.
I think we've done, so our first project was the Aravali Biodiversity Park, followed by the Wazirabad Bandh, which was a 5-kilometer trail. Then the Sikandarpur Wetland Restoration, which was a 3rd project. The Badshapur Bandh, which was the 4th. And then we have the Aravali Nagar one and the Ghata Bandh. So that's a total of 6 projects.
It will take us 1 or 2 years or maybe more. And the next level of plantation is starting, and the 3rd level will be the interventions to create this space for public to use.
It costs them around rupees 600 to maintain a tree for 3 years, and with each penny invested into their sites, IIM Gurgaon has impacted the city to a great extent through corporate and individual funding.
We have worked with IIM Gurgaon, as we said, from 2009, and we have been involved in 2 projects, basically Plant a Million Trees Gurgaon, and another project is the restoration of the Ghata Bandh. The jetpack purpose of the Corporate Social Responsibility Program focuses on creating a better world for the communities in which we live and work. Our volunteers have planted with IIM Gurgaon 87,000 trees. IIM Gurgaon has been able to look after our volunteers and enable them to come and plant trees. That was a big factor. And also the survivability of the trees and saplings by IIM Gurgaon is above 90%.
We got this CERE certification actually, which was, I think it was 44,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide sequestered across 2,24,000 trees. So that's a statistic. And also that this Aravali Biodiversity Park accounts for almost 7.07% of oxygen in the Delhi NCR area.
Well, that's it from us today. I hope this story inspires you to do your bit and not just do armchair activism when it comes to rising air pollution in your city. Thanks so much for joining me.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and majors are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 60.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening, welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Vishnu Shom. The headlines. The Prime Minister at the climate conference in Dubai tells developed countries rise above your own interest. Equitable transfer of technology must be ensured. India walks the talk on climate action, announces a green credit initiative that aims to create a global carbon sink fueled by the participation of people. A day after the exit polls, there is political posturing. All sides assert that they will win. We bring you the big takeaways of these exit polls. An ED official has been arrested in Tamil Nadu, allegedly with 20 lakh rupees in bribe money, the second ED official to be trapped after Rajasthan. A first for the Indian Navy, a woman officer is set to command a warship, a fast attack craft. How the tunnel workers survived 17 days, an emotional homecoming. Fighting on the Israel-Hamas front resumes. A week-long truce ends. Israel bombs Gaza once again. At the massive international UN conference on climate change in Dubai, the Prime Minister today urged the world to focus on tech transfers, be innovative in energy transition and address the crisis amicably. He suggested that the next climate change summit in 2028 be held in India.
We have to be ambitious. हमें संकल्प लेना होगा
कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो. वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव. हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें. आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं. यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव. यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे.
Well, let's go straight across to my colleague Ghazali, who's covering the COP28 meet in Dubai. Ghazali, go ahead.
Okay, so today the Prime Minister addressed the COP28 summit here, and he makes some notable comments. One, which already mentioned that how he had proposed that India should be the host in the 2033, after 5 years, the COP33 summit in 2028. India should be hosting the COP33 summit, like that is after 5 years, and also went on providing finance to the developing countries when it comes to mitigate the climate crisis or the climatic changes, and also about how India is one of the least contributors towards the carbon emission, that India only contributes around 4% to the total carbon emissions. I'm joined here by Mr. Harjeet Singh. He is from Climate Action Network, and we'll just speak to him about one initiative which Prime Minister has spoken about, the Green Credit Initiative, that what it means for our viewers. If you can just explain that how notable that initiative is.
Sure. So there is already a concept of carbon credit, which is linked to reducing carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases. Basically, it's about creating certificates based on the reduced emissions, and these certificates are then traded in the market. Green credits actually go beyond carbon credits, and the scope is much wider in terms of also preserving wildlife or preventing air and water pollution. But the challenge is these are all market-based solutions. And so far in the world, we have not seen market solutions really having an impact. And we have found wherever we had better regulation in fossil fuel companies or other polluting industries, we have always been able to see a lot better result to reduce emissions and protect the environment.
Okay, what are your key takeaways from PM's speech today and address today as far as the climate crisis is concerned?
So PM very rightfully told the entire world that India is leading when it comes to renewable energy, and we are on target, what we committed several years ago, including at COP26. At the same time, rich countries have to provide finance. And it's also going to triple its renewable energy target by 2030, which is quite similar to what we committed at COP26 in 2021. So it's quite encouraging that India is leading. And of course, what we need is more finance. If we get more international support, we'll be able to do much more.
And last question, that loss and damage fund has been operationalized. That's one of the major breakthroughs of the summit on the initial stage. What other major breakthroughs or major steps could be taken if you think from the global perspective in this summit?
So loss and damage funds operationalization definitely is historic. Of course, we are not fully happy because there are many more elements that need to be strengthened. But here we are also going to have an agreement on the global stocktake, which is about looking at why we have landed here, what's missing, and what more needs to be done in terms of improving our climate action plans, or what we call NDCs. And we will also see a decision on finance. That's going to be absolutely critical, and particularly on phasing out fossil fuels. That means coal, oil, and gas.
Okay, so he says that the major issues which needs to be addressed is about finance and how to phase out the non-renewable sources of energy when it comes to fight against the climate crisis.
To state that climate change is upon us is stating the obvious. The impact of extreme weather events are all too evident in India. Floods, heavy rainfall, higher glacial melt in the Himalayas, and the sudden appearance of cyclones in the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal are visible reminders. The world is hotter now than ever before, and the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius is the key agenda of COP28, the United Nations Climate Change Conference now taking place in Dubai. Key to ensuring that this happens is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It's a battle to save our globe as we know it, a battle where stark differences between the global north and global south need to be overcome for there to be sustainable success. In the entire north versus south debate, consider a few facts. Europe's per capita investment in renewable energy was 41 times higher than sub-Saharan Africa, which raises the question, who is going to invest in economically challenged areas? Developed countries provided only $29 billion in adaptation finance to developing countries despite the projected need of $340 billion by 2030. Africa has 40% of the world's solar potential, but only 2% of installed capacity because of a lack of investments. China and the US generated 4.4 times and 2.2 times more electricity, respectively, from fossil fuels than India in 2020. Do we not have a booming economy and population to fuel? And yet India's 5 MMPTA green hydrogen production target by 2030 is world-class, higher in fact than developed nations such as Denmark and Sweden. The transition to clean energy generates jobs. For example, energy-efficient cooling tech in India could create an investment opportunity of $1.6 trillion. It could create 3.7 million new jobs by 2040. The impact of climate change, as we mentioned earlier, is catastrophic. Here's another example. In just 4 months last year, floods in Pakistan displaced 32 million people, equivalent to nearly 50% of the displacement caused by World War II in Europe. And yet, emerging economies have only 6% disaster risk coverage, while advanced economies have a whopping 35%. All right, COP28 absolutely critical for billions around the world. Back home, days after exit polls, there is political posturing. Perhaps predictably, both the Congress and the BJP assert that they will be winning. The exit polls predict a photo finish in Telangana. 3 exit polls gave the Congress a definitive edge. Exit polls have predicted a change in Rajasthan. There's a high possibility the BJP might just win once again in MP. The Congress is set to retain Chhattisgarh. This is what some of the broad trends are. A new player may form the government in Mizoram.
I'm joined by somebody who has been really campaigning through the thick and breadth of the entire desert state of Rajasthan. And so how do you view the entire exit poll results?
See, I don't trust on exit poll results, and I even don't rely. Because I have seen the elections from the ground zero. और मैंने तो जितना इलेक्शन में लोगों का उत्साह देखा है, जितना लोगों को वोकल होकर के सरकार को बदलते हुए देखा है, it's absolutely inevitable that BJP is coming into power with a thumping majority. It's my strong conviction.
When you say that, sir, given the fact that sometimes if it is a razor-thin majority looking for independence, how do you view that?
It is not going to happen. We will be forming a complete government with a full majority and strong majority.
We have with us Karnataka DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, first of all, congratulations to you. The exit polls pointing to Congress victory in Telangana.
See, I don't, personally, I don't believe in any exit poll. This is my personal opinion.
Right.
Personal opinion. Because when I do a survey, I take a sample of more than 1 lakh in every assembly segment. That is what my personal experience is. In earlier elections also, in my last Karnataka elections also, I do it. But what media takes a sample size of 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, that will not work. And we keep a record of all the people who speak, either on the phone or personally, we keep a record. That is how we try to take very accurate. But I could see that in Telangana and the other states, there is a big wave. They wanted a change. They wanted a Congress party to come to power in Madhya Pradesh or Telangana. I hope it will happen.
Well, my colleague Uma Sudhir joins us. Uma, it's going to be exciting times on Sunday, but before that, I suppose all political parties are duty-bound to say that they haven't lost, right? Is that the sense you're getting in Telangana?
Absolutely. BRS and Mr. K.T. Ramarao and all senior leaders still insisting that they're going to have a big win in Telangana, despite the fact that all the exit polls now seem to indicate that it is going to be the Congress, which is going to be the biggest party certainly, and hoping certainly to form the government. But I must also add a rider saying that senior Congress leaders themselves say that even though the magic figure is 60, they do not believe 60 or 62 or 63 is safe enough for them to be able to form a government. They do realize that they possibly need up to a 70 to be able to safely say that they are indeed going to form the government in Telangana. Having said that, I must say, if KCR is losing, in fact, it is a vote for change, but not necessarily because his development plank or his welfare plank has failed, but because he fell short of expectations. His MLAs are facing a huge amount of anti-incumbency, allegations of corruption, and I must also say that the arrogance, the perception of arrogance, perception that he is not accessible has not worked for the BRS, and for the Congress, I would say this is not really a positive vote for the Congress, because if you are talking about the guarantees, the BRS did have a spread out of guarantees which was well covered for all segments of the population, but I must say that many factors conspired to make it happen for the Congress, and they exploited it to full potential. The going down of the BJP in terms of its popularity graph, the Congress used that opportunity, was able to draw back its leaders who had left the Congress, which was largely absent in the electoral arena for the last, in the public arena largely, even in the opposition space for the last 4 years, I must say. And Revanth Reddy coming as PCC chief really did help. All Congress leaders giving credit to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Of course, all of us do know that it helped Rahul Gandhi do an image makeover post his Yatra. But I must point out that when a Munugod bipole was happening and the Bharat Jodo Yatra was passing through Telangana, he bypassed it, and the Congress candidate actually had done very badly in that election. She actually lost her deposit.
All right, Uma, we leave it there. Thanks very much for joining us. The 41 workers who were trapped in the Uttarakhand tunnel for 17 days are finally heading home to joyous and emotional relatives. Some of them have already reached, while the others will get their latest bite tomorrow morning. We have accessed exclusive images and videos of how the workers killed time before a multi-agency rescue operation was finally able to free them.
A joyous, emotional homecoming for the 41 workers who were trapped in the Uttarakhand tunnel for 17 days. Before being evacuated in a multi-agency rescue operation that became successful after rat hole miners dug a hole through. As the workers came home, NDTV accessed exclusive images of the 17 days they spent inside the collapsed tunnel. Videos show piles of fruits, more than they could consume, and plastic bottles that appear to be taped up. These were pushed into the tunnel through a pipe. The bottles were used to provide dry fruits and hot meals to the trapped workers. In photos, the workers can be seen enjoying meals including roti, vegetables and rice.
17 दिन ऐसे लगा सर कि अब एक हिसाब से ये समझ लो कि मौत के बराबर ही थी वो 17 दिन। टाइम पास करने के लिए जो भी बचपन में खेल खेलते हैं, राजा रानी का एक चोर सिपाही का खेल नहीं होता, वो सब खेला करते थे वहाँ पे। घर वाले को टेंशन ये था कि घर वाले कैसे होंगे, क्या कर रहे होंगे, मेरे बारे में क्या सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं जिंदा हूँ भी या नहीं हूँ।
In Lucknow, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath met with the 8 workers from the state who are now back home with their families. In Bihar, there were tears of joy as the workers from the state were reunited with their near and dear ones. With Nukul Jashoria, Tanishq Punjabi and Manish Kumar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In a first for the Indian Navy, a woman will command a fast attack craft, a small armed ship used for quick reaction operations to intercept targets which can include terrorists, smugglers or others. It's a landmark development announced by the Navy Chief ahead of Navy Day.
We have also appointed the first woman commanding officer of an Indian naval ship. It has been our effort to constantly challenge the status quo to ensure that the Navy remains on an aspirational and dynamic trajectory to the future.
An enforcement directorate officer working in Madurai in Tamil Nadu has been arrested for allegedly taking a 20 lakh rupee bribe. The officer in question was investigating a disproportionate income case involving a government doctor in the neighbouring Dindigul district. The police believe that the officer, identified as Ankit Tiwari, demanded a bribe of 1 crore to have the case dropped. I'm joined by my colleague Sam Daniel for more on this. Sam, what exactly is the allegation? What exactly was this man after?
Vishnu, the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption officials in Tamil Nadu say that it was a trap case after a government doctor from Dindigul district had filed a complaint that this enforcement directorate officer is demanding a huge bribe to relieve him from a disproportionate assets case he was fighting. And accordingly, a trap was laid. He was given 20 lakh rupees, and the officials caught him red-handed when he had collected the money on a highway in his car. It was a car chased by DVSA officials, and as we speak now, a short while ago, officials from DVSA also had searched the officer's table at the Enforcement Directorate's office in Madurai, besides his home. And this interestingly comes at a time when the Tamil Nadu government is at loggerheads with the Enforcement Directorate for summoning 5 collectors, district collectors in Tamil Nadu, over allegations of money laundering with proceeds of money from illegal sand mining case. And the court had recently given a stay on that. So far, there's no response from the ruling DMK or from the family or the lawyer of this particular officer, who has been identified as Ankit Tiwari, working for the ED in Madurai. This is the first of its case, at least for Tamil Nadu. Vishnu.
All right, Sam, we leave it there. Thanks very much for joining us. In other news, a major female feticide ring in Karnataka has been exposed as a result of an accidental vehicle check in Bengaluru. On the 15th of October, police stopped a suspicious car and questioned 2 people inside, who have now confessed to being a part of a gang that's been involved in over 240 illegal abortions, 900 sex determination tests.
A suspiciously moving vehicle caught the attention of Baipanahalli police in Bengaluru on October 15th. 2 of the suspects in the car allegedly confessed to being part of the illegal female feticide ring operating out of Mysuru and Mandya. After arresting 9 of the 11 accused persons involved, the Bengaluru police spoke to the media on November 28th.
Illegal, unauthorized examination testing of the letter of the we have arrested 9 persons so far. Out of the accused, 3 lab technicians, 2 lab doctors, 2 brokers, and 2 hospital managers have been involved. And the accused belong basically to Mysore and
Karnataka Health Minister Dinesh Gundurao visited the scanning center and Mata Hospital that operated illegally for 3 years, carrying out over 200 abortions and over 900 sex determination tests. He suspended the district and taluk health officers for dereliction of duty. But is that enough?
Taking this. So we are going to form a small team for that to look into all the aspects, whether we need to increase, also strengthen the law, how we can add in some more provisions in the law which can actually strengthen and hold, suppose if we book them and book cases against them, it should stand up in court, they should get convicted. So, we are looking at that process also.
The police have launched a manhunt to nab the remaining culprits, while the government of Karnataka has decided to hand over the case to the CID. The modus operandi was this. The 2 brokers were on the hunt for pregnant ladies who were not wanting to have a girl child or were in fear of having one. They were taken to the scanning center for a sex determination test, which was followed by an illegal termination of pregnancy. We are talking of the 21st century, and the existence of such mindsets has sent shockwaves in the IT capital. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Every day we use technology to make our lives easier one way or the other, whether it's following the news on the internet, booking transport, groceries and movie tickets through various apps, or communicating with friends over social media. But what about those who cannot hear, cannot see or cannot speak? Samarth by Hyundai is a movement to create better accessibility for people with disabilities. Today we take a look at accessibility in the virtual world.
Avnish Singh is the first visually impaired person from India elected on the advisory board of World Wide Web Consortium. The W3C is an organization that sets international standards for the World Wide Web. Avnish is working on developing strategy to make information and knowledge accessible for persons with disabilities. He's been working in the field of technology for the last 17 years.
तो एक्सेसिबल वेबसाइट एक वो वेबसाइट होती है जिसको पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ बहुत आराम से बहुत फ्लुएंटली यूज़ कर पाते हैं। ये एक्सेसिबल वेबसाइट कोई स्पेशल वेबसाइट नहीं होती, उसमें वही HTML CSS कोड होता है, वही जावास्क्रिप्ट होती है जो आम वेबसाइट पे होती है। हम बस ये इंश्योर करते हैं कि जो उसके अंदर टेक्स्ट कंपोनेंट हैं वो आपके स्पीच के अंदर कन्वर्टेबल हों।
People are not just born with disabilities, they can be disabled by accidents or illness. There can also be age-related issues with vision, hearing, speech or mobility. Accessible websites and apps therefore can be used by more than 2.2% of the Indian population who have disabilities.
अगर हम देखें इंडिया के अंदर मोर देन 90% वेबसाइट्स जो है वो एक्सेसिबल नहीं है। सिचुएशन यूरोप में USA में बहुत बेहतर है क्योंकि वहाँ पे लीगल स्ट्रक्चर बहुत बेटर है। USA के अंदर फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के एक रूल है कि अगर आप किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी को या फेडरल एजेंसी को गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स से फंडिंग मिल रही है तो उन सारे प्रोडक्ट्स सारी सर्विसेज 100% एक्सेसिबल चाहिए। इस वजह से वो कंट्रीज़ कहीं आगे हैं और इंडिया एक्सेसिबल वेबसाइट में बहुत पीछे है।
In fact, research and data suggests that the global population of people with disabilities and their immediate circle of families and friends hold more than $6 trillion in disposable income. Clearly, there is also an economic benefit to make accessible apps and websites.
Text-to-speech reader for the blind.
It calls for integrating assistive technology through various techniques and tools used by people with disabilities to interact with the web, including web browser settings, text-to-speach, voice recognition, braille computers and keyboards, head and eye movement input tools, and much more. What's lacking then?
इंडिया के अंदर बहुत कंपनीज़ हैं जो कि एक्सेसिबल वेबसाइट, एक्सेसिबल बुक्स, एक्सेसिबल पब्लिकेशंस बना रही हैं और इंडिया की बाहर की कंपनीज़ को सप्लाई कर रही हैं। नॉलेज की कमी नहीं है लेकिन विल पावर की कमी है, अवेयरनेस की कमी है। अवेयरनेस बहुत ज़रूरी है पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया।
WhatsApp, more, button, search, 2 unread messages. Apps and websites have enormous potential to empower the disabled. However, if they are not designed with their needs in mind, they can be as much of a barrier as the physical ones that the disabled otherwise face. 43 unread messages.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, is not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us, right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest for an Indian internet company in this country. We believe that gives us a serious edge.
Hello and welcome to this very special show on NDTV. There are 3 things in life that none of us can really live without. That's friends, fun, and films.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushmann Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Global. I'm Vedant Agarwal. We have a lot lined up for you. Well, world leaders are in Dubai for the biggest climate change huddle. But India, as the strongest emerging voice of the global south, is at the center of it all. Can India and the developing nations of the world lead the movement towards achieving climate equity? The ball now is in the court of richer Western nations to be accountable. So our big lead this week on India Global, the big COP28 summit, its outcomes, and what does it actually mean for India. Meanwhile, on the diplomacy front, India's tightrope walk against global terror continues. After Niger and the diplomatic tussle with Canada, now the US Justice Department has accused an Indian government employee of a murder conspiracy against one of the most active Khalistani leaders, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. New Delhi's response has been rather guarded. What is going to be India's diplomatic strategy, however, in balancing its zero-tolerance stand on extremism and its delicate relations with global powers? We'll get you all of that and more, but first up, the headlines. PM Modi sets the agenda at COP28. He leads the climate finance session. He hails COP28 as it approves the loss and damage fund. It's a move towards fixing the West's accountability on climate change. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister proposes the 2028 COP summit in India. He sends a firm message to the developed world at the COP28 summit. He says, rise above your own interest and ensure equitable, just and swift tech transfer to nations who need them. India has now reacted to US's indictment of an Indian government official in a alleged plot to kill Khalistani extremist Pannu. India says it's a matter of concern and New Delhi has launched a probe. US meanwhile says India is a strategic partner, but this is serious. Meanwhile, on the Nijjar killing, Canada yet to give proof of India's hand. And as the truce expires, Israel offensive Gaza now resumes. Well, in the 7-day ceasefire, Hamas had released over 100 hostages, mostly women and children. All eyes now on Qatar, US and Egypt to negotiate peace. And after the massive support to Israel, the Golan Heights come back to haunt. The United Nations asks Israel to withdraw from Golan Heights, and in a first, India supports a UNGA resolution against Israel. The big concern now, China's pneumonia outbreak. Indian states are on alert. Well, China's mystery child pneumonia, is it the next epidemic? That's the big question. Our big focus on India Global this week. Well, the climate clock is ticking and world leaders are in a huddle. The Prime Minister is among the many heads of state in Dubai for COP28, the biggest climate conference in the world. This time, the spotlight was very much on developing nations, with India as the most vehement voice for a global transition towards climate equity. Now, even before the summit actually began, a big milestone in favor of the global south. The operationalization and the possible operationalization of the loss and damage fund is now imminent, something that India has batted for over the past few years. Now, this essentially means that poorer nations like India, who have always been expected to pay the price for climate change, will now be compensated for the wrongs done by the West. What really were the key focus areas? What are the challenges ahead? How is India's presence really significant this time? Well, NDTV is in Dubai and Mohammed Ghazali is now joining us live on India Global. So Ghazali, what have been the key takeaways? Of course, the global south perspective is something that's really come out as a major takeaway. The Prime Minister's presence there significant. What are the key takeaways according to you? What are the challenges ahead? Over to you.
Thanks, Vedant. As you rightly mentioned, the day one of yesterday, when you say that the loss and damage fund was operationalized by the developing and developed countries and all the attendees here, today the tone was set by Prime Minister's presence when he reiterated the demand that not only developed countries but also the developing countries will have to bear all the responsibility and nobody can wash off its hands when it comes to mitigating the climate crisis. Besides that, he also took a pot shot at the Western countries when he said that we can't undo the mistakes done in the last century, but we need to keep moving forward. The Prime Minister also talked about that how India's contribution to the carbon emission annually at the global level is just 4%. So in a sense, he was suggesting as a voice of global south that all the developing countries and even developed countries need to join hands, and together we can it's time to take action, but it has to be a hand-holding approach between the developed and the developing countries. He also spoke about that how finance and technology are the two most important arms when it comes to fight against the climate crisis.
COP28 में न्यू कलेक्टिव क्वांटिफाइड गोल ऑन क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस पर वास्तविक प्रगति होगी। दूसरा, ग्रीन क्लाइमेट फंड और एडप्शन फंड में कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। इस फंड की त्वरित भरपाई की जाएगी। तीसरा, मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स विकास के साथ साथ क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए भी अफोर्डेबल फाइनेंस उपलब्ध कराएंगे। वी हैव टू बी एम्बिशियस। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो। वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव हमें ये संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें।
So the Prime Minister also spoke about the Green Card initiative. Now that is something which is the Green Credit initiative, which is there to focused on creating carbon sinks through people's participation. And that is one initiative that the PM spoke today in front of global leaders when he was sharing a stage with the representative of EU as well as the host of this COP28, the leadership from UAE. So that is something in simpler terms, if you want to know that what is Green Credit Initiative, it's a kind of initiative where any individual or every citizen of this planet can contribute in mitigating or fighting or taking little steps towards saving the climate, and he will be rewarded with some points. Now, the entire framework has not yet been designed that how somebody contributing towards this initiative can redeem those points, but it will be on those similar lines.
आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं। यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव। यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे।
And before I hand you back over to Vedant, the summit has seen a lot of experts talking about in the last 2 days that how these summits will only make sense if whatever initiatives and discussions are done here will be implemented on ground. And most of the experts spoke about that this entire summit will make sense if every individual in every region contributes towards fighting against the climate crisis.
Absolutely, Ghazali, you made a very important point that ultimately actionable outcomes is what we need, given the fact that the climate clock is ticking. Thanks very much for joining us with that update from Dubai. But there's a lot to unpack. Well, it's a rather technical subject. How does it actually impact you and me? Well, joining me on India Global, Dr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, who is a Fellow of Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Thanks very much, Mr. Chaturvedi, for joining us on India Global. My first question to you, energy transition seems to be a key focus area as far as India is concerned. But the Prime Minister made an interesting point. He said energy transition has to be just, equitable and fair to the global south. What does it ultimately mean for India? And, I'll go one step further and ask, what does it actually mean for you and me?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me on the show. Well, I think the first very important point is that energy transition cannot be at the cost of development. Development is paramount. And that's extremely, important. India is showcasing itself as a leader of the global south, right? And there are many challenges for the global south. It could be education, health, sanitation, water. There are a bunch of challenges. The fiscal space is limited, right? So it's not that, India is not ramping up actions. It is already doing a lot more. Global south is doing a lot more in terms of climate change mitigation. But of course, in a limited fiscal space, you could only do so much. And that's why if developing south is kind of forced to enhance its ambition and mitigation actions, it means there is going to be some hit on development and growth,
right?
And that is not acceptable. So that is why I think the very important point that the Prime Minister made was that climate justice is critical. It has to be equitable, and global carbon budget. He very interestingly also mentioned that developing south and developing countries need to have their rightful share and fair share in the global carbon budget. Right.
Taking you from that, Mr. Chaturvedi,
what is very important is finance. Yes.
And I was just coming to that point. One major breakthrough has been the fact that the Loss and Damage Fund has been approved. Its operationalization is now imminent. How is that significant? What does it really mean? I mean, dumb it down for us, because it is something that really impacts us all. What does the operationalization, the possible operationalization of this fund means?
Sure, great. So very important question. First of all, the finance debate is about three large buckets. One is mitigation, then adaptation, and loss and damage, right? So what does loss and damage mean? So the floods that we are seeing, right? for example, the Kerala floods. And there is increasing evidence that many of these climate disasters have a climate angle, right? And this has been a making of the developed world because of their historical emissions. So it is kind of their responsibility in some way that the world and especially developing nations are facing the brunt of climate change, right? So the Loss and Damage Fund essentially seeks to aid the developing world and especially the most vulnerable developing economies in terms of recovering from such disasters which are climate disasters. We are not really talking about an earthquake because earthquake is at least till now not been kind of associated with the climate change. We are talking about climate impact events like cyclones, floods, droughts,